It was a quiet Friday evening in Helmshore when Sadie Hartley, alone at home after a long day, made what would unknowingly be her final phone call. Just minutes later, tragedy struck. When police arrived, the scene inside left even the most seasoned officers stunned. There were no signs of forced entry, no warning. Only Sadie, and a senseless crime that defied all logic. Born in 1955 in Newark-on-Trent, Sadie was the third of 7 children in a modest yet close-knit family. Her father worked long hours as a truck driver, while her mother dedicated herself to running the household. From an early age, Sadie stood out as determined, intelligent, and compassionate. She went on to earn a biology degree from the University of Brighton, built a successful career in the pharmaceutical industry, and later launched her own thriving company. In 1981, Sadie married Jerry Hartley, and together they had 2 children, Harry and Charlotte. Friends and colleagues described her as steady and methodical, someone who carried herself with quiet confidence both at work and at home. She was known as a peacemaker, favoring dialogue over conflict, and she had a deep love for the outdoors, especially horse riding. In the workplace, she stood out as the kind of leader who treated her staff as partners rather than subordinates. Despite her professional success, Sadie's personal life had its challenges. Her marriage to Jerry eventually ended in divorce. By the time of the crime that would later make national headlines, she was in a relationship with Ian Johnston, a former firefighter and part-time ski instructor. Sadie had made a home for herself in Helmshore, Lancashire, in the upscale Sam Bank Cottages area, a quiet, serene neighborhood of million-pound houses. On January 15, 2016, concern grew when Sadie failed to appear at work. Her calls went unanswered, an unusual silence for someone so reliable. Alarmed, colleagues contacted authorities, and police were sent to her home. Looking through the window, officers spotted a woman lying in a pool of blood. Forcing entry, they discovered the lifeless body of Sadie Hartley. Investigators later described the scene as one of the most brutal they had ever encountered. Sadie had been stabbed over 40 times, sustaining catastrophic injuries to her spine, right eye, lungs, and spleen. Adding to the horror, a fragment from a stun gun was found caught in the collar of her blouse. The evidence indicated she had been incapacitated before the stabbing began, and chillingly, it is believed she was still conscious but paralyzed during the initial stages of the attack. There were no signs of a break-in. It seemed Sadie had opened the door herself, unknowingly allowing in the person who would take her life. The assault appeared to have begun the moment the door swung open. Investigators traced her final known communication to 7:30 p.m., when she spoke briefly with a colleague on the phone, just minutes before her killer arrived. As forensic teams worked inside the house, officers canvassed the neighborhood for clues. Helmshore was a secure, affluent area where most homes were equipped with surveillance cameras. Reviewing hours of CCTV footage, investigators spotted something unusual: a blue Renault Clio passing through the neighborhood at suspicious times. None of the residents owned such a vehicle, raising immediate concern. As investigators examined hours of security footage from the Helmshore neighborhood, one detail immediately caught their attention. Just 4 minutes after the mysterious blue Renault Clio passed by Sadie Hartley's home, cameras captured a lone figure walking down the same street. The timing raised serious suspicion. Detectives theorized that the driver of the Clio may have been scouting the area, confirming Sadie's presence at home, and then relaying that information to the person on foot. At the time of the attack, Sadie was completely alone. Her partner, Ian Johnston, was in Switzerland, working as a ski instructor during the winter season. Sadie had planned to join him later in the week, once she wrapped up several important work obligations. Ian, a former firefighter who later worked as a part-time ski instructor, was known for his energetic and adventurous lifestyle. Though he had been married before, those relationships ended in divorce. He first met Sadie in 2002, and their romance began casually, often interrupted by long pauses, largely due to Sadie's demanding career. Her dedication to work sometimes strained the relationship, as Ian longed for more time and attention. By 2010, however, the couple decided to fully commit, moving in together and building a more stable life. When police interviewed Ian after the murder, he became a vital source of background and crucial details. He revealed that in August 2015, just months before Sadie's death, their home had been broken into. The incident deeply unsettled her, and she grew increasingly anxious about being alone. Investigators considered whether that earlier break-in might be connected to the crime, that ultimately took her life. Had the intruder from the earlier break-in returned? Was that first incident merely a failed attempt? Then Ian shared something that shifted the investigation dramatically. Just days before her murder, Sadie had confided in him about a disturbing encounter. A woman wearing a baseball cap had appeared at her door, handing her a bouquet of cheap flowers worth only a few pounds. The gesture felt wrong, and Sadie's instincts told her it wasn't an act of kindness but a warning. The memory of the break-in resurfaced, leaving her convinced that someone was watching her. Ian then mentioned a name that would soon dominate the case: Sarah Williams. Sarah was no stranger. She had once been romantically involved with Ian during a brief period when he and Sadie had separated. At the time, Ian was working as a ski instructor at the Chill Factor, an indoor ski slope near Manchester. Sarah, a frequent visitor, was 34 years old and quickly developed an attraction to him. Their brief relationship, however, soon soured as Sarah's behavior turned possessive and controlling. When Ian eventually reconciled with Sadie, Sarah reacted badly. She sent Sadie a cruel letter filled with intimate details of her time with Ian, clearly intended to drive a wedge between them. But instead of splitting the couple, the letter had the opposite effect. It only drew Ian and Sadie closer, and before long they decided to live together. Despite that history, Ian admitted he continued texting with Sarah afterward. On one occasion, during separate vacations, they even ended up staying at the same hotel at the same time. Throughout that trip, Sarah and Ian exchanged flirtatious messages, even while Sadie was with him. Sarah remained a presence in Ian's life, not just personally, but professionally. She worked for a travel company that specialized in ski trips and had an office in the same complex as the Chill Factory. Ian saw her often. Their encounters may have seemed casual to some, but detectives began to view them as something far more calculated. Sarah's personal life also raised questions. She was in a long-term relationship with a 75-year-old man who notably was married. Beneath her glamorous exterior, investigators saw signs of instability and obsession with this new information. Detectives turned their attention to Sarah's digital footprint. They secured her phone records and began tracing her movements in the days and hours leading up to Sadie's murder. As detectives expanded their investigation, a disturbing trail of evidence began to surface, pointing directly to Sarah Williams. Although she lived in Chester, nearly an hour's drive from Helmshaw, her mobile phone had been logged in. Helmshaw. On the same day, Sadie Hartley received that unsettling bouquet of flowers. It was a quiet but damning clue. Police now theorize that Sarah had delivered the flowers herself, not as a peace offering, but as a reconnaissance mission. She needed to be certain Sadie was home. The flowers, cheap and impersonal, were merely a pretext. It was a test run. The plan was already in motion. Just 2 days into the investigation, police made their move in the middle of the night. They entered Sarah Williams' home and arrested her. The timing was risky. Acting too soon meant the possibility of having to release her without sufficient evidence. But investigators were confident. Sarah, reportedly stunned by the sudden intrusion, was taken into custody. During questioning, Sarah denied everything. She claimed to have been at home in Chester on the evening of the murder. Unwell and resting at around 6 p.m., she texted her lover David Hardwick, stating that she was planning to have tea and go to bed early. It was a carefully constructed alibi, but one that would soon unravel. A search of Sarah's home revealed signs of recent cleaning. Extensive, almost obsessive. The smell of bleach lingered throughout. And yet, beneath the surface, the truth still clung to the walls inside the bathtub. Forensic teams detected faint traces of blood. Lab tests confirmed it belonged to Sadie Hartley. Hidden beneath Sarah's pillow was something even more revealing. An old Nokia mobile phone. It wasn't her main device, and that made it even more suspicious. The call records showed she had used it on the day of the murder. One call went to her workplace in the morning. The other, disturbingly, was placed to Sadie's business line. That burner phone had been used before to contact people selling second-hand vehicles. Investigators traced the last outgoing call. It led them to a man who had sold Sarah a blue Renault Clio. She had paid in cash. Now the pieces were coming together. Detectives had the make and model of the vehicle. They had the seller's confirmation, but the car had seemingly vanished. License plate recognition systems had picked up nothing. That is, until one sharp-eyed officer noticed something peculiar in a surveillance photo. A blue Renault Clio was spotted, but the plate didn't match. Looking closer, the truth was visible. Sarah had altered the license plate. A simple switch turning a 3 into an 8 was enough to throw off automated searches. But it wasn't enough to escape detection. The altered vehicle was found abandoned in a parking lot 56 miles from Sadie's home. Police believed it held critical forensic evidence inside, and they were right. During continued interrogation, Sarah remained eerily composed, calm, poised, and without a trace of remorse on her phone. Investigators discovered an entire archive of personal notes, obsessive thoughts, romantic fantasies, writings about Ian Johnston that revealed a disturbing fixation. She had masked it well. But beneath the surface was an obsession, spiraling into something far darker. And then came the most chilling discovery, yet how Sarah had found out where Sadie lived. Back in early December 2015, all three, Sadie, Ian and Sarah, had attended a holiday party at the Chill Factory on that very evening. While laughter and celebration filled the room, Sarah had walked to Ian's car and discreetly attached a GPS tracker to the underside of the vehicle. Over the following weeks, she would repeatedly return to recharge the device, tracking Ian's every move with surgical precision. The implications were devastating. Sarah had not only stalked Sadie, she had mapped out the logistics of murder in real time. Even more haunting, by the time of that cheerful holiday gathering, Sarah had already decided Sadie would die. Unbeknownst to her, Sadie had spent that evening standing just feet away from her future killer, sharing the same room, breathing the same air, smiling at the same jokes. Initially, detectives believed Sarah Williams had personally delivered the bouquet of cheap flowers to Sadie's doorstep. But when they confirmed that the two women had crossed paths in the past, they realized that Sadie might have recognized Sarah if she had appeared in person. That meant there had to be someone else, a willing accomplice. Witnesses recalled seeing a silver car circling the area on the day the flowers were delivered. Inside were a bald man and a woman wearing a baseball cap. As police began reviewing Sarah's inner circle, one officer recognized a car matching that description parked in the driveway of Katrina Walsh. Katrina, 56, suffered from alopecia and always wore a baseball cap to cover her hair loss. She worked as a horse riding instructor and had known Sarah since Sarah was a teenager. They had met through their shared love of horses, and over the years Katrina developed an unwavering loyalty towards Sarah, almost to the point of fixation. She often went out of her way to please her younger friend, idolizing her with childlike intensity. Detectives soon determined that Katrina Walsh had been the one to deliver the flowers to Sadie Hartley. On January 7th, phone signal data placed her in Helm Shaw that day. CCTV footage later confirmed both Sarah and Katrina entering a supermarket and leaving with a bouquet of flowers, one that matched what Sadie had described. The evidence was overwhelming. Katrina was arrested from the beginning. Katrina claimed she suffered from serious memory issues. She insisted that unless she wrote something down, she would forget it within 3 days. She kept detailed diaries to compensate for her memory lapses. But now those diaries were about to become central to the case. Katrina was conflicted during questioning. On one hand, she told police she believed Sarah had committed a horrific act, something her journal seemed to hint at. On the other, she claimed she couldn't remember her own role. Investigators, however, found her memory loss suspicious. Conveniently selective, seemingly scripted. Meanwhile, the case against Sarah was tightening. Contrary to her claims of being bedridden with illness on the night of the murder, surveillance footage showed her leaving home with Katrina walking toward a car. A shoe print found at the crime scene matched boots recovered from Sarah's home. And the most disturbing piece yet, evidence showed that the two women had traveled to Germany together to purchase a stun gun in Katrina's home. Police found her stack of handwritten diaries. Inside them were chilling entries. Entries that revealed Sadie's murder had been in the planning stages for a year and a half. One note from August 2014 made it painfully clear Katrina had written that Sarah would kill Sadie, and described her own excitement at being involved. Despite later claiming that she thought it was all a game, the journals betrayed her. The tone, the details, the anticipation. They didn't speak of confusion. They spoke of complicity, hoping for leniency. Katrina eventually led police to the place where they had buried the murder weapons. Among them, the stun gun, now broken with a piece that matched what had been found in Sadie's clothing, a bloodstained knife, the keys to the Renault Clio. No longer could Katrina paint herself as a forgetful bystander. Back at the station, Sarah was confronted with the overwhelming evidence and told that Katrina had been arrested. For the first time since her detainment, her confidence cracked. her composure slipped. She looked rattled, and from that moment on, she refused to speak. The picture that emerged of Sarah Williams was deeply unsettling. Raised as an only child in a comfortable home in Bebington, Merseyside, Sarah had once been the victim of a disturbing alleged abduction at age 13. A claim some questioned at 17, she had begun a relationship with 57-year-old millionaire David Hardwick, a married man who became her longtime benefactor. He paid for luxury holidays and financed her lifestyle while staying with his wife, Rowena, throughout her adult life. Sarah craved control in her relationships, often pursuing unavailable men, particularly those who were married, and working to undermine their marriages. She sent letters to wives, stalked homes, and even faked pregnancies. When urged to cut ties with Hardwick, she refused, drawn in by the financial security he provided. In one text message, she chillingly referred to herself as the little psychopath during trial. Both Sarah and her accomplice, Katrina, pleaded not guilty. The trial lasted 6 weeks and revealed a murder planned with cold, calculated precision. Ultimately, the jury saw through their deceit. Sarah Williams was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 30 years, while Katrina Walsh received 25 years for helping to plan and facilitate the crime. The murder of Sadie Hartley shocked the UK, not only because of its brutality, but also because of the disturbing level of premeditation behind it. The betrayal and manipulation at the heart of the case made it all the more devastating. Sadie, kind, intelligent, and deeply cherished, did not fall victim to random violence. Her life was stolen by individuals who spent 18 months meticulously plotting her death. She was a mother, a friend, and a respected professional, someone whose presence carried far more value than the jealousies that fueled her killers. Her death was cruel and senseless, her murder carried out in cold blood. Yet her legacy endures, one of strength, compassion, and ultimately justice. Though justice arrived too late to save Sadie Hartley, it was delivered in the end. And the darkness that ended her life could never erase the light she shared with those who loved her. Moving on to the next case. When police arrived at Michael Holding's apartment in Brighton, they were met with piles of unopened mail and an unsettling silence. No one answered the door. Sensing something was wrong, officers forced their way inside and discovered a horrifying scene in the basement. Michael's body, wrapped in sheets and left to decompose. Michael had been missing for nearly 2 months, and now the grim truth was coming to light. But questions remained. How did he end up there, and where was Riccardo Pisano, the man who had been living with him? As detectives investigated further, they uncovered a disturbing tale of trust, deception, and betrayal. Michael had opened his home, and his heart, to someone he believed truly cared for him. Instead, Michael had been exploited, manipulated, and ultimately left to die. But what truly happened in that apartment? And how did Riccardo Pisano manage to evade justice for so long? Riccardo Pisano was born in South Africa in 1977. Much like his true identity, his early life is cloaked in mystery. Most of what is known comes from his own accounts, though their accuracy is often questioned. While he claimed that Riccardo was not his real name, we will use it for clarity. Raised in a household that struggled with poverty, like many in South Africa, Riccardo faced significant hardships from a young age as he grew up. These challenges only grew more intense during his teenage years. He became involved with a young woman, and together they had a daughter. The responsibilities of fatherhood pushed him to find ways to support his new family. Details about his work history remain vague, but there is strong evidence suggesting that Riccardo became entangled with drug trafficking gangs operating on the streets of Cape Town. Later, Riccardo claimed he had been threatened by a group known as Pagoda, which had emerged as a vigilante movement aiming to enforce justice on the streets. While some viewed Pagoda as a force for good, law enforcement considered it a radical organization that took the law into its own hands. Feeling threatened and unsafe because of this group, at 23, Riccardo fled South Africa, leaving his wife and daughter behind. From that moment, his life became a series of struggles and deceptions, marked by the use of false identities to evade authorities. His journey took him to New Zealand, where he was arrested for extortion and sentenced to 15 months in prison, though he managed to escape after serving just 8 months. In 2001, he exploited an opportunity during a prison event and vanished without a trace, despite an intensive manhunt. Resourceful and elusive, Riccardo eventually made his way to Australia, living under a false identity for about a year and a half before illegally entering the United Kingdom in 2004. Once in the UK, with no legal status or financial resources, he was forced to find ways to survive while remaining under the radar. It was during this period that Ricardo encountered two individuals working in sex work. Seeing an opportunity to make money, he joined them. At first, he served female clients, but he quickly discovered that male clients were often more willing to pay for discretion. One of these clients was Michael Paulding, a 59-year-old man whom Ricardo met in December 2009 after Michael responded to an ad Ricardo had placed in a gay magazine offering escort services. Michael was born in Scotland in 1950 into a large and affluent family, one of 9 siblings. While his childhood was generally happy, his teenage years were challenging as he grappled with his attraction to men, something neither his family nor the conservative society around him accepted. Seeking greater freedom, Michael moved to London at age 20, settling in Croydon, South London, where he secured a stable job in the urology department of a hospital. His career provided financial stability, and despite living far from Scotland, Michael maintained close ties with his family, who described him as kind and loving. Over the years, he found happiness with his partner Henry, sharing his life with him until Henry's death in 2001. The loss left Michael devastated, plunging him into a deep depression. He turned to alcohol to cope, and as his health deteriorated, compounded by osteoporosis, his personal relationships became increasingly transient. Approaching 60, the weight of loneliness drove him to seek the company of younger men, which led him to Ricardo. What began as a simple transaction of money for companionship soon evolved into something more meaningful, at least from Michael's perspective. Ricardo, however, quickly recognized Michael's loneliness and generosity, seeing an opportunity to exploit it. Within months of their meeting, Ricardo had moved into Michael's apartment. To justify his presence, he spun different stories. Some believed he was Michael's caretaker due to his health issues, while others were told he was his godson. In October 2011, after losing his job, Michael decided to relocate to Brighton, specifically the Kemp Town area, known for its vibrant LGBTQ community. He hoped the move would allow him to live more openly as a gay man, using part of the proceeds from the sale of his previous apartment. Michael paid a full year's rent up front for his new home, where Ricardo also moved in. The remainder of his savings he entrusted to his sister Mary for safekeeping. Knowing about this financial cushion, Ricardo and his associates convinced Michael to invest his money in a beauty salon. This decision would later have devastating consequences. To oversee the so-called beauty salon, one of Ricardo's associates temporarily moved into the apartment he shared with Michael. From the start, the venture was doomed. By May 2012, Ricardo persuaded Michael that more funds were needed to keep the business afloat. Trusting him, Michael contacted his sister and transferred several sums. $600, then $120, and finally a larger amount of $1,900. After this last transfer, all communication between Michael and his family suddenly stopped. His loved ones grew increasingly concerned, as it was highly unusual for Michael to ignore calls and emails. Weeks passed without any word from him, and on July 16, 2012, his sister officially reported his disappearance to Sussex police. When officers arrived at Michael's apartment, the first thing they noticed was a pile of unopened mail stacked at the entrance, a clear sign that something was amiss. Forcing their way inside, they made a grim discovery. Michael's body, wrapped in bedsheets in the basement, already in an advanced state of decomposition. The autopsy revealed multiple injuries, including broken ribs and a fractured collarbone, prompting authorities to launch a full-scale homicide investigation. As detectives interviewed neighbors, they learned that Michael had been living with 2 younger men, and witnesses described the relationships as tense, sometimes even violent. Police quickly located one of the men, Ricardo's associate, and took him into custody as a suspect. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, he was later released on bail. Ricardo, meanwhile, had vanished without a trace. A crucial lead came from his supposed business partner, who recalled visiting the apartment on May 22, 2012, and finding Michael in an extremely weakened state. When he suggested calling an ambulance, Ricardo refused. This revelation led investigators to a critical discovery. Michael had been hospitalized just weeks earlier with head injuries and fractured ribs. Piecing together the evidence, authorities determined that Michael likely died between May 23 and May 30, 2012, nearly 2 months before his body was discovered. This timeline reinforced the theory that Ricardo was the last person to see Michael alive, marking him as the prime suspect and intensifying the urgency to locate him. As the investigation progressed, police began uncovering disturbing details about Ricardo's past. Though he had been close to Michael, their relationship was marked by manipulation, control, and escalating violence. To build a case against him, detectives compiled a psychological and behavioral profile highlighting his history of financial exploitation and the turbulent nature of his involvement with Michael. Given the seriousness of the case, Sussex police launched a major operation, Operation Diary, dedicating extensive resources to track him down. For over a year, Ricardo's face appeared across media outlets and crime watch programs. Authorities described him as approximately 35 years old, of slim build with olive-toned skin. Reports suggested he was last seen in Brighton in mid-May and could have altered his appearance, possibly growing a beard or disguising himself. He was known for his South African accent and history of using false identities. As the case gained international attention, the search extended beyond the UK, given his past ties to South Africa and New Zealand. Multiple law enforcement agencies collaborated to locate him. Media outlets gave him various nicknames, while a South African newspaper dubbed him the cunning escapist. London tabloids branded him New Zealand's most wanted, as he was the only one of 55 fugitives in Waikato who had evaded capture in over a decade to encourage public assistance. Authorities offered a $6,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. Leads began trickling in. A crucial piece of evidence emerged from surveillance footage recorded in July 2012, showing Ricardo in a Southampton shopping center. This confirmed that he had not left the UK and was still actively evading authorities. Despite these clues, he remained elusive. The urgency to capture him intensified in April 2013 when forensic experts released the final autopsy results. The medical examiner ruled Michael's death a homicide, confirming that blunt force trauma to the chest was the cause. With this revelation, Ricardo was officially named the prime suspect, prompting law enforcement to ramp up their efforts. The manhunt finally ended on May 9, 2013, when Ricardo was located and arrested following an altercation at a residence in Southampton. Despite his attempts to conceal his identity, authorities confirmed his true background and took him into custody. Following his arrest, Ricardo was transferred to Brighton, where Sussex's major crime unit began their interrogations, determined to unravel the full story behind Michael's tragic death. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Ricardo maintained that he was not in the city at the time of the crime. In an emotional statement, Michael's family expressed both their anguish and relief, while knowing that the person believed to be responsible was behind bars, provided some closure. They struggled to understand what had truly led to Michael's tragic end. Now, investigators turned their focus to uncovering the motive behind the crime. As detectives delved deeper, they confirmed that Ricardo and Michael's relationship had evolved into a toxic dynamic riddled with manipulation and abuse. From the start, Ricardo had relied entirely on Michael for financial support, claiming he had no job or income. Under the guise of being a caregiver, he gradually drained Michael's savings, taking advantage of his generosity, along with 2 associates. Ricardo convinced Michael to invest nearly all his money into a business that failed almost immediately, with his bank account nearly empty. Financial strain may have been the breaking point. Witnesses recalled seeing Michael in distress during the time frame in which his death was believed to have occurred. This discovery raised significant concerns. It suggested that Ricardo had intentionally denied Michael the care he needed, possibly sealing his fate. Further investigation uncovered a crucial contradiction in Ricardo's alibi. Phone records proved he had in fact been in Brighton at the time of Michael's death. Despite his earlier claims, additionally, police found messages he had sent shortly after Michael's body was discovered in which he feigned concern over his absence. This appeared to be an attempt to establish an alibi and divert suspicion away from himself, with mounting evidence. Ricardo was officially charged with murder and grievous bodily harm. His trial began in September 2013. During the trial, prosecutors painted Ricardo as a master manipulator, a man who had built his life on deception, using false identities to evade justice. They argued that Michael, a vulnerable and trusting individual, had fallen victim to Ricardo's calculated schemes. The prosecution maintained that once Michael's financial resources were depleted, Ricardo saw no further use for him and callously ended his life, leaving his body to decay for weeks. The jury was also presented with evidence of Ricardo's actions after the crime. Following Michael's death, he had sent text messages in an apparent effort to create a false narrative, pretending to be concerned about his well-being. The prosecution asserted that this was a deliberate ploy to cover his tracks, motivated by his fear of being exposed not just for the crime, but also due to his illegal immigration status. When it was Ricardo's turn to testify, he attempted to steer the focus elsewhere. He spoke at length about his past, detailing his reasons for fleeing South Africa and claiming that returning would put his life at risk. Though he reiterated that Ricardo was not his real name, he once again refused to disclose his true identity regarding Michael. Ricardo portrayed himself as a devoted companion who had shared an emotional bond with the older man. He claimed that Michael had been aware of his troubled past, even offering to marry him so that he could remain in the UK legally. He also insisted that Michael had financially supported him, not out of manipulation, but out of genuine care, even providing money for him to send to his family abroad. When addressing the circumstances of Michael's death, Ricardo put forth an entirely different version of events. According to his testimony on May 29, 2012, he had gone for a walk along the beach. Upon returning home, he claimed to have found Michael hanging from the staircase railing. In an emotional recounting, he described the moment as devastating, insisting that he had desperately tried to revive him but found no pulse. He explained that he had covered Michael's body with a towel and later wrapped him in a blanket, but fearing the consequences of contacting the authorities due to his immigration status, he chose not to report the death. Ricardo admitted feeling guilty for not arranging a proper burial, but insisted that he had not caused Michael's death. Michael's family, however, rejected Ricardo's claims, stating that he had never exhibited any signs of suicidal thoughts or mental distress. The prosecution also dismantled Ricardo's version of events, citing forensic evidence that ruled out suicide. The autopsy report had confirmed that Michael died from blunt force trauma to the chest, not from asphyxiation. The jury deliberated on December 9, 2013, weighing Ricardo's role in the crime. After several hours of discussion, they reached a verdict. Ricardo Pisano, now 37 years old, was found not guilty of murder but was convicted of manslaughter, grievous bodily harm, and preventing a lawful burial. 1 week later, on December 16, 2013, the court sentenced Ricardo to 18.5 years in prison. In his final remarks, the judge emphasized the disturbing nature of Ricardo's actions, describing Michael as a victim of sustained manipulation, financial exploitation, and ultimately violence. He condemned Ricardo's callous treatment of the man who had supported him, stating that leaving Michael's body to decay only added to the cruelty of his crime. The lead prosecutor in the case fully supported the sentence, echoing the judge's condemnation of Ricardo's actions. He emphasized that what made the crime particularly heinous was not just the financial and emotional exploitation of Michael, but the utter disregard Ricardo showed for him in death, leaving his body to decay in his own home, abandoned and forgotten. For Michael, Sister Mary, the verdict brought a sense of justice, but it could never be enough to compensate for the horror of what had happened. She described Ricardo as a despicable and ruthless individual, incapable of remorse, though relieved that he would spend years behind bars. She and her husband Sam felt a deep responsibility to speak out. They decided to share their experience publicly, hoping that their story might prevent others from falling into similar situations. Their message became a call to action, urging those in abusive relationships to seek help before it was too late. Mary emphasized the importance of speaking out, urging everyone not to suffer in silence and to seek support from loved ones. She believed that open conversations about abuse, regardless of the victim's age, gender, or circumstances, were essential for both protection and healing. If our testimony could help even one person escape a dangerous situation, she said, then sharing our pain is worth it. This case highlighted the complexities of relationships marked by power imbalances and emotional dependence, where manipulation can turn dangerous. While Michael and Ricardo's relationship may have initially seemed consensual, the evidence revealed how Ricardo systematically exploited Michael's loneliness and financial security. Michael's murder, though extreme, was a tragically predictable result of unchecked abuse, where greed and control led to a devastating loss of life. The investigation revealed that Michael had suffered previous physical abuse, warning signs that, in hindsight, should have prompted intervention. His death highlighted the urgent need for greater awareness and action in cases where vulnerable individuals, particularly the elderly, face exploitation. The loss of his long-term partner and ongoing health challenges had left Michael isolated, making him an easy target for someone like Ricardo, a manipulative opportunist indifferent to others' well-being. Michael's family hopes that by sharing his story, they can raise awareness, spark conversations, and inspire meaningful change. They emphasize that only through education, vigilance, and proactive measures can similar tragedies be prevented, ensuring that no one else falls victim to such betrayal and cruelty. Moving on to the next case. Today, we explore the case of a young girl who vanished during a routine walk under mysterious circumstances. What followed stunned everyone, filled with unexpected twists and chilling revelations. This incident went on to become one of the most baffling cases in American history. Ultimately, however, detectives were able to uncover the truth. Christy Lynn Mullins was born on August 28, 1960, in Columbus, Ohio. She grew up as one of 5 children in a large family, residing in a quiet neighborhood far from the city's commotion. In the summer of 1975, at age 14, Christy spent much of her time with friends and her sisters, enjoying the carefree days of adolescence. Their favorite hangout was the pool at a nearby residential complex, especially during the sweltering summer days. Occasionally, Christy also took on babysitting jobs for families she knew. On August 22nd, one of them asked her to watch their child until late in the evening. The following day, Christy woke around noon, contemplating how to spend her birthday, which was just 5 days away. She was eagerly looking forward to it, making the time feel like it was dragging. That day turned out to be particularly hot, with temperatures climbing to 93 degrees. Christy quickly decided that the pool would be the perfect place to cool off and enjoy herself. She brought along her younger sister, Kim, and together they headed to the residential complex. Kim dove straight into the pool, while Christy chose to relax on a deck chair. Shortly after, a friend came over, and after a brief conversation, Christy left with her. Kim was taken aback that her sister had left without a word, but she decided to stay behind at the pool. Later, when Kim eventually went home, Christy was nowhere to be found. As hours passed without any sign of Christy, Kim grew increasingly worried. She began searching the streets and soon encountered a neighbor, who mentioned that the police had discovered a girl's body a few miles away about an hour earlier, though they hadn't been able to identify her. Alarmed, Kim ran home to inform her parents, who immediately contacted the authorities to report their missing daughter. The family was instructed to go to the morgue, where officers revealed the body of the deceased girl. Initially, Christy's parents couldn't be certain it was her due to the extensive bruising on her face. But soon, her mother noticed a birthmark on the girl's leg and confirmed it was Christy. Once her identity was verified, the police explained to the stunned family the events leading up to her death. Earlier that day, around 2:30 p.m., a man had called 911 to report discovering a human body in the wooded area behind a shopping center. He had been there with his wife and son, who had wanted to pick up a toy for their daughter. Before entering the shopping center, however, their son had asked to take a short walk in the wooded area behind the building. There was a popular trail through the woods that led down to the river, and because the scenery was so beautiful, many people went there simply to enjoy a walk. His parents agreed, and together they followed the path deeper into the forest. On their way back, the family spotted something unusual just a few yards away from the trail. When they went closer, they saw a man crouched over someone, striking them repeatedly with a wooden object. As soon as the man noticed them, he stood up and ran off. The father rushed to the spot and found a young girl lying on the ground, covered in blood. His wife, who was training in medicine, attempted to check for a pulse but found none. The man quickly ran to a nearby shopping center and used a store phone to alert the police. Both he and his wife later gave investigators a description of the attacker. He was described as a tall, slim young man, about 20 years old, with long dark hair that reached his shoulders. He wore nothing but denim shorts and boots. Using this description, police produced a sketch of the suspect and circulated it among patrol units. The crime scene itself offered little to go on. Officers did recover the wooden object used in the attack, but nothing that could help identify the killer. The victim's hands had been bound with a telephone cord, and her bikini top had been pulled down. Her t-shirt and shoes were discovered nearby. However, forensic testing revealed no signs of sexual assault. Investigators believed the attacker might have intended to assault her, but was interrupted or frightened away before carrying it out. Even without solid leads, investigators quickly figured out where to direct their attention. Christie's younger sister mentioned that she had left the pool with her friend and a girl named Carol, so police went to speak with her. Carol explained that earlier that day, she had received a strange phone call at home. The caller introduced himself as a DJ from a local radio station and claimed there would be a cheerleading competition in town, with free state fair tickets as the prize. According to Carol, the man told her the event would take place behind the shopping center at 1:45 p.m. He instructed her to wait at the entrance of the forest trail, where someone would meet her and give further details. The police immediately found the story suspicious, and Carol's account included even more unusual details. She said she had originally planned to attend with her sister, but on the way they happened to meet Christie and her sister instead. After a short conversation, Carol invited Christie to join her, leaving their sisters behind as the two of them walked toward the shopping center. When they reached the entrance to the woods, they sat on a fence and waited, but nobody came. After a while, Carol told Christie she would run to the shopping center to check the time. She was gone only a few minutes, but when she came back, Christie had vanished. Carol lingered for a while, hoping someone would appear, but when no one did, she eventually went home. Investigators later confirmed that no cheerleading competition was scheduled anywhere in town. They suspected the mysterious caller might have been the killer trying to lure Carol into the woods, though it could just as easily have been a cruel prank unrelated to the crime. Unfortunately, the call could not be traced, leaving the caller's identity a mystery. Detectives also picked up on an inconsistency in Carol's account. She claimed she ran into Christie and her sister while walking to the shopping center, but Kim maintained that they had been at the pool when Carol approached them there. That wasn't the only odd detail. Later that evening, Christie's mother ran into Carol, who lived just a short distance from their house, and their conversation took a strange turn. Carol started apologizing, saying things were never meant to go so far. She told the woman that she had actually been the intended target and that two people were involved in Christie's murder. Stunned, Christie's mother pressed for more information, but Carol refused to elaborate and walked away. The mother immediately informed police, who questioned Carol again. This time, however, she denied ever making those statements and insisted that her original version of events was the truth. Later, Carol underwent another round of questioning, this time with a polygraph test. The examiner reported no signs of deception in her responses to the key questions. As a result, investigators turned their attention away from her and resumed the search for other leads. In the days that followed, word of the brutal crime spread quickly through the city, leaving residents shaken with fear. The situation grew even more alarming when police revealed their belief that the killer was likely a local resident. Knowing that the suspect was familiar with the trail behind the shopping center, detectives concentrated their efforts on finding him. Just 3 days after Christie's murder, their persistence paid off. At around 5 p.m., a patrol officer in downtown Columbus noticed a man who bore a striking resemblance to the composite sketch of Christie's attacker. He quickly alerted detectives, who rushed to the scene. The officers asked the man to accompany them to the station for some questions, and he agreed without resistance. His name was Jack Harmon, a 25-year-old, but almost immediately the police encountered a major challenge. Jack had a severe intellectual disability, with various tests placing his IQ at around 50. He was under the supervision of a specialized medical facility and lived in housing provided by a non-profit organization, where he also worked. Jack couldn't read or write and spoke with great difficulty. Still, detectives couldn't dismiss how closely he resembled the composite sketch. Questioning him proved extremely difficult, as Jack often gave only one-word answers, or no response at all. Detectives soon began questioning whether Jack was even fully capable of comprehending the questions being asked. The interrogation dragged on for 6 hours, but eventually, by breaking things down into very simple, concrete terms, they managed to get what they considered a confession. Jack explained that on the day of the murder, he had left his apartment and taken a bus to the shopping center to shop for a new pair of pants and a shirt. While walking through the parking lot, he spotted Christie sitting on the fence near the entrance to the wooded trail. He said he approached her, restrained her hands, and pulled her into the woods, where he assaulted her. When Christie tried to flee, Jack claimed he chased her down, grabbed a piece of wood from the ground, and struck her repeatedly on the head. Afterward, Jack said he ran to the main road in front of the shopping center and caught a bus. The following day, police brought him back to the forest, where he pointed out the exact location of the attack. He also described details that only the killer could have known, for example, that the wooden weapon had snapped in half when he struck Christie. Detectives later arranged a lineup that included Jack and asked the couple who had discovered Christie to identify the man they saw that day. Both immediately pointed to him. Jack was then charged with multiple crimes, including assault and murder. Although forensic specialists found no evidence of sexual assault, Jack admitted to it in his confession, and prosecutors chose not to dismiss that charge. Prosecutors initially pushed for the death penalty, but Jack's attorney, with Jack's approval, negotiated a deal. Jack would plead guilty before the judge in exchange for a life sentence rather than execution. With thousands of people closely following the case, the proceedings moved quickly. On September 3rd, just 11 days after Christie's murder, Jack was sentenced to life in prison. Yet, doubts about his guilt soon began to spread. As more details about Jack's confession and personal background surfaced in the media, people started questioning whether he was truly capable of such a crime. Those who knew him expressed disbelief. They described Jack as passive, timid, and easily led, never aggressive. In fact, they said he would tell any lie if pressured firmly enough. For instance, at a charity center, Jack once took the blame for a broken boiler even though someone else was responsible. This raised further doubts about his confession. Jack could hardly speak, yet police claimed he had described the crime in precise detail. People who knew him suspected that investigators had simply supplied him with the information he repeated back. All they had to do was ask leading questions that contained details of the case. For example, did you hit the victim with a piece of wood? If Jack said yes, it could be presented as a confession. A woman involved in his care later explained that Jack was so suggestible that under threat, he would admit to anything. Just hearing that he might face the electric chair would have been enough to make him comply with whatever detectives demanded. But that wasn't the only concern. Supporters of Jack's innocence discovered that police had taken him to the crime scene at the very same time as the witnesses, the married couple who later picked him out in a lineup. This meant they had already seen Jack beforehand and knew he was a suspect. Although police insisted the two groups never crossed paths, few believed that claim. Other details further fueled doubts about Jack's guilt. Investigators were unable to track down the bus driver, or even a single passenger, who could confirm seeing Jack on the ride he claimed to have taken back to the city center. But perhaps the most compelling evidence came from several people at the charity organization where Jack both lived and worked. Witnesses from the charity center said they saw Jack around 1:30 p.m. If that were true, it would have been impossible for him to take a bus to the shopping center on the city's outskirts and commit the murder by 1:50 p.m. The bus ride alone would have taken at least 40 minutes, even if he had left immediately after being spotted. These facts led many to believe not only that Jack was innocent, but that his confession had been coerced by investigators. Even Christie's parents began doubting whether he was truly the killer. On September 9th, just 6 days after the sentencing, about 70 people gathered outside City Hall to demand a full investigation into the case. A public committee was soon formed with the mission of pursuing justice. Through their efforts, Jack obtained a new lawyer who quickly petitioned for a case review. Several months later, a judge threw out Jack's confession and ordered a retrial. This meant the prosecution now had to prove his guilt almost entirely from scratch, a task that seemed nearly impossible. While preparations for the new trial were underway, Christie's father, Norman Mills, launched his own investigation. From the very start, Norman distrusted the detectives, believing they weren't doing enough to catch his daughter's real killer. Refusing to rely solely on the police, he began searching for answers himself. Not long after the murder, he and some neighbors combed through the woods, where they discovered a pair of jean shorts and blood-stained men's underwear. These items were turned over to the police, who had initially missed them during their investigation. It was never confirmed whether the clothing found in the woods was connected to the crime, or even tested. Jack's new trial didn't begin until 1977, 2 years after Christie's death. The defense had two primary goals: to prove Jack's innocence and to point toward the real killer. In fact, They already had a strong candidate in mind, someone they believed was the most likely perpetrator. That person was Henry Newell, the very man who, along with his wife, had discovered Christie's body. At the time of the murder, Henry was 25 years old. By the time the retrial began, Jack's defense team had compiled a substantial list of reasons to suspect Henry's involvement, a list that continued to grow as the proceedings went on. One of the first red flags was Henry's criminal history. From his teenage years onward, Henry had been arrested numerous times for different crimes and had already served 3 prison terms. He even managed to escape custody twice before being recaptured. By the time of Jack's retrial, Henry was serving his 4th sentence, this time for setting his own house on fire in an attempt to collect insurance money. When Jack's lawyers reviewed the evidence in Christie's case, they found several troubling inconsistencies in Henry's testimony. Henry claimed that when he discovered Christie's body, he ran to her and picked up a blood-stained piece of wood, which he then tossed aside. He later explained the act by saying he had been in shock, but the behavior still seemed highly suspicious. Why would someone pick up the murder weapon and move it for no clear reason? Henry also stated that he thought Christie was still alive, so he removed his shirt and pressed it against her face. This raised further suspicion. Was Henry truly trying to stop Christie's bleeding, or was his shirt already bloodied during the murder and he needed an excuse for it? Jack's lawyers also tracked down a mall employee who saw Henry when he ran inside to call the police. She recalled that he wasn't wearing a shirt at the time, only jean shorts. Yet when officers arrived, he had changed into different pants. The same employee also noticed that Henry had a fresh bruise on his face, as though he'd recently been struck. When asked why she hadn't reported this earlier, she explained that no one had questioned her about it, though the police themselves should have spotted the bruise. Strangely, they never addressed it. Henry had also agreed to a polygraph test back then, but during the procedure he vomited on the machine, and the police never rescheduled another one. Another piece of testimony came from Henry's neighbor. He recalled speaking with Henry on the night of the murder and noticing numerous fresh scratches on his hands. The neighbor also remembered seeing a telephone cord in Henry's garage that closely resembled the one used to bind Christie's wrists. But his most disturbing statement was about something Henry had once told him. According to the neighbor, Henry claimed to know Carol, Christie's 14-year-old friend, and even said that the two of them had gone swimming naked together. Since Henry was 25 at the time, the story shocked everyone connected to the case. Although there was no way to verify whether this incident actually happened, it strongly suggested that Henry knew Carol, who herself was directly linked to the events surrounding the crime. Henry's wife, Pam, also testified during the trial. She repeated the same account they had given police on the very first day. Their son wanted to go for a walk, so they headed toward the mall, wandered into the woods, and discovered Christie's body. Pam added that before this, Henry had been at home the entire time, leaving only briefly to chase away neighborhood kids who were tossing firecrackers into their yard. Carol was also called to the stand. She testified that she had never met Henry and was questioned again about her strange remark to Christie's mother, that things were never meant to go so far. But once more, Carol denied ever making such a statement, claiming she didn't remember saying anything of the sort. Finally, Henry himself was brought into court from prison. He repeated his original story without changing a detail and firmly maintained that he had no involvement in the murder. One of the most pivotal moments of the trial came when the full recording of Jack's interrogation was played in court. Watching it, it became clear to nearly everyone that Jack had been pressured into agreeing with the detective's version of events. He spoke very little, seemed confused, and clearly didn't grasp what the police were trying to get him to say. Yet even this revelation wasn't the most dramatic turn of the trial. On the 5th day, an unexpected witness took the stand, someone neither the prosecution nor the defense had planned for. It was Bobby, Henry's stepson, and his testimony stunned the courtroom. He stated that while it was true Henry had gone outside that day to deal with kids throwing firecrackers, he hadn't been gone for just a few minutes, as Pam had insisted. Instead, Henry had been away for a much longer stretch of time. According to Bobby, Henry was gone for more than half an hour, and when he finally returned, his shirt and sandals were missing and fresh scratches marked his arms and face. Henry then called Pam into another room for a private conversation. When they came out, the couple told Bobby they were all going to the shopping center. Once there, however, his parents led him straight to the trail behind the mall. Bobby testified that he never asked to go for a walk, contrary to what his parents had claimed earlier. As they entered the woods, they quickly came across Henry's sandals, one of them torn, lying on the ground. Soon after, they discovered Christie's body. Bobby said his mother immediately warned him never to tell anyone what he had seen. He explained that he only chose to speak out years later after talking with his biological father, who urged him to finally do the right thing. Henry's grandmother also testified, recalling a disturbing incident. She explained that after attending Christie's farewell ceremony with Henry and Pam, she commented on what a terrible tragedy it was. To her surprise, Henry suddenly responded, "It will teach her to keep her mouth shut." Another witness, a close friend of Henry's, stated that Henry had once admitted to killing Christie. According to him, Henry insisted the act wasn't premeditated, but happened by accident. By the end of the trial, it was clear that Jack had no connection to the murder, and all charges against him were dismissed. The most shocking twist, however, was that despite the significant evidence pointing toward Henry, the prosecutor declared he had no plans to pursue charges against him. He also insisted that the original investigation had been handled as thoroughly as possible. Yet, at the same time, the prosecutor admitted that police had either overlooked or outright ignored a large amount of evidence and clues from the very beginning. His statement triggered widespread public outrage, which grew so intense that just 2 days later he was forced to reverse course and announce that Christie's case would be reopened. The problem, however, was significant. Investigators were still leaning heavily on the original findings, including the testimonies given by Henry and Pam. In other words, they continued to operate on the belief that the couple had discovered Christie's body in the woods with a long-haired, shirtless man standing over her. Because of this, detectives declared that their focus would remain on finding new suspects resembling Jack. Naturally, this approach led nowhere. The investigation dragged on for months before eventually going cold. Still determined to uncover the truth, Christie's father refused to give up. At one point, he even filed a civil lawsuit against Jack, but his reasons weren't as straightforward as they appeared. He didn't actually believe Jack was the murderer. Instead, the lawsuit would have given him access to the official case files, allowing him to gather all available information himself. Sadly, this effort also came to nothing. In 2006, Christie's father passed away from cancer, never having seen justice served. For years, the case remained stagnant, until 2013, when former attorney John Lawler took an interest in it. Determined to dig deeper, he began his own investigation, reaching out to everyone connected to the case in hopes of uncovering new leads. Christie's relatives gave him a box filled with all the notes and records her father had collected before his death. Lawler carefully reviewed everything and interviewed dozens of people. The more he uncovered, the clearer it became to him that Henry was the true culprit behind Christie's murder. During his inquiry, he discovered that Christie's friend Carol had been smoking marijuana at the time. Looking further into it, he learned that, like some other local teenagers, she may have been buying it from Henry. This detail created yet another connection between Henry and Carol, and possibly explained why Christie ended up in the forest that day. Lawler theorized that the story about meeting a DJ was fabricated, and in reality, Carol had arranged to meet Henry there to purchase drugs. Maybe Carol brought Christie along under a different excuse, perhaps repeating the story about the DJ and the cheerleading competition. But there's also a much darker theory, that Carol may have lured Christie there at Henry's request, and he intended to assault her. When Christie resisted, as suggested by the scratches and bruises found on his body, Henry killed her. Further digging into Henry's past revealed that by then he had committed even more crimes, including arson, domestic abuse, and assault. There was also another deeply suspicious incident tied to him, though he was never prosecuted for it: the death of his wife, Pam. In 1982, after filing for divorce, she was found dead just a month later in the same apartment she still shared with Henry. The official cause of Pam's death was listed as a sleeping pill overdose, with a note suggesting she had taken her own life. But her family never accepted this explanation, believing Henry had tampered with the medication. The most suspicious detail was that no pill bottle was ever found in the apartment, something Pam could not possibly have hidden or disposed of after ingesting such a large amount. In 2013, the same year attorney Osler revisited Christie's case, Henry himself died of cancer at age 63. Still, Osler pressed forward with his work, eventually publishing a book that compiled every piece of information available about the murder. The book's release reignited public interest, and Christie's family, along with supporters, began pushing for the investigation to be reopened. Several of Henry's relatives eventually contacted Oliver, admitting that their entire family had long believed Henry was the one who killed Christie, but had chosen to remain silent. One relative recalled that shortly before her 16th birthday, Henry gifted her a car and took her for a drive. During the ride, he asked her to pull over, then looked at her and confessed that he had murdered Christie. He described the crime in detail, leaving her stunned. At the time, she dismissed his words, assuming he was drunk and fabricating the story after heavy drinking. But years later, when she read Oliver's book, everything began to make sense. These revelations ultimately contributed to the reopening of Christie's murder case in May 2014. For months, detectives carefully re-examined all the evidence, re-interviewed numerous witnesses, and revisited old leads. In his confession to a relative, Henry had admitted to assaulting Christie. While medical experts at the time found no proof of this, advances in technology allowed investigators to retest Christie's clothing. They discovered traces of semen, but the sample was too small for DNA analysis. The investigation carried on until late 2015, when detectives held a press conference. 40 years after the murder, they publicly confirmed that they were certain Henry was responsible. But since he had already passed away, the case could not proceed to trial. It was officially declared solved, and the investigation was closed. Still, without Henry's direct confession, investigators could never be completely certain of every detail of what took place. Investigators developed a strong theory about what likely happened. When Henry left home that day, he probably went to the trail behind the shopping center. It's possible that Carol had arranged to meet him there to buy marijuana, though that part could never be proven. Once at the trail, Henry came across Christie alone and decided to attack her. He tied her hands with a phone cord and led her deeper into the woods, where she resisted. Christie fought back, scratching him and striking his face, but Henry likely knocked her down and killed her using a piece of wood he found nearby. Afterward, he returned home, told his wife what had happened, and together they came up with a plan to protect him from facing justice. Notably, Carol never revealed the truth, even after all these years. It's possible that Carol was involved to some degree, though it seems unlikely she'll ever come forward with the truth. At the press conference, police publicly apologized to Christie's family for the careless way the original investigation was handled. From the very beginning, there had been enough evidence to charge Henry with the crime, but the investigators either overlooked it or chose to disregard it. Moving on to the next case. It was around 3:30 a.m. when Shauna returned home after a long shift at work. The streets were silent, and everything appeared normal. As she pulled into her garage and stepped inside, likely looking forward to rest, someone was already there, lurking in the shadows. Moments later, a horrific event unfolded. By sunrise, her home was swarming with police, and the discoveries made during the investigation shocked everyone. Shauna was born on March 13, 1966, in Salt Lake City, Utah, amidst snow-capped mountains and the traditions of a deeply rooted Mormon community. She was one of 7 siblings and stood out from a young age for her creativity, often losing herself in books or sketching intricate floral designs. School was more than academics for her. Her vibrant spirit and magnetic charm made her unforgettable. She became a cheerleader and was known for her wide circle of friends. During her teenage years, her family relocated eastward, first to Pennsylvania, then to North Carolina, each move shaping her resilience and fueling her dream of creating a life entirely her own. That dream began to take shape in 1994, when at 28, Shauna made a bold move. She left behind the familiar and ventured west to Las Vegas, Nevada, a city alive with energy and endless opportunities for reinvention. The city of lights and luck embraced Shauna amidst its dazzling chaos. She started her new life working in a luxury department store, where her natural charm and warmth shone in every customer interaction. Later, she transitioned into the hospitality industry, first waiting tables at the Fiesta Hotel, and eventually securing a coveted position at the prestigious Palms Casino Resort. Amid the glamour and high-stakes clientele, Shauna flourished. Her colleagues became like family, and her work provided both fulfillment and financial stability. She had a radiant presence, blonde hair, an elegant sense of style, and a poised figure that naturally drew attention. Yet it wasn't her appearance that captivated people. It was her effortless kindness, infectious laughter, and the genuine way she connected with others. Friends remembered her as energetic, optimistic, and devoted, someone who could find a sense of magic in even the simplest everyday moments. In 2002, Shauna's life took a new turn when she met George TFA. Tall, athletic, and confident, he made a strong first impression. His background was impressive: a former high school football standout and prom king, a West Point graduate, and later a U.S. Army engineer turned firefighter. Beyond his accomplishments, he possessed a magnetic presence and a compassionate heart. George was known for helping others, including supporting his mother, who cared for his disabled sister. From the start, Shauna and George shared an immediate and intense connection. Friends and family admired how effortlessly they fit together. Two driven, charismatic individuals seemingly destined for one another. Their bond deepened with the birth of their daughter, Madison. Motherhood became Shauna's world. She doted on her daughter, spending hours singing, laughing, and creating timeless memories. On March 16, 2006, Shauna and George celebrated their love with a beachside wedding in Hawaii. Surrounded by ocean waves and warm breezes, the ceremony felt like a fairy tale. Yet beneath the beauty, challenges were quietly emerging. 2 years into their marriage, tensions began to surface. The 2008 housing market crash hit George hard, sending financial stress rippling through their relationship. Shauna's love of spending clashed with George's instinct to save. Small disagreements escalated into frequent, intense arguments. George's frustration gradually morphed into something darker. He grew possessive, critical, and cold, often delivering cutting remarks in front of Madison. Compounding the strain was George's growing connection with Noel Stevens, a homeless man he had brought into their lives to assist with yard work. George had always felt compassion for the downtrodden, but Shauna never trusted Stevens. His constant presence unnerved her, widening the emotional rift in their home. Over the months, tension between Shauna and George intensified, and the bond that had once held them together finally began to fracture. After nearly a decade together, Shauna made the difficult choice to leave the relationship. Taking their daughter Madison with her, she relocated to a quiet suburban community just outside Las Vegas, seeking space and distance to gain clarity. Though she had stepped away, divorce was not yet on the table. Her heart still held fragments of hope. Perhaps with time and counseling, they could reconcile. Both Shauna and George agreed to give marriage counseling a try. It was a final effort to salvage what was left of their marriage. While the counseling sessions offered moments of reflection, they couldn't bridge the emotional gap. Shauna and George continued to live apart, and the longer the separation lasted, the harder it became to envision reconciliation. By September 2012, Shauna's optimism had dimmed, and the future she once imagined felt increasingly out of reach. Then something unexpected shattered whatever sense of security remained. One evening, Shauna returned home from work to find her house ransacked. Drawers had been rifled through, belongings scattered, and key personal items missing: an engagement ring, underwear, a bikini, and a black dress. Even more bizarre, the intruder had left a small, folded pair of boxers on the washing machine and helped themselves to vodka from the fridge. The intrusion left Shauna shaken to her core. This didn't feel like a random burglary. It felt deeply personal. Though unsettled, she tried to push forward, focusing on work and caring for Madison. Yet the sense of unease never fully lifted. In the early hours of September 29, 2012, Shauna finished her casino shift, clocking out precisely at 3:01 a.m. She exited through the employee door and slipped into her car for the familiar 30-minute drive home. A route she had taken countless times before, but this one would be her last. Around 3:30 a.m., Shauna arrived, pulled into her garage, and entered through the interior door. As Shauna made her way toward the staircase, she never noticed the attacker lurking in the shadows. A sudden, violent strike to the head with a hammer sent her crashing to the floor. The assault was merciless and silent. Despite Shauna's frantic pleas, sobbing, confused, desperate, her attacker offered no response. Blow after blow rained down until her body went still. The killer then fled through the same garage door Shauna had entered, taking the hammer with him. Hours later, just after 9 a.m., George finished his shift at the fire station. Following their shared custody arrangement, he went to pick up Madison from his mother's house, unaware of the horror that had unfolded in Shauna's home. George made his way to Shauna's home to collect some of Madison's belongings. Immediately, something felt off. The garage door was wide open. Shauna had always been meticulous. She never left the garage open overnight. That small detail sent a jolt of dread through him as he stepped inside. Inside, chaos reigned. Signs of a struggle were everywhere. Then he saw her, Shauna, lying motionless on the floor, blood pooling around her. George dialed 911, reporting that he had found his wife unresponsive. His voice carried an unsettling calm at times, though moments of hesitation betrayed the shock and disbelief he felt. Amid the chaos, he also mentioned Madison, asking if he could take their daughter to his mother's house for safety. When first responders arrived, they were met with a scene of sheer horror. Shauna lay motionless on the floor, drenched in blood, while the house bore signs of a violent struggle. The ferocity of the attack left investigators stunned. Initial impressions suggested a gunshot wound, but closer examination revealed a different reality. Shauna had been struck repeatedly with a blunt instrument, each blow brutal and unrelenting. Her hands bore bruises and lacerations from defending herself, evidence of her desperate fight in those final moments. Her courage was undeniable. Detectives immediately focused on George, following standard protocol that scrutinizes those closest to the victim. However, George had a solid alibi. He had been on a full 24-hour shift at the fire station, confirmed by both colleagues and supervisors, removing him from suspicion. With George ruled out, investigators widened their scope. Shauna's murder sent shockwaves through her network of friends and co-workers, many of whom worked late shifts at the Palms Casino Resort. The sheer randomness and brutality of the attack, coupled with the earlier break-in, left everyone feeling vulnerable. Whispers spread. Had someone been watching them too? Was this a random act of violence, or something far more personal? Detectives revisited the break-in from just 3 weeks earlier. That intrusion had left Shauna shaken. Several personal items were taken: underwear, a bikini, her engagement ring, but the most unsettling detail was what had been left behind: a small, neatly folded pair of men's boxers on the washing machine. It wasn't typical burglary behavior, and now, in light of the murder, that eerie detail seemed almost like a sinister warning. Investigators finally got a crucial lead when neighbors reported hearing loud, rhythmic thuds between 3:30 and 4 a.m. on the morning of Shauna's murder. The timing aligned almost perfectly with her arrival home, indicating she was likely attacked within minutes of stepping inside. Shortly afterward, more evidence emerged near a trail by the Willowbrook Apartments, roughly half a mile from her home. Shauna's personal belongings, her cell phone, health card, and makeup, were found discarded there, suggesting the killer had fled on foot in that direction. Attention soon turned to a man well known in the Las Vegas community: William "Big Will" Penix, a handyman who also mentored recently released inmates. One of those men, nicknamed Hart, made a chilling confession in an unsettlingly casual tone. He admitted to attacking a woman with a hammer, providing authorities with a terrifying connection to Shauna's case. Hart even recounted with a disturbing grin how the hammer had eventually broken from the force of the blows. At first, William "Big Will" Penix wasn't sure what to make of the confession, but when news coverage of Shauna's murder aired, the pieces fell into place. The details matched perfectly. He immediately contacted the authorities. Penix explained that Hart often hung around a local Albertsons, scavenging and selling drugs near a Chevron gas station across the street. Officers quickly located him there, and during the arrest, Hart was found in possession of narcotics. He revealed his real identity: Noel Stevens. Stevens wasn't new to law enforcement. He had a history of petty theft, drug offenses, and squatting. But now, he faced something far more serious: suspicion in a brutal murder. During interrogation, Stevens denied killing Shauna, though he admitted to living in a tent on a remote hill roughly 8 miles from the Las Vegas Strip. Police feared Stevens might have hidden evidence at his remote camp, so they deployed helicopters to scan the area and conducted a thorough search of the tent. Their efforts quickly paid off. Inside, investigators found a pair of pants soaked in blood. Forensic analysis confirmed the worst: the blood belonged to Shauna. The walls of the case were closing in fast, but one critical question remained: why her? The answer came from examining digital records. Phone data revealed a shocking connection. Stevens had been in frequent contact with George, Shauna's estranged husband and father of her child. Their relationship ran far deeper and darker than anyone had suspected. George had hired Stevens for odd jobs around the house, but investigators alleged he had also manipulated Stevens, preying on his vulnerabilities and desperation to orchestrate the deadly attack. For just $600, George set a deadly plan in motion, orchestrating the murder of his wife. From the outset, Shauna's sister, Paula, had harbored deep suspicions. Despite George's seemingly airtight alibi, she refused to believe he was innocent. She flew to Las Vegas to support the investigation, convinced that something far more sinister had occurred behind closed doors, and her intuition proved terrifyingly accurate. Police combing Stevens' campsite uncovered damning evidence. Clothing stolen during Shauna's earlier break-in, and a vodka bottle bearing Stevens' DNA. The bottle matched the one taken during the prior burglary. Nearby, investigators found a cardboard packaging tag corresponding to a hammer, one of the weapons used in the attack. Surveillance footage soon sealed the link. George and Stevens had been spotted together at a hardware store, casually purchasing a hammer, gloves, and a knife. What had initially appeared to be a random act of violence now reeked of cold-blooded premeditation. Confronted with overwhelming evidence, Stevens confessed. He revealed that George had paid him $600 upfront, promising thousands more upon completion of the murder. Over several weeks, the two meticulously plotted every detail. Phone records corroborated Stevens' statement. 87 calls between them in September 2012, 5 of which occurred the night before the killing. Stevens explained that George provided keys to Shauna's home and even suggested he dress in black and scope the house ahead of time on September 29th. On the night of the attack, Stevens hid in a closet, waiting for Shauna to ascend the stairs. Emerging from the shadows in a ski mask, he struck her with a hammer. When the handle broke, he used the steel head to finish the assault. Afterward, Stevens vanished into the night. He later led investigators to the burial site where he had discarded the murder weapon, still stained with Shauna's blood. On October 8th, detectives visited George's family to inform them that he had become a primary suspect. The revelation shocked his mother and sister, who struggled to believe he could commit such a crime. Under mounting pressure, George reacted dramatically. Learning the police were closing in, he drove recklessly through Las Vegas and crashed his car into a concrete barrier. Investigators noted there were no skid marks or signs of braking, leading them to suspect a suicide attempt. He survived, thanks in part to his seatbelt, and was immediately taken into custody at the hospital. Both George and Noelle Stevens were charged with murder. Stevens pleaded guilty and testified against George in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, receiving a sentence of 42 years to life. George's trial began in August 2015, with Noelle Stevens serving as the prosecution's key witness. Despite his troubled past, including drug use and ongoing mental health struggles, Stevens described a deeply manipulative relationship with George. According to Stevens, George constantly vented about Shauna, frustrated with her spending habits and bitter over the breakdown of their marriage. When George first suggested eliminating Shauna, Stevens laughed it off. But when the reward was raised to $5,000, he agreed, though he ultimately only received the original $600. Stevens later pawned Shauna's engagement ring, stolen during the earlier break-in. He also revealed that George insisted on using a hammer with a fiberglass handle, fearing a wooden one might break. Ironically, the fiberglass hammer had been seized by police in an unrelated case, forcing Stevens to use a wooden hammer, which did indeed snap during the assault. At trial, the defense sought to undermine Stevens' credibility, highlighting his troubled past, addictions, and even his claims of hearing voices, portraying him as unreliable. They insisted the tools purchased were merely for home repairs and nothing more. But Stevens' testimony was far from the only evidence implicating George. Surveillance footage, phone records, Shauna's blood found on Stevens' belongings, and a timeline that matched the murder all painted a cohesive picture. Piece by piece, the evidence revealed a calculated, premeditated crime. The prosecution depicted George as a man obsessed with control, unable to cope with financial hardship, a failing marriage, or the loss of authority over Shauna. Witnesses recounted how a once disciplined, respected man had become dangerously manipulative. Despite character testimony from family members asserting he was hardworking and principled, the overwhelming evidence painted a far darker reality. In 2015, George was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 32 to 81 years for related charges. He later appealed, claiming his actions were influenced by a mix of medications, including Adderall, estrogen blockers, and painkillers prescribed after a workplace injury. In a handwritten statement, George asserted that the drugs had impaired his judgment. He also argued that his defense attorney had failed him by neglecting his mental health history and not requesting a psychiatric evaluation. The appeal was denied, and the conviction remained intact. Amid the legal battles, the deepest loss belonged to Madison, Shauna's daughter, who had witnessed the fallout of her mother's murder. She now lives with Shauna's mother, safe from the man who sought to destroy their lives. Out of this unimaginable tragedy, Shauna's family worked to build a life of stability and love, creating a space of resilience and care for Madison. Justice for Shauna became more than a verdict, it evolved into a mission. Her story has been used to raise awareness about domestic abuse, manipulation, and the warning signs that can precede violence. It stands as a cautionary tale of love twisted into something deadly, trust weaponized, and a justice system that, despite its flaws, ultimately delivered accountability. Through it all, Shauna's memory endures. A woman who lived with warmth, laughter, and generosity, whose life, though tragically cut short, continues to inspire vigilance, compassion, and the fight for justice. Moving on to the next case. A young girl left the gym and began the short walk home, just a few hundred yards away, but she never arrived. Her sudden disappearance triggered a large-scale police search. With time, the case grew into one of the most infamous in modern Italian history, shocking millions across the country. Few could have imagined that its twists and revelations would resemble the plot of a crime thriller, or that such a tragedy could unfold in reality. Yara Brazil was born on May 21, 1997, in the small Italian town of Bombata. This quiet community, located near Milan with a population of just over 7,000, was known for its calm atmosphere, historic architecture, and scenic surroundings. Yara's family had deep roots there. She grew up with devoted parents, an older sister, and 2 younger brothers. Yara cherished her hometown. She attended the local school, had many friends, and was deeply involved in gymnastics. Just a short distance from her house stood a large sports center where she spent much of her time. On November 26, 2010, at the age of 13, she planned a quick visit there to return a stereo to her coach. At around 5:15 p.m., she told her parents goodbye and left, assuring them she would be back within an hour. Given the town's reputation for safety and the gym's close proximity, her parents had no hesitation in letting her go alone. But as the evening went on and Yara still hadn't returned, their sense of ease quickly turned into worry. By 7 p.m., Yara still hadn't returned, which was very unlike her. At 7:11, her mother tried calling, but the phone went straight to voicemail. Alarmed, her parents quickly reached out to the police. The case was soon passed on to a larger police department in a nearby city about 7 miles away, where an experienced detective, Letizia Ruggieri, was assigned to lead the investigation. She wasted no time, dispatching officers to the town and enlisting the help of the military police. After speaking with Yara's parents, investigators headed to the gym to retrace her steps. Yara's coach confirmed that she had stopped by around 5:30 p.m. Friends also recalled seeing her there, chatting, doing some light exercises, and then leaving for home. Investigators discovered that at 6:44 p.m., Yara had sent a text message to a friend, the last known sign of her. This led them to conclude that she vanished somewhere along the short route between the sports complex and her home. Search teams were organized, with some patrolling the streets while others looked for witnesses and checked CCTV footage for clues. A few people near the sports center that evening reported seeing a girl resembling Yara talking to 2 men beside a red car, though police were unable to confirm whether it was truly her. Officers thoroughly searched the sports complex but found no trace of Yara. At the same time, both local and military police expanded their efforts across the town, combing the streets, nearby fields, and even the riverbanks that ran through the area. Firefighters and volunteers soon joined the search effort, yet Yara remained missing. Detective Ruggieri then brought in K-9 units. The dogs picked up her scent from personal items, but instead of tracing a path from the sports center toward her home, they led investigators in the opposite direction, toward a nearby town called Azzano. Police also requested data from Yara's cell phone. Records revealed that at 6:49 p.m., just 5 minutes after she had texted her friend, her phone had connected to a tower in Azzano. Given the distance from the sports center, it was clear she couldn't have reached the area on foot in such a short time. meaning she must have been taken there by vehicle. At this stage, Yara's trail went cold, and investigators focused on two main theories. The first, and far more likely, was that she had been kidnapped. The second was the possibility that she had run away, though this seemed doubtful. In her last text, she had made plans to meet a friend the following day, making it hard to believe she would suddenly decide to disappear just minutes later. Still, detectives thoroughly interviewed Yara's relatives and friends, but found no signs of family problems or personal issues. Taking the investigation further, they placed wiretaps on the phones of her family members as well as dozens of other people. Detective Ruggieri then made a bold move. She requested cell phone location data for every device that had connected to towers in Azzano on the night Yara vanished. If she had indeed been kidnapped, the abductor's phone would almost certainly show up in that data. Identifying the abductor, however, proved to be an enormous challenge. Investigators obtained data on roughly 15,000 phones that had been in the area that evening. They began scrutinizing each one, with a special unit assigned to monitor thousands of numbers flagged as suspicious for various reasons. At the same time, the search for Yara pressed on, though day after day passed without any breakthroughs. Detective Ruggieri started to lose faith in this approach, clinging to the hope that somewhere among those phone records lay the kidnapper's number. Within just a few days, officers had already listened to thousands of hours of calls, yet none provided any leads about Yara. That was the case until late November, when one officer suddenly came across a chillingly suspicious remark. During one monitored call, a man was heard saying, "Forgive me, Lord, I didn't kill her." Investigators quickly traced the voice to Mohammed Fikri, a Moroccan construction worker living in the same town where Yara's phone had last connected to a signal. Police tried to track him down, but ran into a major obstacle. The phone surveillance team was working with a several-day delay, since it was impossible to process such a massive volume of calls in real time. By the time Fikri's statement was flagged, 3 days had already passed, and he was aboard a ship bound for Morocco. The situation seemed highly suspicious, prompting Italian authorities to intercept the vessel. Fikri was detained, arrested, and brought back to Italy. At the same time, investigators uncovered another alarming clue. His car contained a mattress in the trunk with visible bloodstains. The mattress was immediately sent to the lab for testing, but what the results revealed would turn the case in an entirely unexpected direction. The blood on the mattress turned out not to be Yara's, and in fact, it wasn't even human. A closer review of the phone recording revealed that Fikri had actually said something entirely different in his native language, and the officer had mistranslated the second half of the phrase. After further investigation, police confirmed that Fikri had no connection to Yara's disappearance, forcing them to release him. By this time, Yara's case had become one of the most talked-about stories in Italy, dominating national headlines. Millions closely followed the search, clinging to the hope that she would be found alive. When news of Fikri's arrest broke, many believed the kidnapper had finally been caught. The revelation of his innocence, however, left the public stunned and deeply disappointed. It meant the investigators were back to square one with no other leads to help them find Yara. The police continued to monitor phone conversations, search for other evidence, and do everything they could, but nothing seemed to lead anywhere. This continued for exactly 3 months until February 26, 2011. On that day, a man from a small town 6 miles from Yara's home went to one of the many nearby fields to fly his remote-controlled airplane. But the airplane had some issues, and he had to land it in a spot with tall, thick grass to prevent it from crashing into the ground. When he went to retrieve it, he noticed a pile of rags. At first, he didn't think much of it, but then he saw boots sticking out from under the pile and decided to call the police. Officers found a human body under the rags, but the level of decomposition made it almost impossible to visually identify the victim. However, when the two arrived at the scene, she immediately knew it was Yara. She was wearing the same clothes she had on when she went to the sports complex 3 months earlier, near the body. They also found her iPad, house keys, SIM card, and the removable battery from her cell phone, but the phone itself was nowhere to be found. Italy's most renowned forensic pathologist was brought in to examine the remains and concluded that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She also found no signs of assault, but the fact that some of her clothing was removed led investigators to suggest that this was the motive. Experts also found fibers on the body that were commonly used in a specific type of fabric. This suggested that the killer might work in a related manufacturing facility somewhere in the area. Additionally, they found 2 foreign DNA samples, one on the victim's gloves and another on the battery over smartphone. However, there were several issues. The samples were quite small, making it difficult to extract a full profile. There were also no matches in the various databases, so the investigators found themselves at another dead end. But 2 months later, Letizia received an unexpected call. Experts from the lab reported that upon further investigation of the victim's belongings, they had discovered biological material on her underwear. And the analysis yielded a full DNA profile of an unknown man with the killer's DNA in hand. Letizia divided the officers into different teams and assigned them specific tasks. Some were responsible for collecting DNA samples from all of Yoda's relatives, acquaintances, and everyone at the sports complex. Others focused on analyzing cell phone location data, compiling a list of numbers belonging to people who traveled from Yara's town to Pello that evening, and then collecting their DNA samples. Given the scale of these tests, she had to wait weeks for results which were slow in coming. Even with 3 laboratories across Italy working on the DNA samples, the process could take years. In the following months, the police collected thousands of DNA samples, but none matched the killer's profile. Meanwhile, Letizia kept thinking how to get new leads, and soon she had an idea not far from the field where Yara's body was found. There was a nightclub. Letizia knew that killers often leave their victims' bodies in familiar areas, and this club had a reputation for being a hotspot for people with criminal records and other shady individuals. So she decided to try this theory and collect DNA samples from all the visitors of that nightclub. Letizia assigned several officers to stand guard at the nightclub on Fridays and Saturdays, collecting DNA samples from everyone entering. Since all club goers had membership cards, investigators could access information on everyone who had visited the club in the past. Although Letizia knew the chances of success were slim, she wanted to try everything in her power. Due to the lack of other leads, and soon she receives a call from the lab. DNA from one of the visitors matched the killer's profile. The man's name was Damiano, but there was a problem. The match was only partial, and Damiano was quickly cleared as a suspect, since he was on another continent at the time of Yara's disappearance. But still, this was a significant breakthrough. Experts assume that since his DNA only partially matched the killer's profile, Damiano must be related to the actual perpetrator. Letizia and her team began investigating Damiano's family to identify the most likely suspect. Since this was before genetic genealogy became common in criminal investigations, this method was new and extremely challenging. They soon made a surprising discovery. Damiano's mother had worked as a housekeeper for Yara's family for 10 years, but left the job a few years ago when she found out that someone from her family might be the killer. The woman was deeply shocked. Despite this revelation, the search for the suspect dragged on for many months. Letizia eventually concluded that none of Damiano's immediate relatives were Yara's murderer, which meant they would need to investigate hundreds, if not thousands of distant relatives. As months passed without progress, the media began accusing Letizia and her team of incompetence and reluctance to work on the case. Several politicians joined in trying to have the detective removed, but they were unsuccessful. Despite the heavy pressure, Letizia continued to do everything in her power to identify the killer. She and her team examined various family trees and archival records dating back to 1716. They had to review thousands of individuals repeatedly hitting dead ends. This continued until September 2011, when investigators finally made a breakthrough. One family tree led them to a man named Giuseppe, who was already deceased. However, his widow had preserved some postmarks with his saliva, and experts managed to extract a DNA profile. The results showed that Giuseppe was very likely the father or grandfather of the killer, whose DNA was found on the victim's underwear. Giuseppe had 2 sons, and investigators obtained their DNA samples, but they faced another unexpected disappointment. Although the results showed a close match, neither of the sons was the killer. This left Letizia stumped. The killer had to be closely related to this family, but none of the male members showed a complete match. The only remaining possibility was that Giuseppe might have had a child with another woman, a child his family knew nothing about. Detectives focused on this lead, but uncovering such sensitive information proved extremely difficult. They interviewed thousands of people who might have known or seen Giuseppe during his lifetime. Nearly a year later, they got an intriguing clue. Since the 1960s, Giuseppe had been visiting a spa complex in a small town near Milan without his wife. He stayed there for 2 weeks, every day, and never brought his family along. The teacher requested records of all visitors to the spa complex during those years. To her surprise, these documents were still available, and investigators began examining them. They compiled a list of all the women who stayed at the spa during the same time as Giuseppe. This process stretched over a year, but the teacher still couldn't get any closer to identifying Giuseppe's possible lover. Meanwhile, the media caught wind of what they were doing, and the theory about a secret child sparked widespread interest across Italy. Journalists eager to capitalize on this attention began their own searches for children born from extramarital affairs. To their surprise, they uncovered many such stories. In one small village, for example, they found 5 such children. This continued until 2014, when investigators finally made some progress. With the widespread attention on the case and the search for Giuseppe's possible lover, the police received numerous tips, but all of them led to dead ends. But in the summer of that year, they received a tip suggesting that Giuseppe might have had an affair with a woman named Esther Art Sophie. Reviewing their records, investigators suddenly discovered that they had already collected a DNA sample from Esther 2 years earlier. However, the results showed she was not related to the killer. Still, Letizia decided to request a new analysis, and the results were shocking. It turned out that the initial expert had mistakenly compared the killer's DNA with Yara's DNA instead of Esther's. When a different expert re-examined the correct samples, they found that Esther was indeed the killer's mother. With the long-awaited confirmation in hand, Letizia discovered that Esther had 3 children, including twins, a boy and a girl who fit the age profile. Although the twins were considered the children of Esther's legal husband, investigators suspected that in reality Giuseppe was the biological father. Since the killer was clearly male, they focused on Esther's son. At the time of the investigation, he was 42 years old, worked as a construction worker, and lived with his wife and children in Marbella, the same town where your cell phone signal had disappeared. Letizia quickly came up with a plan to obtain his DNA sample without spooking him. She learned that he used a specific road every day and arranged a sobriety checkpoint there. The man, unaware of the real reason, blew into the breathalyzer, which was immediately sent to the lab with his saliva. Almost 4 years after the murder, Letizia finally received long-awaited confirmation. His DNA fully matched the biological sample found on Yara's underwear. This man's name was Massimo Bizzè, and on June 16th, he was finally arrested. The city denied any involvement in the crime and claimed he was innocent. So the case went to trial. During the preparations, investigators uncovered several alarming facts that indirectly implicated the city. His browser history showed searches of an unaccepted nature related to minors. On the evening of Yara's disappearance, his cell phone was located in her town, but was turned off at 5:45 p.m. and not turned on again until the next morning. The city's car was captured on surveillance footage near the sports center on the same evening, just minutes before Yara vanished. The car had no license plates, making it difficult to identify the driver before his arrest. Now it was confirmed to be his vehicle. Interestingly, fibers from his car seats matched the fibers found on the victim's body. The prosecution also called a witness who lived in Yara's town. The woman testified that on the evening of the disappearance, she had gone outside to take out the trash when she saw a car speeding by her house. According to her description, the vehicle resembled Mercedes' car, and she saw a child inside. She added that she heard screams coming from the car. Police also discovered that he frequently stopped at a pizza restaurant on the same street as Yara's home. This suggested that he might have seen her long before the abduction, and possibly had been planning the crime in advance. Regarding the surveillance footage, the city claimed he was simply driving home from work that evening, but investigators found that he did not work that day, which was confirmed by his colleagues' testimonies, CCTV footage, and cell phone location data. The trial began in the summer of 2015, a year after his arrest, and it quickly captured the attention of millions across Italy. While most people were sure, the boss said he was the killer, no one could have anticipated the twists this trial would reveal. The prosecution's version was clear, but said he had likely been watching Yara for days, or even weeks before deciding to abduct her after she left the sports complex alone. He then took her to the field, where her body was later discovered and killed her. The main theory was that he had intended to assault her, but for some reason he didn't go through with it. Besides, his wife testified that he was home with the family, having dinner at the time Yara went missing. But this was contradicted by CCTV footage near the sports complex and 3 witnesses who saw Mercedes' car at the time. He claimed to be at home. The defense argued that their client was innocent, but said he himself claimed he often had nosebleeds, which could have gotten on his clothes and tools. His lawyer suggested that the real killer might have somehow come into contact with Mercedes' blood before the crime, which then ended up on the victim's underwear. The defense also challenged the DNA evidence, claiming that a mistake might have been made. They explained that there are 2 types of DNA, one that changes significantly between relatives, and another one that changes very slowly over generations. The DNA found on the victim's underwear was of the slower changing type, so the defense argued that it could belong to anyone related to whether close or distant. But the prosecution's experts countered this, insisting that Mercedes' DNA matched the evidence beyond any doubt. But that wasn't the defense's main argument. During the trial, they dropped a bombshell that caused a huge stir. They named a new suspect, a gym instructor named Sylvia. It turned out that after the body was discovered, experts found Sylvia's blood on the sleeve of Yara's jacket. Sylvia's father revealed that when she came home after Yara's disappearance, she had been crying all night. Investigators also uncovered that Sylvia had exchanged a few text messages with her brother on the evening of Yara's disappearance, but both of them deleted the messages soon afterward, leaving their content unknown. When questioned, Sylvia claimed she couldn't recall what she had written, why she deleted the messages, or how her blood ended up on Yara's clothing. In court, she refused to provide answers, repeatedly stating, "I don't know." Despite the absence of a clear explanation for these troubling discoveries, the evidence against Musetti was deemed sufficient for conviction. In the summer of 2016, he was sentenced to life in prison, and his legal team failed to overturn the verdict. Adding to the drama, the very next day after the ruling, his wife visited him in prison and confessed that none of their 3 children were his, admitting she had been unfaithful with multiple men. It also emerged that Esther's 3rd child was fathered not by her husband or by Giuseppe, but by yet another man. Since then, Boselli has remained behind bars, though the mystery of Sylvia's blood continues to unsettle many who followed the case. Some view it as so suspicious that they question whether he was truly guilty, even speculating that the DNA evidence could have been tampered with. Still, this case stands as one of the most high-profile in modern Italian history. Every piece of evidence was thoroughly analyzed by the nation's top forensic experts, leaving the chances of his wrongful conviction exceedingly slim. Moving on to the next case. Silvia Vinceslava, better known online as Sylvie, was a Bulgarian webcam model who unintentionally became the central figure in Grant's life. He discovered her on Cam Girls, a live-streaming adult website, and quickly became obsessed. Grant spent countless hours each night watching her shows, which cost 90 tokens per minute. To keep up, he frequently bought bundles of 5,000 tokens, each purchase setting him back $600. Grant soon began showering Sylvie with gifts, sending her clothes and sex toys, and treating her as though she were his girlfriend. While Sylvie didn't return his romantic affection, she openly appreciated his financial generosity. What she didn't know, however, was that Grant wasn't spending his own money. He had been secretly draining funds from both his father and brother. Shockingly, in just 3 months, his thefts had already added up to staggering amounts. Grant ultimately blew through $200,000 of his family's money to fuel his obsession with Sylvie. Alarmed by his reckless behavior, his family set strict rules in an attempt to rein him in. But his unhealthy fixation was only growing worse, and soon it would spiral into consequences far beyond anything they could have imagined. Margaret and Chad Robert Amato had married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, 2 years older than Chad, already had a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad gladly embraced Jason as his own. In 1988, the couple welcomed their first child together, a son named Cody. Just a year later, on May 20th, 1989, their youngest son, Grant, was born. The 3 brothers shared a close bond while growing up. Although they were rarely told no, they understood that privileges came only through following strict family rules, excelling in school, helping around the house, and maintaining good behavior. They worked hard to make their parents proud and to be a steady source of support. Both Margaret and Chad held advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret worked as a senior operations manager at a leading private clinic, while Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist before later transitioning into software specialization. The family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle in a spacious suburban home, complete with a stable where they raised racehorses as a hobby. After finishing high school, Jason moved out to pursue college and eventually settled in another state, starting a family of his own. Despite the distance, Jason remained close to his parents and brothers. Cody and Grant shared an especially strong bond, often doing things together, attending the same schools, playing on the same sports teams, and joining their father on weekend trips to the shooting range. Their dad maintained a sizable firearm collection, all of which was carefully secured. Being the youngest, Grant received extra attention, particularly because he was frail and often unwell as a child. Grant grew up shy and reserved, finding it hard to form friendships outside the family. His brothers, especially Cody after Jason moved away, became his closest companions. Both Cody and Grant enrolled at the University of Central Florida, first studying nursing and later pursuing advanced training to become nurse anesthetists. Cody excelled and ranked at the top of his class, while Grant struggled academically and barely managed to pass. Despite their different academic performances, both brothers managed to find jobs in their field. Cody earned a reputation as a reliable and skilled professional, while Grant often made mistakes and required his work to be double-checked. In the summer of 2018, Grant's career took a devastating blow when he was caught stealing powerful sedatives from the hospital. These drugs, rarely used and tightly controlled because of their euphoric and hallucinogenic effects, triggered an investigation that ultimately led to his arrest. During questioning, Grant admitted to taking the drugs, claiming he administered them to patients he believed were undermedicated. Some suspected he had been using or even selling them, but no solid evidence supported this. He was swiftly suspended and later fired. The charges, however, were dropped, likely due to his parents stepping in to protect him. After losing his job, Grant, already a withdrawn and isolated 29-year-old, became even more reclusive. He spent nearly all of his time at home, glued to his computer, with most of his online activity centered on adult websites. Socially awkward, particularly around women, he often felt inadequate and unable to cope with real-world relationships. To fill that void, he spent countless hours chatting with webcam models, seeking the connection he couldn't find offline. This habit came at a steep cost, and Grant financed it by taking money from his parents and older brothers. Over time, his reliance on adult content and alcohol turned into a full-blown addiction. Yet, despite draining his family's resources, Grant seemed content with this arrangement, giving nothing back in return. It was on one of these private online platforms that he encountered Sylvia Vinceslava, or Sylvie, a captivating, magnetic woman from Bulgaria who quickly became the center of his world. Her poise and magnetic personality quickly captivated Grant. Sylvie made him feel special, valued, desired, and unlike anyone else. Grant convinced himself that their bond was real, that she truly cared for him. Determined to stand apart from the countless other men who admired her, he poured hours of his time and thousands of dollars each day into keeping her attention focused on him. He showered her with lavish gifts, luxury lingerie, and jewelry that she proudly displayed during their private video sessions. Eventually, Grant's father lost patience and gave him a firm ultimatum: either find a job or move out and lose their financial support. Grant promised to search for work, but in truth, he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he told his parents he wanted to pursue a career as a video game streamer. Clinging to the hope that this might spark some positive direction, his parents invested in setting up a streaming station for him. Yet, once Grant had the freedom of privacy, he quickly slipped back into his old habits, spending his time browsing adult-only websites. In August 2018, Cody, Grant's older brother, decided to take a break from routine life and travel to Japan for a new experience. He invited Grant and his best friend, Jeremy, to join him. Cody and Jeremy paid their own way, but Grant's share was covered by their parents. To ensure the money was used properly, they gave it directly to Cody, trusting him to manage it. Throughout the trip, Grant appeared distant and disengaged. He showed little interest in the sights or excursions, spending much of his time glued to his smartphone. Rather than joining the tours, he often stayed behind in the hotel, using his brother's laptop. On one occasion, while Cody and Grant went out to visit a lake near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in the hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, Grant accessed Jeremy's account and stole thousands of dollars, which he quickly funneled into private sessions with Sylvie, his favorite webcam model. Jeremy eventually spotted the missing funds, but assumed it was a case of fraud. He had no idea Grant was responsible and continued to look for answers elsewhere. Meanwhile, Grant became increasingly desperate to win Sylvie's affection. Detached from reality, he began fabricating stories about his life, claiming he owned a large house, ran a thriving business, and had endless money to lavish on her. To support these lies, he sent her enormous sums, sometimes a few $1,000s, and once even as much as $100,000 for her birthday. This reckless spending did not go unnoticed. Grant's parents soon realized the money was being drained directly from their accounts, drawing their attention to his troubling behavior. Initially, he claimed the expenditures were investments in his online streaming project to gain followers, but his parents, Chad and Margaret, soon realized he was lying. A major family argument ensued, leading the family patriarch to demand that Grant leave home. However, his mother and Cody intervened, recognizing Grant's severe internet addiction. The family was shocked to discover that Grant had drained nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A search of his room revealed vials of potent substances, which Grant claimed he used to cope with his struggles. His parents decided to cut off his access to their funds and planned to send him to rehab for drug and internet addiction. Overwhelmed by everything, Grant declared he was done with it all and threatened to end his life. He then fled in his car at high speed. It was later found out that Grant went to his aunt and uncle's house, where he crashed through their fence and hit their garage wall. Understanding the family's distress, his relatives offered him refuge, giving him a place to stay until things calmed down. Grant quickly accepted the offer to stay with his relatives, but the next day he betrayed their kindness by stealing thousands of dollars from their accounts to fund more sessions with Sylvie. When his aunt discovered the theft and informed his parents, they urged her not to involve the police, promising to handle the situation and repay the stolen funds. That very day, Chad went to collect Grant, recognizing the urgent need for intervention. Chad, Margaret, and Cody knew that reasoning with Grant wouldn't work and feared he might commit more thefts if left to his own devices. They gave him a stern choice: either enter a rehab clinic to treat his addictions or face jail time for his thefts. Reluctantly, Grant agreed to the rehabilitation, and he was admitted to the clinic at the end of December 2018. While Grant was in treatment, his parents went through his computer and discovered the depth of his spending. They found Sylvie's profile, the woman who had captivated their son, and uncovered hundreds of videos and messages that Grant had saved. Revisiting them frequently, the family contacted Sylvie to explain that Grant was not the successful businessman he had portrayed himself to be, but rather an unemployed man struggling with addictions, and that the money he had sent her was stolen. Sylvie was indifferent to the revelation, viewing her interactions with Grant as just a job, and she expressed no intention of returning the money. On January 5, 2019, Grant unexpectedly returned home, having left the rehab clinic early due to noncompliance. Completing less than a quarter of the program, he tearfully promised to change his life and seek employment, but he also threatened to end his life if forced to return to rehab. His parents decided to give him another chance, but set strict conditions: no computer use, a tight daily schedule, and close monitoring of any money he made. They even secured him a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For the first few weeks, Grant appeared to adhere to these new rules, leading his parents to hope that he had truly changed. However, on January 24, 2019, everything took a turn when Grant convinced his mother, Margaret, to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and look for a better job, trusting her son. Margaret agreed, not realizing the mistake she was making. Grant's first action was to try and contact Sylvie, only to find out that his parents had already revealed the truth about his circumstances to her. Grant viewed his parents' actions as a betrayal, feeling deeply humiliated in front of Sylvie, the only woman he believed he loved. He thought they deserved to pay for their actions. Chad kept most of the family's collection of firearms securely locked in a large safe and trusted no one with the key. However, Grant knew about another handgun kept loaded in his parents' bedroom. It was this weapon he chose to use. We warn you that we are about to show you graphic images of what happened next. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when Grant silently approached her from behind and fatally shot her in the back of the head. The way her body was positioned suggested she had no time to react or understand what was happening next. He waited for his father, Chad, who was just returning from work, as Chad walked into the kitchen. He was met by Grant and was shot twice in the chest without a chance to defend himself with a chilling calm. Grant then concocted an even darker plan. He decided to frame his brother Cody, who had always supported him and been his closest ally. Cody had since moved out to live with his girlfriend, but Grant lured him back home using his now deceased father's phone. He sent messages pleading with Cody to come home immediately, claiming something terrible had happened. His plan worked as expected. Cody, concerned, left work early and hurried home. As Cody entered the house and reached the bottom of the stairs, Grant shot him. Cody collapsed, mortally wounded, but not immediately dead. Realizing the grim reality of his situation, but unable to alter it, after killing his family, Grant methodically removed his fingerprints from the gun, placed it in Cody's hand to transfer prints, and then left it beside Cody's body to stage the scene as a murder-suicide. Afterwards, Grant calmly packed his belongings, downloaded video files of his interactions with Sylvie, and even messaged her once ready. He loaded his car and drove away. On January 25, 2019, a worried man contacted the police in Seminole County, Florida. He was concerned because his friend and co-worker Cody, a dedicated nurse, had not shown up for his hospital shift, which was completely out of character. Cody had left work slightly early the previous day, hurriedly departing due to urgent family matters, and he even forgot to pick up his paycheck. Cody had not been reachable by phone since then. His girlfriend, who he had recently started living with, mentioned that Cody had gone to his parents' house after a request from his father, but he hadn't come back or made contact. Alarmed by these unusual circumstances, the police were sent to the Amato family's address. The residence, situated in an Orlando suburb, featured a large property complete with a stable and area for walking horses. Cody's car was in the driveway, and lights were visible in various parts of the house, suggesting normalcy. At first glance, there was no evidence of forced entry. The doors and windows were secure when deputies arrived and knocked. There was no response, and calls to the house's landline were also unanswered. The police obtained permission to enter and managed to unlock the back door with a knife to slide the bolt inside. A haunting silence filled the house, yet the lit room suggested someone should be there. The scene, they discovered, was grim. Chad, the 59-year-old family patriarch, was found dead on the kitchen floor, having suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the chest near the main entrance. Cody, aged 31, was found curled up at the bottom of the staircase, also dead in a large pool of blood in the home office. Margaret, 61, appeared as though she might be sleeping with her head on her arm by her computer, but the blood splatter on the monitor and the large stain under her head told a tragic story. Next to Cody's body, the police found a pistol, which forensic analysis later showed had Cody's fingerprints. Initially, it seemed like a horrifying family tragedy where Cody might have killed his parents and then himself, especially since there was no sign of a break-in or any missing items. However, a crucial clue pointed, otherwise smeared blood on the front door indicated it had been locked from the outside by someone leaving the scene, suggesting that the real perpetrator was not among the deceased. The focus quickly shifted to the family's youngest son, 30-year-old Grant, who had been unaccounted for since the evening of the incident. His car, a white Honda, was missing, as were some personal belongings, including a laptop from his room, indicating he had likely fled. Grant was immediately declared a person of interest, and a search began to locate him. The following day, the police quickly tracked down Grant, hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was arrested without showing surprise, though he appeared disappointed that he was found so quickly. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Grant vehemently denied all charges against him. During his interrogation at the police station, Grant concocted a series of unlikely stories about his father's severe mistreatment towards him, his mother, and his brother. He painted a picture of his father trying to sever his relationship with Sylvie, whom he described as his true and genuine love. When asked about the tragic night of January 24, 2019, Grant's explanations were unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that a violent altercation had erupted between his father and brother. According to Grant, Cody had seized a gun and fatally shot Chad, with their mother Margaret becoming an unintended casualty. Grant maintained that he was not present during the events, claiming he had spent the night in his car after being expelled from the house by his father. He claimed he drove away the next morning, oblivious to the calamity that had occurred. His account was fragmented and lacked credibility, and the evidence increasingly indicated that he was the lone architect of the tragedy. As a result, Grant was arrested and charged as the prime suspect in the brutal triple homicide of his family. With bail set at $750,000, an amount he couldn't afford, he remained behind bars as his trial commenced on July 15, 2019. During the proceedings, a steady stream of witnesses painted a grim picture of Grant's character. Among them were his older brother Jason, other relatives, and Cody's best friend Jeremy, the same friend Grant had stolen from during their Japan trip. They described him as a man consumed by addiction, deceit, and theft. One of the prosecution's most damning pieces of evidence was a large bank transfer made from Chad's account to Grant. Crucially, this transaction occurred only after the rest of the family had been killed, strongly suggesting Grant had manipulated the account to funnel money to himself. It was later uncovered that Grant had accessed his deceased father's account using his fingerprint. Prosecutors pushed for the death penalty, citing the calculated and brutal nature of his crimes, while his defense argued he suffered from mental illness and required psychiatric care rather than execution. On August 12, 2019, the jury reached a verdict. Grant Amato, 30 years old, was convicted of first-degree murder for killing 3 of his family members and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When questioned about remorse, Amato coldly replied, "My family had been blaming me for months, for ruining their lives, for stealing, for not following the house rules, so I might as well be blamed for this too." Moving on to the next case. A college student returned to her hometown and vanished without a trace. Initially, the police assumed she had simply gone away, but soon they began uncovering deeply unsettling clues. Her fate remained a mystery for 16 years, until the truth unexpectedly came to light. Rebecca Gould was born on April 28, 1982, in the small town of Melbourne, Arkansas. She had 3 sisters, and shortly after the youngest was born, their parents divorced. Rebecca lived primarily with her mother, but continued to spend time with her father. While the separation was initially difficult for the siblings, it ultimately brought them even closer together. The sisters spent a great deal of time together, always watching out for one another. After graduating from high school, Rebecca enrolled at Northwest Arkansas Community College and moved to Fayetteville. One of her sisters was already attending the same college, allowing them to see each other almost daily. Whenever possible, the siblings also made time to visit their family at home. Although their family home was only about 25 miles away, balancing visits with school commitments was often challenging. By September 2004, at age 22, Rebecca was preparing for the start of a new semester. She had been contemplating a transfer to the University of Arkansas and had finally received the opportunity. But before making the move, she planned to finish one more semester at her current college. Rebecca and her sister decided to spend the weekend at home, visiting their family. Rebecca also had a boyfriend in a nearby town and planned to see him after spending time with her relatives. On Sunday, September 19th, the sisters drove home, enjoyed some family time, and then Rebecca left to visit her boyfriend. The following day, she was supposed to pick up her sister to return to college, as they had come in Rebecca's car. However, she never arrived at the scheduled time. Her sister tried calling her repeatedly, but Rebecca didn't answer. Initially, the family wasn't overly concerned. Rebecca was an adult, and they assumed she might be resting, catching up on sleep, or spending time with friends before heading back to school. By evening, with no word from Rebecca, her family's concern began to grow. They hoped she had simply decided to stay in town for another day and would eventually return home. But the following day, their worry intensified. Rebecca had still not contacted any family members, and none of her friends had seen her. It was then that Rebecca's mother called the police. Officers discovered that Rebecca had been with her boyfriend, Casey, and had gone to his workplace. Casey reported that the last time he saw her was the previous morning around 8:30 a.m., when she dropped him off at the cafe where he worked. She had planned to return to his place, pack her belongings, and meet her sisters before heading back to college. Casey explained that Rebecca had promised to pick him up from work, but she never arrived. He waited in the parking lot before eventually calling his friends, and they all went to a party. The police took note of his account and requested permission to search his home, which Casey granted. The first thing they noticed was that Rebecca's car was still parked outside. Inside, they found her purse containing her IDs and her dog. Casey mentioned that Rebecca had also brought a small suitcase with clothes, but it was nowhere to be found. The situation began to feel increasingly unusual. Rebecca had been missing for an entire day, yet her purse, car, and beloved pet remained at Casey's residence. As if that weren't enough, one of the officers then noticed something else. The mattress in the house had no bedding and was positioned unevenly, causing it to lift. Upon closer inspection, police discovered large red stains that appeared to be blood. A more thorough search revealed additional bloodstains on the floor, the wallpaper, and even inside the washing machine. They also found bedding covered in blood, along with a notable number of bleach bottles, suggesting someone had tried to clean up the evidence. All of this pointed to a grim possibility. Rebecca might no longer be alive. While investigators could not immediately confirm if the blood belonged to her, DNA results were still pending. Detectives turned their attention to questioning her boyfriend. As the last person known to see Rebecca, and with a significant amount of blood found in his home, he became a central figure in the investigation. Casey insisted that he had no involvement in Rebecca's disappearance. He claimed the last time he saw her was the previous morning, and that she hadn't contacted him since. He explained that after spending the night with friends, he had returned home to change before his next shift. He maintained that he hadn't noticed any blood on the floors or walls, nor did he detect the smell of bleach. Casey also didn't think much of Rebecca's car being parked outside, or some of her belongings left in his room. While police did not take his word at face value, they lacked concrete evidence to implicate him in a crime at that time. Investigators decided to interview all of his friends from that night, who corroborated his account, confirming that he had indeed been with them until morning. Casey provided an alibi, and the police continued their search for clues, still unsure of when or how Rebecca had disappeared. All they knew was that she hadn't answered any calls since the previous morning. During questioning, Casey suggested that investigators look into Rebecca's ex-boyfriend, Justin. The police attempted to contact Justin, but he wasn't home and initially did not answer their calls, which raised suspicions. However, 2 days later, he reached out, explaining that he had been at a casino with his father. Authorities were able to verify his alibi. He had indeed been out of town during the time of Rebecca's disappearance. Detectives soon received another lead while trying to piece together the timeline of Rebecca's disappearance. On the day she vanished, she had stopped at a gas station near Casey's workplace, where she bought a sandwich for breakfast before heading to his house. Employees, shown a photo of her, confirmed that she had been there after 8:30 a.m., which aligned with Casey's account. Inside Casey's home, police found the same sandwich untouched, suggesting that Rebecca had indeed returned there, and that something happened shortly afterward. Since Casey was at work at the time, questions about his direct involvement resurfaced. Shortly after, authorities received the results of the blood analysis from his house. It matched Rebecca's blood, and no foreign DNA was detected. Detectives continued their investigation by interviewing all of Rebecca's relatives and friends. They considered the possibility that if she had been attacked, it might have been by someone close to her with a personal motive. The police also questioned all of Casey's friends who might have visited his house, but these efforts produced no leads. This search continued until September 27th, a full week after her disappearance. Investigators eventually discovered Rebecca's body approximately 12 miles from her boyfriend's house, at the base of an embankment near the highway. The location was hidden from the road, making it unlikely that anyone would find her by chance. Notably, whoever left her there had made no effort to conceal or bury the body. It appeared the perpetrator simply drove to the spot, dumped her, and left. Medical examiners determined that Rebecca had suffered multiple blows to the head from a heavy object, and that her cause of death was strangulation. The absence of defensive wounds suggested she was completely caught off guard, possibly never realizing what was happening. Experts also found no evidence of sexual assault at the time of her death. They estimated that her body had been at the location for about a week, though they could not provide a more precise time frame. Meanwhile, detectives identified a potential murder weapon. A piano in Casey's house was missing one of its legs. The leg was heavy, and medical experts confirmed its shape matched the head injuries found on Rebecca. Casey claimed the missing leg had been loose for a while, and in theory it could have been easily ripped from its base. However, the police failed to find this leg either in the house or near the location where the body was found. Given the complete absence of evidence, detectives began searching for possible motives for this crime. They immediately ruled out the robbery gone wrong. Nothing was missing from the house except for the piano leg and Rebecca's suitcase. A sexual motive was also dismissed, leading investigators to believe that the killer simply wanted to murder her. Considering Rebecca was killed almost immediately after her return to Casey's house, police speculated that the perpetrator might have been aware of her schedule or had been following her, knowing her boyfriend would be at work that morning. It was also very likely that Rebecca knew the perpetrator. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting she might have let them in herself. According to investigators, the killer spent several hours in the house attempting to clean up the blood with bleach. After that, they likely carried the body and loaded it into the car to drive it to the embankment. Despite all this, detectives had literally no evidence, so there was no progress in the investigation. They considered the possible involvement of hundreds of people, including acquaintances and relatives of both Rebecca and Casey. They also checked neighbors and even residents of nearby towns, but it led nowhere. Police received numerous tips, but none proved useful. In many cases, locals just voiced their suspicions against other people without backing it up with any real facts. This went on for several months until the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued to work on it, but they couldn't make any progress. In the following years, the case was reopened several times, passing on to new teams of detectives, but each time it led nowhere. The problem lay not only in the complete absence of evidence, but also in the lack of understanding the perpetrator's motive. Eventually, the mysterious nature of this case attracted attention from the true crime community. It became the subject of various TV shows and podcasts where people attempted to finally uncover the truth. One such individual was a journalist named George Jarrett, who had been following the case from the beginning. He even wrote a book about it and launched his own podcast. For many years, he had been trying to find out who killed Rebecca. One day, he met Jennifer Buck Holt, a former counterintelligence officer in the U.S. Army who was also interested in the case. They decided to join forces and created a Facebook group where they shared their thoughts on the investigation. Discussing it with subscribers in the first few months, they started noticing a subscriber named William Miller, who caught their attention for two reasons. The first was that he lived in the Philippines. His interest in an unsolved crime in a small American town from the other side of the world seemed strange. Miller was also one of the most active subscribers, leaving numerous comments and even reaching out to the group admins via direct messages. He said he wants to help solve the murder, shared his thoughts on some controversial and unclear moments, and put forth his own theories. He demonstrated a high level of awareness, not only with specific facts from the case, but also with the knowledge of the area where the crime occurred. Eventually, George and Jennifer began to consider his behavior quite suspicious. They decided to keep this thought to themselves to not scare him off and try to extract more information. Soon they discovered something else. One of the group members was an expert in genealogy, and she tried to understand Miller's connection to the case with a simple analysis of his profile. She discovered a very unexpected fact. Miller turned out to be Cassie's cousin. After this revelation, George and Jennifer decided to contact the detectives on Rebecca's case and share their concerns about his activity. Police reviewed the case files and realized that Miller's name had been there from the beginning. It turned out he had visited the town around the time of the murder in 2004. Miller was already questioned, saying he came from Texas to help another relative. He mentioned visiting Casey twice, 2 days before Rebecca's disappearance, and the next day, the second time, he didn't even enter the house. Rebecca spotted him through the window and informed Casey that someone was standing there. He went outside, spoke with his cousin for about 15 minutes, and Miller left. Back then, he didn't raise any suspicions, but now detectives were taking a keen interest in him. Digging deeper, they found out that Miller had been a suspect in several cases in 2002. He faced charges of assaulting a minor and later for attacking his ex-wife after breaking into her home. However, he didn't face any punishment in either of these cases. Later, he moved to the Philippines, got married, had kids, and works on offshore oil rigs. Police wanted to talk to him again, but without him being in the U.S., it was practically impossible. They also couldn't contact him, so they had to wait for him to return home. This happened only in 2020. Customs informed detectives that Miller came back to the U.S. and returned to Oregon, where his mother lived. Detectives called her, but she claimed not to have seen her son for a long time, even though they knew he was in town. Realizing she was lying, detectives decided to go there and bring him in for questioning. Considering there was no evidence against him, the police needed a plan. If Miller had any connection to the murder, they desperately needed to obtain his confession. So the detectives decided to play it smart. Detective Mike McNeil, who led the investigation, started the interrogation casually stating they were just re-interviewing everyone involved in the case. Miller replied that he was willing to cooperate and had nothing to hide. The detective asked if he would be okay with taking a polygraph test. Upon his return to Arkansas, Miller agreed, and then the detective pretended to call the local police chief, asking if there were any polygraph specialists in town by chance. Hearing this, Miller became visibly nervous and tried to change the subject. Meanwhile, the detective pretended to talk on the phone and said that a polygraph specialist would arrive at the station in half an hour. What Miller didn't know is that the specialist was already waiting in the next room. Despite the fact that the polygraph is a pretty controversial tool and its results can't be accepted in court, the detectives had other goals. This unexpected turn of events could catch the suspect off guard and ultimately lead to a confession. Miller asked if polygraph results were admissible in court, and the detective vaguely said they could be in certain scenarios, but didn't specify how unlikely that was. Miller continued to get nervous, but agreed to the test, which he failed. The polygraph operator concluded that he had lied about all key questions, including involvement in Rebecca's murder. Detective McNeil continued pressing him and told Miller that experts once again analyzed all the available evidence and found Rebecca's DNA and samples collected from his car. They had searched his vehicle back in 2004, but found nothing and hadn't even taken any samples for further examination. So there was no Rebecca's DNA found in his car, and the detective deliberately misled Miller. By law, police have the right to use such tactics during interrogation to get a confession. Sometimes criminals indeed decide to confess, and this was Detective McNeil's only hope. Upon hearing about Rebecca's DNA in his car, Miller fell silent. The detective kept saying they had all the evidence, and Miller could only make things easier for himself by confessing. And it worked. Miller suddenly said that he didn't kill Rebecca, but stumbled upon her body. According to him, that morning he went to his cousin's house and found an unknown man in a mask standing over Rebecca's bloodied body. Clearly, the detective didn't believe this story and continued to push Miller to tell the truth. Eventually, Miller abruptly interrupted him and said, "I'm just going to tell you I did it. I'm sorry for what I did." According to Miller, that morning he went hunting in the woods near his cousin's house. When he arrived there, he suddenly remembered that Casey's girlfriend had come over, and for some reason, he wanted to talk to her. He knocked on the door and told Rebecca he needed to use the phone. She let him in, and Miller pretended to make a call. Meanwhile, Rebecca returned to the bedroom, and he began walking back and forth in the living room. Miller claimed he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable rage and desire to kill Rebecca, so he grabbed a piano leg and went after her. She was lying on the bed, and Miller struck her several times on the head before strangling her. He then wrapped her body in a sheet, putting it in his pickup truck, and tried to clean the blood from the floor, walls, and bedding with bleach. He then drove to the highway and dumped the body under the embankment. Miller admitted he knew the area well because he went to the school in that town. After hearing his confession, the detective asked why he committed the crime. Miller replied that he just had the urge to kill Rebecca without any reason and couldn't control it. At the end of the interrogation, he once again repeated that he had regretted his actions all these years and must take responsibility. After that, Miller was arrested and extradited to Arkansas, but there he suddenly retracted his confession and claimed his innocence, which could have jeopardized the case. By law, a suspect must confess to a crime before a judge, especially when there is no evidence against them. There was also one more problem during Miller's arrest. The police officer didn't finish reading his rights because Miller had interrupted him with a question. All this could have potentially led to Miller's release. However, the judge deemed the recorded confession admissible. Miller had the opportunity to commit the crime, knew his cousin's work schedule, and his statements matched all the details of the crime. It is worth mentioning that Miller initially had a guaranteed way to avoid punishment when the police called him in for questioning in Oregon. He could have simply refused or walked out of the station at any moment. Considering there was no evidence against him, Miller could have refused to continue the conversation, boarded a flight to the Philippines, and left the U.S. for good. never to be held accountable. Extraditing him without evidence would have been simply impossible, and investigators would have had to accept the fact that they would never solve this case. But Detective McNeil believed that Miller himself had a strong desire to confess his activity in the online group, where he left numerous comments and interacted with the admins spoke to this if he hadn't wanted anyone to learn about his involvement. The most logical behavior would have been to stay away from this topic. Perhaps he didn't leave the interrogation room or request a lawyer for the same reason. Miller simply couldn't live with the weight of his guilt. Although he initially maintained his innocence, in 2022 he struck a deal with prosecutors, confessing to the crime and receiving a 40-year prison sentence. But the story didn't end there. While in prison, Miller shockingly admitted to several more murders, confessing to killing 5 additional women over the course of his life, whose identities he didn't even know. Miller explained that he would lure these women into his car, drive them to secluded locations, and then kill them. He revealed that he selected his victims based on their appearance, targeting young, slim, short women with light-colored hair. Detectives immediately recognized that this description matched Rebecca perfectly. If Miller was indeed a serial killer, it helped explain why he targeted his cousin's girlfriend. She fit his established victim profile. Given that Miller had worked on oil rigs for 25 years and lived in multiple states, it was possible he could have committed these crimes across different locations. However, police have not yet found evidence to confirm his additional claims, and the investigation remains ongoing. It's worth noting that some people continue to support Miller's innocence. Some argue he couldn't have murdered Rebecca without a clear motive. Others speculate that Rebecca's boyfriend may have been responsible, and that Miller only helped dispose of the body. There are also those who believe Miller fabricated his confessions to the other murders. However, none of these theories are supported by concrete evidence. Officially, Miller's guilt in Rebecca's murder remains undisputed, while investigations into his other alleged crimes continue. Moving on to the next case. On the morning of August 18, 2003, what began as an ordinary family gathering quickly spiraled into chaos. Shirley Turner, whose behavior would soon draw intense scrutiny, reacted in ways that no one could have anticipated. This single day set in motion a chain of events marked by obsession, manipulation, and ultimately heartbreaking loss. The full truth behind what happened remained hidden for years, leaving friends, family, and the community questioning how such a tragedy could occur. As we explore this story, it becomes clear that appearances were deceiving, and the reality of Shirley Turner's actions was far darker than anyone initially imagined. Andrew David Bagby entered the world on September 25, 1973, in the United States as the cherished only child of Kathleen Daphne Bagby and David Franklin Bagby. Kathleen, originally from England, was a trained nurse and midwife, while David, a U.S. citizen, had served in the Navy before pursuing a career as a computer engineer. After years of struggling to conceive, the couple turned to fertility treatments, and Andrew's birth brought them immense joy. Soon after his arrival, the Bagbys relocated to California, where Andrew grew up surrounded by the warmth and support of a loving extended family living nearby. From an early age, Andrew stood out for his charismatic and charming personality, making friends easily throughout his school years. Those who knew him described him as intelligent, loyal, kind, humorous, and genuinely caring. Like many teenagers, he had a brief period of rebellious behavior, but his parents, who valued open communication and problem-solving, addressed it with patience and understanding. This supportive approach helped Andrew quickly return to his usual positive and grounded demeanor. He had a deep love for sports and the outdoors and eagerly joined the Boy Scouts, where his dedication earned him the highest rank by the age of 15. Andrew also pursued acting as a hobby, participating in films created by his childhood friend Kurt, who shared a passion for filmmaking. After graduating high school, Andrew focused on pursuing a career in medicine, inspired by his mother's experiences as a nurse and midwife in England. Gaining admission to medical school, however, proved challenging. He faced multiple rejections from institutions across the United States. His perseverance paid off in 1995 when he was accepted into Memorial University of Newfoundland in Canada. By then, Andrew had been in a long-term relationship with Gether, a girl he had known since high school. Their connection was strong, and they became engaged before starting university. Gether accompanied Andrew to Canada, where both pursued their medical studies. After their first year, They decided to end their romantic relationship for private reasons. Despite the breakup, they remained friends, but the experience left Andrew feeling vulnerable and isolated in a foreign country, far from his family and longtime friends. Luckily, Andrew's charm and outgoing nature made it easy for him to build new friendships. In early 1999, during his third year of medical school, he met Shirley Turner, a woman 12 years his senior. Shirley Jane Turner was born on January 28, 1961, in the United States, the youngest of 4 siblings. Her father, a U.S. military man, separated from her mother when Shirley was just 7 years old. Following the divorce, Shirley moved with her mother to Newfoundland, where she spent the majority of her childhood. In 1980, she enrolled in a chemistry program at Memorial Hospital in the region, aspiring to a medical career. At that time, Shirley was in a relationship that later ended in marriage. During the winter break of 1981, Shirley gave birth to her first child, a son, on July 9, 1982. Despite becoming a mother, Shirley was determined not to abandon her studies. Her husband initially agreed to stay home and care for their child, but Shirley soon had to pause her education. By 1983, she had moved to Labrador City and worked as a science teacher. 2 years later, on March 8, 1985, she gave birth to a daughter. Following this, Shirley began an affair with a fisherman, a former lover, and her marriage began to deteriorate. On January 29, 1988, she finalized her divorce. Shortly after, she remarried her former lover and had another daughter in 1990. However, this second marriage proved short-lived, and by 1991 the man left her and their children. In 1993, Shirley successfully sought custody of all her children, but she quickly found herself overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for them alone. She arranged for her youngest child to stay with her father, who was already helping care for the other 2 while she pursued her studies. But in October of that same year, a man close to Shirley confided in her therapist, claiming he had seen Shirley both physically and emotionally abuse 2 of her children. The therapist quickly notified social services, and within days, caseworkers interviewed the children. They confirmed the abuse, saying their mother had punished them with belt lashes and physical strikes. Shirley's second ex-husband, however, insisted she had only ever used the belt as a threat and never actually harmed the children. After the social services investigation, he told Shirley he would continue caring for their youngest child, but would no longer take responsibility for the older 2. As a result, Shirley sent the older children to live with their father and paternal grandmother while she carried on with her education. Shirley entered into a relationship with a younger resident at the hospital where she worked. At first, he described her as caring, thoughtful, and generous, but the romance quickly turned volatile. Wanting to avoid conflict, he tried to end things, but Shirley did not handle the breakup well. She constantly reached out to him, leaving threatening messages and even resorting to physical aggression. Despite his efforts to distance himself, Shirley tracked him down to his apartment on one occasion. Dressed in black and carrying a bouquet of red roses, she staged a dramatic scene at his doorstep. Pinned to her clothing were 2 notes suggesting she intended to end her life. She then consumed a large amount of over-the-counter medication in what appeared to be a suicide attempt. Although Shirley knew help would arrive quickly, the resident still called emergency services, and she was rushed to the hospital for treatment. The incident highlighted just how troubling and potentially dangerous her behavior could be. Even so, in 1999 Andrew, then a third-year medical student, met Shirley. Their relationship started casually, with neither intending for it to become serious. Still, their age gap and Shirley's concerning behavior raised red flags among Andrew's friends, who strongly disapproved. They believed her manipulative tendencies and inappropriate remarks put Andrew, a kind and well-grounded young man, at a disadvantage. Despite their concerns, Andrew continued dating Shirley, and by May 2000, she had completed her medical degree. A few months later, Shirley confided in a relative that she had been dipping into a scholarship fund since 1982, claiming the withdrawals were meant for her children's future university expenses. In truth, she had used the money to cover her own living costs and to finance her doctoral studies. She defended her actions by insisting that once she completed her residency and began working as a doctor, she would earn enough to repay everything she had taken. That same year, Andrew began a surgical residency in New York, while Shirley moved to Iowa. They attempted a long-distance relationship, but it quickly unraveled. Shirley later claimed she traveled to see him 7 times, whereas he only made the trip once. Meanwhile, as Andrew settled into his residency, he came to realize that surgery did not live up to his expectations. So in the fall of 2001, he moved to Pennsylvania for a family practice residency, where he felt more at home for reasons unknown. In October 2001, Shirley obtained permission to purchase a firearm and began taking lessons to learn how to use it. Shirley Turner's possessive behavior towards Andrew escalated to alarming levels, leaving him shocked as she had never shown this side of her personality before. She began incessantly calling him, demanding to know where he was and who he was with at all times. She even contacted his parents, whom she had previously introduced to him as just a friend. In a desperate attempt to regain his attention, Shirley told Andrew that she was pregnant, and though he agreed to discuss the matter later, she paid him a visit at the end of the month. The meeting, however, quickly turned sour as they argued, particularly because Andrew appeared to be involved with another woman. On November 3, 2001, in a moment of brutal honesty, Shirley confessed that she had lied about her pregnancy in an effort to keep him with her. This manipulation was the breaking point for Andrew, who angrily ended the relationship and sent Shirley back to Iowa less than 24 hours after their breakup. Shirley, completely out of control, began obsessively calling him. Andrew refused to answer, but Shirley was determined to make him pay for rejecting her. She embarked on a 16-hour drive from Iowa to Andrew's home on the morning of November 5, 2001. A confrontation occurred at Andrew's house, after which he left for work. Visibly upset, he spoke to his friend and colleague Clark Simpson, explaining that Shirley was deeply upset over the breakup. Although Andrew did not plan to get back together with her, he had agreed to see her once he finished his workday. Sensing that the meeting was a bad idea, advised Andrew against meeting with her privately, warning that Shirley could become violent. Despite this, Andrew reassured Clark that he would visit him after his meeting with Shirley. Clark waited, but Andrew never showed up. Later that day, Shirley returned to her home and left a message on Andrew's answering machine, which he again ignored. The following morning, when Andrew did not show up for work, Clark immediately suspected that something had happened to his friend. Soon after, news broke that Andrew's lifeless body had been found at a state park in Pennsylvania, where he had been shot. Investigators began by speaking with Andrew's close friends, and Clark was one of the first to provide detailed accounts of the events leading up to Andrew's death, including Shirley's disturbing behavior. Armed with this information, the police contacted Shirley, who claimed to be shocked and saddened by the news. She told them she had been sick and in bed on November 5th. The authorities continued investigating and discovered Shirley's name on a list of firearm owners. They contacted her again, asking her to bring in her weapon for ballistic testing. Shirley initially agreed, but when it came time to hand over the gun, she made excuses, saying she couldn't find it. At this point, preliminary autopsy and ballistic reports confirmed that Andrew had died from 5 gunshot wounds from the same type of bullets used in Shirley's gun, but without direct evidence linking the weapon to the crime. It was only circumstantial. Despite this, the police insisted she turn in the gun. Meanwhile, the detectives began analyzing mobile phone records, but the technology of the time was not as advanced, and results took several days. This delay worked in Shirley's favor as she managed to flee to Canada on November 12, 2001. Since no arrest warrant or travel restrictions were in place against her as Shirley returned to Canada, Andrew's family and friends were left in shock, struggling to believe that someone could harm such a kind and remarkable person. In the wake of his death, Andrew's childhood friend Kurt, who had worked with him on several videos during their teenage years, decided to honor him by making a documentary. He set out to interview everyone who had known Andrew to celebrate the life of his beloved friend. A few weeks after the tragedy, mobile phone records revealed that Shirley had traveled to Pennsylvania and returned to Iowa right around the time Andrew was attacked, adding further weight to the investigation. Given the overwhelming evidence, the authorities took immediate steps to issue an international arrest warrant for Shirley Turner. From that moment on, Canadian authorities began closely monitoring her movements, and on December 12, 2001, Shirley was arrested the same day extradition proceedings were initiated. However, the Canadian judge overseeing the case believed that Shirley did not pose a threat to society. Despite the serious charges awaiting her in Pennsylvania, he set her bail at $75,000 and imposed additional conditions, including the surrender of her passports, a promise not to leave the area. Weekly police check-ins, and a prohibition from contacting Andrew's family with the help of her psychiatrist, whom she had been seeing after Andrew's death. Shirley managed to pay the bail and was released. But this case took a dramatic turn when Shirley confessed that she was 2 months pregnant and that the child she was carrying was Andrew's. This revelation hit Andrew's family and friends hard, as the woman who had caused so much pain to Andrew was now carrying his child. Kurt, Andrew's childhood friend and the producer of the documentary in Andrew's memory, decided to shift the focus of his project. He decided to make it a letter from Andrew to his unborn child, so that the baby could know his father, despite his absence. When it was revealed that the baby was a boy and that Shirley planned to name him Zachary Andrew Turner, Kurt titled the documentary Dear Zachary, a letter to a son from his father. For Andrew's parents, this situation was complex and filled with conflicting emotions. However, the pregnancy represented a part of their son through his grandchild, and they chose to prioritize their hearts over their reasoning. They moved to the city where Shirley lived, determined to be close to their future grandson. In July 2002, their grandson was born, and they began a lengthy custody battle, believing that Zachary was at risk in his mother's care. During the lengthy legal process, David and Kathleen worked hard to maintain a cooperative relationship with Shirley, hoping to avoid any actions on her part that might harm the baby or their relationship with their grandson. By November 2002, Shirley was taken into custody awaiting a decision from the Federal Justice Department regarding her extradition to the United States. This brought good news for David and Kathleen, as they would likely gain custody of Zachary. However, the situation was far from simple as Shirley set conditions for her son's custody. She demanded weekly visits with the baby, daily phone calls, and even requested a photo of herself and Andrew together for the child. In January 2003, in a controversial decision, the judge released Shirley again, arguing that she was presumed innocent of Andrew's murder and that there was no evidence of psychological traits that would pose a risk to Zachary. After 6 months, the baby was returned to her custody. From that point on, Shirley made every effort to keep Zachary away from his grandparents, often creating excuses. But David and Kathleen refused to give up. On July 4, 2003, Shirley met a young man at a bar, and they had sex on 2 occasions. However, the relationship ended when the man learned about Shirley's involvement in Andrew's death. As expected, she became obsessed and made over 200 threatening phone calls to him in the following month. She even claimed that she was pregnant with his child. The man contacted the authorities 3 times to report Shirley's harassment, which violated the terms of her bail and could result in her losing custody of Zachary. Unfortunately, the man refused to identify himself and did not file a formal police report, so no investigation was launched. When an agent contacted Shirley's lawyer about the allegations, she of course denied everything. When Zachary turned 1, Shirley organized a birthday party at a well-known fast food establishment. David and Kathleen attended, and the child was happy to be with them. During the celebration, Shirley picked up the baby, who immediately began to cry. Visibly uncomfortable after this, she approached Kathleen and told her that it was clear Zachary loved her more and that it would be best for her to take him. After this unexpected reaction, she walked away from the gathering crying and soon became angry. On August 18, 2003, Shirley requested that Zachary be returned to her as she had legal custody. David and Kathleen had no choice but to comply. The following day, they found neither Shirley nor the baby, and panic set in immediately. The next few days were filled with great distress until another tragedy struck. Shirley's body was found on a beach by a couple on vacation, with Zachary's body discovered nearby. The authorities quickly pieced together the events of that fateful August 18th. Shirley had bought medication from a pharmacy and then drove with Zachary to the home of the man she had met at the bar. She left photos of herself and the baby, as well as a used tampon in the car. She then drove to an area near the Atlantic Ocean. There, she mixed antidepressants with Zachary's baby formula and fed it to him. Afterward, she ingested a toxic dose herself. She tied the baby to her chest with her sweater and jumped from the fishing dock, ending both of their lives. The police concluded that Shirley's actions were driven by revenge, and she had tried to incriminate the man she had briefly dated. Forensic experts determined that Zachary did not suffer as he had been unconscious due to the medication. In the aftermath of the horrific events, David and Kathleen held a press conference in which they firmly stated their belief in Shirley's responsibility for their son's death. They expressed their outrage at the judicial system for being overly lenient with her, allowing her to remain free after committing the first crime, and then giving her the freedom to take the life of the most innocent of children. During an interview with a child and youth protection officer, Shirley's supervising doctor during her residency described her as a manipulative sociopath. This statement prompted the hospital to implement major reforms in its residency evaluation process. On May 3, 2006, the Newfoundland and Labrador College of Physicians and Surgeons Disciplinary Board ruled that Shirley's psychiatrist was guilty of professional misconduct for assisting her in paying bail. The psychiatrist was fined $10,000, one-third of the $30,000 the institution had spent on the investigation. He voiced disappointment with the decision, while David expressed satisfaction, believing it set an important precedent. Later that year, in October, a forensic judge released the results of his inquiry into Shirley's case. His report concluded that Zachary's death had been preventable and sharply criticized the region's social services for failing to shield the child from his mother. He emphasized that poor communication among social service officials had plagued the case, noting that they consistently assumed Shirley's innocence and placed her needs above the safety of her child. In October 2009, a Canadian member of Parliament introduced the Zachary Law, a bill designed to amend the criminal code so that courts could deny bail to individuals accused of serious crimes when child protection was at stake. The bill won unanimous approval in the House of Commons and received Senate support on December 16, 2010, before being signed into law by the Governor-General. In addition, 2 scholarships were established to honor Andrew and his son. Moving on to the next case. These images don't show a typical fire, but rather the aftermath of a horrific crime in 2001, carried out by a man later identified as a family annihilator. The tragedy exposed the dark side of Robert Fisher, who outwardly seemed like a loving husband and father, but had carefully orchestrated every step of his monstrous plan. Following the crime, Fisher was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. In this video, we'll uncover the full story behind the case that stunned Arizona and endures as one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries in American criminal history. Robert William Fisher was born on April 13, 1961, in Brooklyn, New York. His father, William, worked as a banker, while his mother, Jan Howell, was a homemaker. Robert was the oldest of 3 children and maintained a particularly strong bond with his youngest sister, whom he considered more like a best friend than just a sibling. In 1976, his life was shaken when his parents divorced. His mother cited William's controlling nature as the reason for the separation. Unlike his sisters, Robert struggled greatly with the split. As the eldest, he had spent the longest time in a household with both parents, making the separation harder for him to accept. Later, he joined the U.S. Navy and tried to qualify for the Navy SEALs but ultimately did not succeed. Robert was passionate about the outdoors, spending much of his free time hunting, fishing, and exploring nature. In 1987, he met Mary Cooper, who became the love of his life. They married soon after, and Robert took on a variety of jobs. Though he never followed a fixed career path, he briefly worked as a firefighter before leaving due to a back injury. He later retrained in different fields, including surgical catheters, and eventually secured a position as a respiratory therapist. The couple settled in Scottsdale, Arizona, purchasing a home for $80,000 where they planned to raise a family. Mary devoted herself to being a homemaker and was deeply religious, sharing her faith with Robert. Both had been raised in Christian households and remained active members of their church. In 1991, their daughter Brittany was born, followed a few years later by their son Bobby. The Fishers were seen as a close-knit family, dedicated to instilling strong Christian values in their children. Mary was deeply devoted to her children, who thrived both academically and athletically. Brittany especially excelled, earning praise for her schoolwork and active participation in gymnastics and soccer. While Mary was nurturing and supportive, Robert developed a reputation for being harsh, distant, and controlling within the household. Their marriage was strained, with frequent arguments over finances and intimacy. Mary eventually took a job she described to friends as her security fund, hinting at the instability she felt at home. Robert's controlling behavior sometimes crossed into cruelty. On one occasion, he reportedly sprayed Mary with a garden hose simply for speaking out of turn. He was also frustrated with Bobby, who didn't share his enthusiasm for hunting and fishing. In an unsettling attempt to teach his children to swim, Robert once threw both Brittany and Bobby off a boat. At home, he enforced rigid rules. Walls were to remain strictly white, and only a handful of pictures were allowed to hang, reflecting his obsession with control over even the smallest details of family life. On several occasions, Mary's mother made thoughtful gifts like quilts, but Robert forbade Mary from displaying them, forcing her to keep them hidden away in the closet. Despite this controlling behavior, Robert worked hard to project the image of a loving husband and devoted father. To outsiders, the Fishers appeared to live a normal, stable family life, but that image would shatter in April 2001. On the morning of April 10, 2001, at about 8:30 a.m., emergency services received multiple calls reporting a house fire in the Fisher neighborhood. The blaze was coming from the Fisher residence. At first, authorities suspected it might have been caused by an accident, such as a gas leak or an unattended stove. But when firefighters extinguished the flames, the grim reality emerged. Mary, Brittany, and Bobby were found dead in their beds, while Robert was nowhere to be found. Authorities launched an intensive search for Robert, at first hoping he might simply be unaware of what had happened to his family. But as the hours stretched into days and then weeks without a trace of him, suspicions grew, and Robert Fisher became the prime suspect. Neighbors told investigators they had heard a heated argument between Robert and Mary the night before the fire, around 10:30 p.m., something that, according to them, had become a common occurrence in the Fisher household. Years earlier, Robert had suffered a serious back injury and sought massages to ease the pain while Mary was away on a retreat with the children. During that time, he allegedly visited a brothel or became involved with another woman. The incident left Robert, who considered himself a devout Christian, consumed with guilt. Eventually, he confessed to Mary, which threw their marriage into crisis. Still, the couple attempted to reconcile by seeking counseling through their church. Despite attending counseling, the arguments between Robert and Mary persisted. Neighbors often reported that Mary was the louder party during these disputes, frequently expressing her anger and hurt over Robert's past betrayal. Investigators later discovered that on the night of the fire, Robert was captured on a nearby ATM surveillance camera at 10:45 p.m., withdrawing $280. The footage also clearly showed his Toyota 4Runner parked nearby. The withdrawn amount was reportedly the maximum allowed at the time, fueling speculation about his intentions. Combined with the violent and deliberate nature of the crime scene, this evidence pointed squarely at Robert Fisher as the prime suspect. Despite a massive manhunt, he remains at large, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The tragedy devastated the Fisher family, leaving the community haunted and still seeking justice for Mary and her children, Brittany and Bobby. When the autopsies were performed on the charred bodies of Mary and her two children, they found that Mary had been injured in two ways. Her throat had been slashed, nearly decapitating her, and she had been shot in the head. The children's throats had also been cut, nearly decapitating them as well. This happened, they say, on the night the neighbors heard the argument. Many believe that the screams the neighbors heard were not from the fight itself, but from the actual moment of the murders. The bodies were found in the morning, about 10 hours after they had been killed when the house exploded. How did the house explode? Investigators say that a gas line was left open in the house's oven. A lit candle was placed in the hallway, and over those 10 hours, as the house filled with gas, it eventually reached the candle, causing the explosion. Robert became the main suspect, especially because he disappeared after the incident and never reappeared, making it obvious to the police that he was involved. Many thought that with his knowledge as a firefighter and his work in mechanics, he believed there would be no evidence left to incriminate him. They assumed he might have planned to make it seem like he was also inside the house, and due to the fire's intensity, his body wouldn't be found. This, they thought, was his way of escaping the situation. But why would he murder his own family? There are many theories, but the most focused one in this case is that he didn't want to allow a divorce from Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Robert experienced his parents' divorce when he was very young, which hit him very hard. Friends who knew him said he often mentioned he would never let his children go through what he had endured. In the days leading up to the incident, Robert had been unfaithful to Mary, and although she forgave him once, he cheated again. Mary, realizing this, decided it was enough and sought a divorce. Some friends mentioned that just days before, Mary had explained her plans to divorce Robert, and that she was determined to go through with it. This decision did not sit well with Robert, who didn't want his children to experience the trauma of divorce. This led him to act as he did, believing that if he couldn't have Mary and his children, no one else could. Regarding Robert's personality, many would think he was a normal man with a wonderful family life. But that wasn't the case. Over time, some of his peculiar behaviors became apparent. For instance, he had a strange and intense passion for hunting. Friends recounted that once, after killing an animal during a hunt, he smeared its blood all over his face and body in a bizarre manner. On another occasion while fishing, he reportedly dived into the water with a knife in his mouth and began stabbing fish to catch them, which was quite unusual. Additionally, he struggled with the disappointment of not being able to join the firefighters or the U.S. Navy due to a back problem, which seemed to weigh heavily on him. Moreover, those who knew him more intimately spoke of his controlling nature. Mary had confided in her mother-in-law that Robert's controlling behavior made her feel very strange and uncomfortable. His mother acknowledged that she had divorced Robert's father for similar reasons, as he had been equally controlling. There were also reports of Robert being extremely harsh with his children, pushing them to share his passion for hunting and forcing them to learn about and handle firearms. These behaviors painted a picture of a man with deep-seated issues, ultimately leading to the tragic events that unfolded. On one occasion while hunting, he approached a family having a picnic and fired shots into the air to scare them. Several years before his wife and children were murdered, Fisher shot a stray pit bull. He claimed that he shot it because it attacked his Labrador retriever. But police maintained that he orchestrated the encounter because he wanted to shoot the dog. Fisher had been an active participant in the Scottsdale Baptist Church's men's ministry, but in contrast to Mary, had begun to withdraw from church activities a few months prior to the murders. According to some of Fisher's friends, Fisher spoke of committing suicide around 1998 when he despaired over the condition of his marriage. In 1998, the Fishers went to the senior pastor for marital counseling. Robert gradually distanced himself from the marriage counseling provided by the church, which contributed to the deterioration of his marriage to many. They appeared to be a perfect family, especially in front of the church. Mary's father even believed for a long time that Robert was completely innocent, because he was always so good with the kids and portrayed the image of a wonderful father. Mary never shared the troubles she faced in her marriage with her father. He couldn't comprehend that Robert could harm his wife and children, believing instead that Robert had been kidnapped. When the police presented evidence, Mary's father was in disbelief but began seeking justice for his daughter. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 years after the incident without seeing justice served. Further investigation revealed that Robert had multiple facets to his personality, suggesting a significant personality disorder. In some home videos, he is seen instructing his daughter to smile more, be very happy, then act scared and pull her hair. His behavior is peculiar, and at one point he orders Mary to turn off the camera, looking at her harshly. In another disturbing video, he has his children parade around with firearms, almost pointing one at Mary to make her turn off the camera. These clues led the police to consider Robert Fisher the sole person of interest, eventually placing him on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list by April 20th of the same year. Several days after the incident, his Toyota truck was found in the National Forest, where he was seen withdrawing money from an ATM near the passenger door. A large pile of human excrement was discovered, leading investigators to believe he was hiding in the area, possibly in one of the many caves. Reports of sightings began to surface, with one couple claiming they saw him walking along Young Road days before the truck was found. Some speculated he had hidden in a cave and perished, while others found it odd that his beloved dog, Blue, stayed by the truck for about 5 days without food or water. This led to confusion about why Robert left the dog there, and whether it indicated anything about his state of mind or plans. On July 19th, an official arrest warrant was issued for Robert Fisher on charges of first-degree murder and arson. A $100,000 reward was offered for information leading to his capture, with many believing he was alive and living under a new identity. Descriptions of Robert emphasized his average appearance, a white male with light eyes and blonde hair. However, his distinctive walk due to back surgery, a surgery scar, and a gold crown on one of his teeth could help identify him. The public was warned that Fisher was considered armed and dangerous. The police also released age-progressed images to show how he might look now, aiding the public and identifying him. The police began to question whether Robert Fisher had planned his actions premeditatedly, but they discovered that it might not have been the case. His actions suggested a mix of surprise and a determined effort to flee and avoid capture. A truck driver reported helping a man who closely resembled Robert Fisher after the man's car broke down. Another testimony came from a woman who saw a man resembling Fisher while she went to the bathroom. The man ordered a drink and stared at the fireplace for a long time. On the same night, another woman arrived at a hostel asking for shelter because her boyfriend had just left her. The two women described the man similarly, raising suspicions that someone might have helped him escape, possibly a lover. Despite all this, the police doubted that Fisher could survive long-term in the wilderness, even though he enjoyed hunting and fishing. They considered the possibility of suicide a common outcome for those who commit such crimes against their families. However, no body was found, leading many to believe he might be living in South America. Some believe Robert Fisher may have fled to Mexico, where he could survive using cash and avoid the need for credit cards. Others speculate he might be in Brazil, potentially leveraging his medical knowledge to sustain himself. In 2009, a woman visiting Guatemala reported a strange encounter. While taking a selfie, she noticed a man resembling Fisher in the background. He allegedly confronted her, demanding access to the camera. She later reported the incident to authorities, but police were unable to verify whether the man was indeed Fisher. In 2001, someone claiming to be Robert Fisher called a program called Most Wanted, boasting that the authorities would never catch him. Police quickly questioned the authenticity of the calls. Then in 2004, a man in Canada who bore a striking resemblance to Fisher was detained. A former neighbor of Robert's was certain it was him, noting the same scar on his back and a missing gold tooth. However, fingerprint analysis confirmed the man was not Fisher. Despite these dead ends, law enforcement continues to receive numerous reported sightings, though only a few have been considered somewhat credible. Authorities strongly urge anyone who spots a person resembling Robert Fisher, particularly in Latin America, where he may be hiding, to contact them immediately. Moving on to the next case. Today we'll look into the case of a woman who was 9.5 months pregnant when she was brutally attacked inside her own apartment in the middle of the night. As police launched their investigation, they uncovered a series of chilling and unexpected details. Piece by piece, they managed to unravel the truth behind this complex case. But the ending proved so shocking that even seasoned detectives were left stunned by its twists. Diana Diallo was born in 1959 in Tustin, a quiet suburban city near Los Angeles. Her father served in the military, while her mother worked at a small clothing factory. At 19, Diana met a man named Kevin Green. One night, while out at a bar with a friend, some men began harassing them, being far too pushy. That's when Kevin stepped in. Kevin quickly stepped in to handle the situation, and after he drove the man away, Diana offered to buy him a drink as a thank you. Just a few days later, the two went on their first date, and their relationship progressed rapidly. At that time, Kevin was still legally married, but he and his wife were already going through a divorce. Not long after, he and Diana moved in together, and she became pregnant soon after Kevin's divorce was finalized. They married the very same day, excitedly preparing for the arrival of their baby girl. The couple rented an apartment in a small complex in Tustin. Kevin served in the Marines as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby base, while Diana, who had once worked alongside her mother at the clothing factory, decided to stay home during her pregnancy to focus on preparing for their daughter's birth. By late September 1979, Diana was 9.5 months pregnant and expected to head to the hospital at any moment. On the evening of September 30th, after watching a movie together, she and Kevin got into an argument. The pressure of impending parenthood had been building, and lately, their fights had become more frequent. To cool off and avoid escalating the situation, Kevin decided to go for a drive and stopped at a nearby fast food restaurant. Roughly 40 minutes later, the local police department received a disturbing call. It was Kevin, frantically reporting that someone had shot his wife and that she needed an ambulance immediately. Since a patrol car happened to be nearby, officers rushed to the apartment within minutes. When officers entered the apartment, they discovered Diana lying on her bed, drenched in blood from what appeared to be a head wound consistent with a gunshot. Blood spattered the bedroom wall, adding to the horrific scene. Though gravely injured, Diana was still struggling to breathe, so the officers immediately began first aid while awaiting paramedics. Unsure of what had taken place, they instructed Kevin to step out of the room. Soon after, medics arrived and carefully transferred Diana into the ambulance. At first, they too suspected a gunshot wound, but upon closer inspection, they realized her injuries were caused by blunt force trauma rather than a bullet. Kevin asked to accompany his wife to the hospital, but police refused, insisting he remain behind to give a statement. At that stage, investigators were considering every possibility, including the chance that Kevin himself had been involved in the attack. Kevin appeared to be in shock, struggling to process the officers' instructions. At one point, he even tried to climb into the ambulance, and police had to stop him. As the vehicle pulled away, he began to regain his composure and finally recounted what had happened that evening. He explained that after arguing with Diana, he decided to cool off by driving to a fast food place for burgers. When he left the apartment, Kevin realized he had forgotten his keys inside, but chose not to return for them. Instead, he shut the door and went straight to his car. He also told police that near the apartment complex, he noticed a van with its back doors open and saw an African-American man pacing back and forth beside it. Since it was around 2 a.m., Kevin thought the scene with the van was unusual. He drove to his favorite fast food spot, but seeing a long line, he decided to try another location of the same chain a few miles away. After buying burgers there, he headed back home, a trip that in total took about 40 minutes. When he arrived, he noticed the front door to the apartment was wide open. Kevin rushed inside and heard strange noises that sounded like snoring. Entering the bedroom, he found Diana covered in blood and gasping for breath. He immediately called the police. Still, aspects of Kevin's account raised suspicions. His decision to go out for burgers at that hour seemed unusual, and the 40-minute outing felt suspiciously long, especially since several restaurants of the same chain were located close to his home. Even so, officers checked Kevin's fast food bag, and the food was still warm. The receipt also showed the restaurant's address and purchase time, which backed up his story. With this corroboration, police allowed Kevin to go to the hospital, but only after asking him to provide a blood sample. Although DNA testing wasn't available yet, experts could at least compare his blood type with traces collected at the crime scene. At the hospital, doctors determined that Diana's head injury wasn't from a gunshot. Instead, it appeared she had been struck repeatedly with a small but heavy object, possibly a piece of wood. Tragically, she soon slipped into a coma. Medical staff fought tirelessly for hours, trying to save both Diana and her unborn baby. Doctors eventually managed to stabilize Diana, though she still required surgery. In the meantime, investigators asked medical experts to determine whether she had been sexually assaulted. This was standard procedure, but her position when she was found also raised suspicions. Tests soon confirmed their fears. Traces of semen were discovered on her body. There were complications, however. Kevin told detectives that he and Diana had been intimate just a few hours before their argument that night, and since DNA testing wasn't yet available, investigators couldn't definitively link the sample to the attacker. With little to go on, the case stalled. Kevin and Diana's families spent the night at the hospital, desperately hoping both she and the baby would survive. But by morning, tragedy struck. A monitor revealed that the baby's condition had suddenly worsened, and despite doctors' best efforts, their little girl did not survive. After the baby's death, doctors performed surgery on Diana right away and managed to stabilize her. Though she remained in a coma, her chances of survival were now considered relatively high. Still, physicians warned that the severity of her injuries made a full recovery to normal life unlikely. Meanwhile, detectives pushed forward with their hunt for the person responsible for the brutal attack. With the loss of the baby, the case was reclassified as homicide, and the local police department dedicated all available resources to solving it. Despite Kevin's alibi, investigators were hesitant to rule him out. His account left troubling gaps. The heated argument with Diana just hours before the attack, the unlocked front door, and the unusually long absence for what was supposed to be a quick food run. Kevin's claim of spotting a suspicious man near the apartment in the middle of the night also struck investigators as a little too convenient. Still, there was no concrete evidence tying him to the crime. In fact, police already had reason to consider another angle. About a year earlier, a string of crimes with a strikingly similar modus operandi had shaken Tustin and nearby areas. In December 1978, an unknown assailant broke into the home of a 17-year-old girl, bludgeoned her with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted her, leading to her death. For months later, a 21-year-old woman suffered the same fate. Her apartment was broken into, she was struck with a piece of wood, and she too did not survive. Then, in July 1979, the attacker struck again. This time the victim lived, though she spent weeks in a coma from her injuries. Unfortunately, her eventual testimony failed to give police any solid leads on the identity of the perpetrator. In September 1979, less than a month before Diana's attack, the same happened to a 31-year-old woman who died the next day. Her son provided investigators with a description of the assailant, but the man still couldn't be identified. All these crimes shared striking similarities, just like the attack on Diana. Police were almost certain that they were dealing with a serial killer, and all their efforts were focused on catching this individual. He had already got a nickname, the bedroom basher. Considering that the perpetrator was committing his crimes with short intervals and operating in a relatively small suburban area of Los Angeles, detectives believed that he could strike again very soon. They decided to reach out to the public through the media and warn all women who lived alone, especially those in lower-floor apartments, as they were apparently the preferred targets of the suspected serial killer. This sparked a wave of panic. Women began clearing store shelves of any means of protection, signing up for self-defense courses, and staying with friends and relatives trying to safeguard themselves from the dangerous criminal. Police also began patrolling the streets at nightfall. Detectives interviewed anyone who could have had any connection to these crimes, and soon they received their first leads. Several neighbors of the victims reported seeing a suspicious white man with dark, thick hair near their houses. Although this description was quite superficial, police located several matching men and investigated them, but it led nowhere. A week after Diana's attack, doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. But there was a serious problem. Diana couldn't speak or remember anything, and according to the doctors, her brain needed some time to recover, functioning at the level of a 6-year-old child. Around the same time, another attack happened in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, struck her several times with a piece of wood, and slowly assaulted her. Tragically, the victim died, and the police once again failed to catch the culprit. Diana spent several more days in the hospital, and her mind began to gradually return to normal. However, she had almost completely lost her memory and still couldn't recall even her parents. Doctors said her memory might eventually return, but warned her family not to recount anything to her and to allow her to remember everything on her own. Once her life-threatening condition passed, Diana was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Since Kevin needed to work on the military base to pay the bills, they moved in with Diana's parents, who could care for her around the clock. 2 weeks later, another tragic attack occurred in the city with a similar modus operandi, and this time the unknown assailant killed a 17-year-old girl. After being discharged from the hospital, Diana started attending physiotherapy and her condition gradually improved. She still couldn't speak or remember what happened to her, but everything suddenly changed. 6 weeks after the attack, during a physiotherapy session, the therapist brought up the attack and asked if Diana still cannot remember who did it to her, to the doctor's surprise. Diana suddenly nodded and pointed to her wedding ring. When Diana's mother came to pick her up, the doctor told her about this, and the mother asked her daughter, "Was it Kevin who attacked you?" And Diana nodded. Right after that, her mother took her to the police station, where she spoke with the lead detective. He asked Diana a few more questions, and she confirmed that she suddenly remembered the moment of the attack, and the perpetrator was none other than her husband. For the detective, this completely changed the course of the case. He and his team were almost certain that Diana was attacked by the same serial criminal responsible for the other similar attacks. But now the detective faced several questions. Could Kevin be the bedroom basher? He lived in the same area where the attacks happened, and even matched the description provided by several witnesses who saw a white man with dark hair. Or did Kevin decide to get rid of his wife by disguising himself as the active killer? Considering that all the actions of the bedroom basher were almost identical each single time, it wouldn't have been difficult. The detective thought that if he arrested Kevin now, his involvement in other crimes might never be proven, and Kevin himself could flee as soon as he realized he was caught. So he made a difficult decision. He asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana still remembered nothing and to return home to Kevin. This was obviously a huge challenge for both of them, but they agreed on the less. Investigators put Kevin under surveillance and closely monitored all his movements, hoping to eventually link him to other attacks. Police spoke with Kevin's friend to learn more about the suspect, and they quickly found out something interesting. Those who knew him well said that his relationship with Diana was quite tense. The couple argued frequently, a fact also confirmed by neighbors who often heard their screams. According to friends, Kevin regularly complained to them that Diana refused to be intimate with him in the final months of her pregnancy. Yet Kevin had described his relationship with Diana to detectives as nearly perfect. But besides that, detectives couldn't gather any additional useful information. Kevin behaved quite normally. He went to work and came back home without lingering anywhere else and didn't raise any suspicions. The police also received results from the lab, revealing an interesting discovery besides the attacker's semen. They found skin particles with blood under Diana's nails. Specialists matched the blood type of the attacker to Kevin's blood sample, and it matched. It meant that Kevin had the same blood type as the person who attacked Diana. Based on this information, detectives came up with the most likely version of what had happened on that fateful night. Kevin indeed bought burgers at a fast food joint a few miles from home. The time on the receipt and cashier's words confirmed his presence, so detectives believed he could have attacked Diana before leaving home, then quickly went to the fast food restaurant to create an alibi, explaining the extended 40-minute trip regarding motive. Detectives theorized that Diana's refusal to engage in intimacy served as the trigger. Despite Kevin's claim that they had had sex hours before the incident, he frequently complained to friends about Diana's reluctance for months. Given the severity of the attack, detectives believe this was Kevin's breaking point. The police re-interviewed Diana, who confirmed she vividly remembered the attack, and Kevin was indeed the one who assaulted her. During the conversation, her mother said they could no longer pretend and live under the same roof as Kevin. After that, detectives decided to arrest him and proceed with legal action. Kevin was taken into custody while he was at a store to avoid risking Diana's family and conducting the arrest at their home. Kevin refused to admit guilt, insisting that everything happened exactly as he had told them. Preparation for the trial took 10 months. During this time, Diana's physical condition gradually improved. She could speak again, although not without difficulty. Diana was also examined by several doctors, who came to a unanimous conclusion that her brain had sufficiently recovered, and she was a reliable witness. Diana testified in court, confirming that the person who attacked her that night was indeed her husband. Kevin's defense insisted on his innocence, trying to use the fast food alibi, but it wasn't enough against the victim's testimony. In November 1980, Kevin was found guilty of killing his child and assaulting his wife. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison regarding Kevin's possible involvement in other murders and assaults. Detectives noticed something interesting before Kevin's arrest. 2 more similar crimes occurred in their county, but both victims survived. They still hadn't been able to identify the attacker, so his identity remained unknown. But after Kevin's arrest, the attacks suddenly stopped. Before that, the bedroom basher committed his crimes quite frequently, sometimes with only a few weeks between them. But once Kevin was arrested, there were no more similar crimes at all. Right after the sentencing, Diana filed for divorce, and Kevin didn't try to object it. Since then, Diana continued to work on her recovery, but it was quite challenging considering the injuries she sustained. Her brain almost returned to normal, but some problems remained with her forever. She partially lost her hearing and vision and still struggled to speak. As for Kevin, he continued to insist on his innocence for years. His time in prison wasn't easy. Other inmates repeatedly attacked him for killing a child, and Kevin ended up in the hospital multiple times. When he had the opportunity to apply for parole, the commission denied it. And over the following years, he received 3 more denials. The main reason for these decisions was that Kevin had never admitted his guilt, which was seen as a lack of remorse. When DNA analysis became widely utilized in forensics, Kevin attempted to request analysis of the existing samples and comparison with his DNA. But this request was rejected due to the fact that he didn't have enough money to pay for the analysis. This went on until 1996, when the police department reopened the investigation into a series of attacks allegedly committed by the bedroom basher. Throughout this time, Semen samples taken from the victims' bodies were stored in the laboratory. Now, detectives had the opportunity not only to determine if one person was behind all these crimes, but also possibly to identify them. Kevin remained the prime suspect. But when experts obtained the DNA profile of the perpetrator and added it to the database, there was an unexpected twist. All these samples matched another man named Gerald Parker. Parker was arrested in the same year as Kevin. He assaulted a 13-year-old girl in Tustin and was caught shortly after. At the time, detectives did not link this crime to the series of attacks because they had a different pattern. While the bedroom basher targeted victims late at night in their apartments, Parker abducted the girl on the street. Since then, he had been serving his sentence in prison and was set to be released in just a few days. After investigators obtained DNA matches for Parker in all the unsolved cases, they also remembered the attack on Diana. Although this crime was considered solved, detectives still considered its connection to the other similar cases highly likely. Now they understood that Kevin definitely wasn't the serial killer, leaving them with just one question. Did he really attack his wife? Interestingly, during those years, Parker served at the same military base as Kevin and also owned a dark-colored van. As we recall, on the very first day, Kevin told the police that he saw an African-American man in front of their house walking near a dark van. This made detectives wonder, what if Parker was behind the attack on Diana? The local prosecutor visited Kevin in prison and informed him of the progress in the investigation of the bedroom basher murder series. He then asked Kevin to provide a direct sample of his DNA for analysis. Kevin, who had been trying to do this for years, immediately agreed. While experts conducted the analysis, detectives went to see Parker in prison. At that point, they hadn't yet charged him with the series of attacks because they needed time to prepare such a complex case. Nevertheless, the police decided to talk to the suspect, hoping he might give them a confession. Parker began to deny his involvement in the series of crimes. So detectives shifted the conversation to the attack on Diana before questioning him. They reviewed Parker's case and found something interesting. After his arrest for assaulting the girl, he told the police that military service was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Detectives decided to use this to their advantage and questioned how he could let another soldier take the blame for his crime. They continued pressing Parker, appealing to his loyalty to the military, until he suddenly said that another person was indeed serving time for the murder he committed. He continued, admitting that on that night he did indeed drive to Kevin's house in his van. His plan was to roam the neighborhood, peering into ground floor windows, as he had done many times before, looking for his next victim. But this time he heard screams from Kevin in Diana's apartment, and a man came out onto the street. Parker noticed that he didn't lock the door, waited for a few minutes, then entered the apartment and assaulted Diana. He also said that he didn't know her husband since they had different duties on the military base. Parker also confessed to the other crimes, admitting to 6 murders and 3 non-lethal attacks. After the police obtained confessions, DNA results proved Parker's involvement and Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor promised to overturn his sentence as soon as possible, and a few days later, Kevin walked free. After spending 16 years behind bars, the twist in this case caused a widespread outcry. It wasn't just because an innocent man spent nearly half his life for someone else's crime, but also because it took so long for the police to establish the real killer's identity. However, that wasn't the last twist in this case. When Kevin was released, the state of California agreed to pay him $10,000, which was a relatively small amount of money. Even for those times, several years later, he got an additional compensation of $100 for each day spent in prison, totaling $620,000. But the story didn't end there. Despite Kevin's full exoneration, Diana refused to believe in his innocence. Up until that point, she had claimed Kevin was the only one who attacked her. However, after biological material from her body matched Parker's DNA, she came up with a new version. Diana claimed that on that night, Kevin attacked and assaulted her before leaving, and then Parker entered the apartment and did the same to her. Parker himself repeatedly stated that when he entered the apartment, the woman was simply lying on the bed without any visible injuries or signs of distress. He also claimed that he was the one who struck her on the head. Diana's family proposed another theory, suggesting that Kevin might have asked Parker to commit the crime, which is why he left the house that night, leaving the door open. But Parker continued to insist that he didn't know Kevin. There were numerous people on the military base, many of whom didn't know each other personally. Besides, such a version would imply that Kevin should have known Parker was the serial killer to ask him something like that, which he vehemently denied. Kevin firmly denied any connection to Parker, insisting he would never harm Diana, let alone their unborn daughter. He explained that he left the door unlocked simply because he didn't want to return for his keys after their argument, a choice he still regrets deeply. Diana, however, has always maintained her own version of events, and there may be a medical reason for that. The severe trauma she suffered had lasting effects on her brain. When she eventually emerged from the coma, doctors cautioned her family not to reveal what had happened. At that stage, her mind was highly vulnerable, and any information she was given could easily be internalized as fact, leading her to believe such implanted memories were real. Even at the time of Kevin's release, 16 years after the attack, Diana was still living with severe difficulties. For instance, she struggled to follow fast-paced speech, a sign that the brain damage from her injuries had caused permanent impairments. It's very possible that this lasting trauma played a role in her unwavering belief that Kevin was involved. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but the execution was never carried out. After spending years on death row, California placed a moratorium on executions, meaning Parker remains alive, serving his sentence behind bars to this day. Moving on to the next case. A young mother had planned to spend Christmas with her parents, but she never arrived. Just before the holiday, she suddenly stopped communicating and vanished without a trace. Her parents began searching desperately, stumbling upon unsettling and mysterious clues. Before long, investigators uncovered a shocking twist that none of them had ever experienced in a case before. This unexpected development ultimately propelled the investigation forward and led them to the truth. Melissa Wolfenbarger was born on September 9, 1977, in the small town of Locust Grove, Georgia. The youngest in her family, she was lovingly cared for by her older sister, who was 7 at the time of Melissa's birth and helped their mother look after her. Over the years, the two sisters grew inseparable. During high school, Melissa met a young man named Christopher, and shortly after graduation, the two were married. The couple settled in a quiet suburb of Atlanta, where Christopher landed a job at a glass manufacturing plant. Not long after moving, Melissa got pregnant and they welcomed a daughter, followed by a son a little later. By 1998, 21-year-old Melissa was spending most of her time at home taking care of the kids, even though she was quite young. She was happy with her growing family. Melissa also tried to visit her parents and sister as often as she could, but with the distance and all her responsibilities, those visits were rare. They planned to spend Christmas with their family that year and a month before on Thanksgiving. Melissa called her mom to ask for a special gift. She wanted some old photo of her grandfather. Her mother sifted through the family albums, found the perfect photograph, and waited eagerly for Melissa and the children to arrive. But when Christmas came, Melissa never showed up. At first, her parents were surprised, especially since the visit had been planned for over a month. Still, they assumed she might have been overwhelmed with responsibilities. With 2 young children to care for and a new job at a cafe to help supplement Christopher's income, life was certainly demanding. The situation was made more difficult because they couldn't simply pick up the phone and call her. Melissa's home didn't have a landline, and cell phones weren't common at the time. She usually contacted them from her in-laws' house, but since her last call on Thanksgiving, they hadn't heard a word from her. At first, her parents decided to wait. But when Melissa failed to call on her mother's birthday, their concern grew. Something didn't feel right. That was when they decided to drive to Atlanta to check on her themselves. But what they found came as a shock. Melissa and Christopher's house was completely empty. After talking with neighbors, they learned the family had moved out shortly after Christmas, though no one seemed to know where they had gone. This left her parents even more bewildered. They couldn't imagine Melissa moving away without saying a word. Eventually, they contacted Christopher's parents, which finally led them to Christopher. Yet, his explanation only deepened the mystery. He claimed that Melissa had left him back in December and that he hadn't seen her since. According to him, she had chosen to head to California to start over, abandoning both him and their children. Melissa's parents found his story nearly impossible to believe. First of all, her parents couldn't believe Melissa would ever abandon her children, who were just 1 and 2 years old. And even if she had chosen to move, They were certain she would have called or visited at some point, but she never did. Still, Christopher stuck firmly to his story, and Melissa's parents couldn't get any further answers from him. They returned home uncertain about what to do next, but determined not to give up on finding their daughter. In the months that followed, they reached out to friends and relatives, searching for any trace of her, but it was as though Melissa had simply disappeared. Then, in the spring of 1999, Melissa's mother came across a news report about Atlanta police discovering a human head inside a bleach-soaked bag in a wooded area. A few days later, authorities uncovered 4 additional bags containing more body parts. What struck Melissa's mother most was that the site was located near Christopher's former workplace, raising her fear that the remains could belong to her daughter. However, police later confirmed the head was from a missing man tied to another cold case. By early 2000, Melissa's parents finally brought the matter to law enforcement, but their efforts led nowhere. Investigators interviewed Christopher and ultimately concluded that Melissa had chosen to abandon her family and start fresh somewhere else, which explained why she hadn't made contact. With that assumption, the case was left largely untouched. But Melissa's parents never accepted that explanation. As time went on, they grew increasingly certain that something terrible had happened to her, and they strongly suspected Christopher had a hand in it. Her parents were well aware that the couple's marriage was troubled. Christopher had physically abused Melissa on multiple occasions, prompting her to leave him and stay with her parents, bringing the children along. Yet each time, he would apologize and persuade her to return. This history only made his story more suspicious. If he had always fought to win her back before, why hadn't he done anything this time? He hadn't called her parents, hadn't gone to the police, and hadn't made the slightest effort to prevent her from leaving. Even stranger, according to Christopher, Melissa had left without taking a single thing with her. Not her clothes, not her jewelry, not even her identification. The entire situation seemed highly unusual. But with no support from the police, Melissa's parents felt powerless to act. For several years, there was still no trace of Melissa. But in 2003, everything took a shocking turn. Police had reopened a cold case from 1977 involving the murder of a woman that had remained unsolved for 26 years. After reviewing the evidence and conducting DNA testing, detectives finally identified the killer. It turned out to be Carl Patton, Melissa's own father. And that revelation was only the beginning. After his arrest, Carl struck a deal with investigators. He would confess to 3 additional murders in exchange for full immunity for his wife, who had played a role in the crimes. As part of the agreement, Melissa's mother also agreed to testify against her husband, and in return, she was eventually granted immunity. According to their confessions, in December 1977, a woman named Mary, who was close to Carl, offered him $15,000 to kill her husband. Her motive was twofold. He had been unfaithful, and she had also taken out a life insurance policy on him that she wanted to collect. Carl agreed and recruited a friend to help carry out the plan. But when they approached the man, he happened to be with his mistress, so they decided to kill her as well. They disposed of the woman's body by throwing it into a river and left the man's body inside his car on railroad tracks, hoping to stage it as an accident. About a month later, Carl told his wife that his partner had apparently boasted about the crime to his girlfriend, and now he planned to silence them too. Carl lured the couple to his house, killed them, and with his wife's help, disposed of their bodies by tossing them into a river. She also assisted him in cleaning up the crime scene and the van used to transport the bodies. Later, Carl admitted to a 5th killing that had taken place 5 years earlier. Once again, Mary had offered him money, this time to murder her first husband, and Carl had agreed. In the end, he was charged with 5 murders, and police quickly began to suspect him in Melissa's disappearance as well. But Carl insisted he would never hurt his daughter and denied any involvement in her case. After further investigation, detectives determined that he was likely telling the truth. At first, authorities had only linked him to 1 murder, but he voluntarily confessed to 4 more. Carl said he was filled with regret over his actions, and it was this remorse that pushed him to come clean. But that wasn't the end of it. Seizing the opportunity, Carl made a request. He asked to meet with the lead detective who had connected him to the murder case and told him, "You managed to catch me, so maybe you can find my daughter." The detective was struck by the irony of it all. Here was a man who had admitted to 5 murders, now pleading for help in solving his daughter's disappearance. It was, to say the least, an unusual situation. Still, the detective agreed to take another look. He began reviewing the sparse details surrounding Melissa's disappearance and quickly zeroed in on one thing: the bags of human remains discovered near Christopher's workplace 4 years earlier. Back then, police had assumed the remains were from a man, but the detective realized that assumption hadn't actually been supported by forensic evidence. It was just a hunch. Since the remains were badly decomposed, the detective ordered them to be re-examined and requested a DNA test, using Carl's DNA already on file for comparison. The results confirmed what he had suspected. The remains didn't belong to a man at all. They were Melissa's. With this discovery, police finally determined that Melissa had been dead for years, not simply missing, and her case was officially reclassified as a homicide. The medical examiner's report revealed that her body had been dismembered with a reciprocating electric saw. Strangely, Melissa's torso was never recovered. Despite multiple searches of the wooded area where the other remains were found, investigators were unable to locate it. Even so, they uncovered a significant lead. They turned their attention to Christopher and spoke with his former employer at the glass factory, where he had worked up until Melissa disappeared. It was discovered that Christopher had been fired from his job around the same time Melissa vanished, for allegedly stealing an electric saw, the very type believed to have been used to dismember her body. Melissa's mother also informed police about his history of physically abusing her daughter. Adding to the suspicion, Christopher already had a criminal record. Even more troubling, he changed his name almost immediately after Melissa's death, with no clear explanation as to why. All of this made Christopher the prime suspect in her murder, but investigators lacked solid evidence. They questioned him multiple times, yet he clung to his original story, though his details often shifted. At one point, he claimed Melissa had run off with a lover. Later, he insisted she had been planning to sell fake IDs, which explained her silence. Investigators also uncovered another telling detail. Shortly after moving out of their home, Christopher left his children in the care of his parents and played little part in their upbringing. Though he visited occasionally, the kids hardly even recognized him as their father. Still, none of this helped police get closer to an arrest. They needed hard evidence to move forward. They obtained a warrant to search the house where Melissa had been living at the time of her disappearance. Since the killer had used an electric saw, detectives suspected the murder had most likely occurred there, and they hoped to uncover blood traces or other forensic evidence. Specialists combed through the house carefully, collecting samples from the floors and other surfaces in search of clues. Sadly, the analysis turned up nothing. Forensic technology at the time wasn't nearly as advanced as it is today, leaving detectives with no option but to store the collected samples in the evidence warehouse, hoping they might prove useful in the future. Investigators made several more attempts to uncover new leads and pressure Christopher into revealing something, but each effort ended in frustration. The case eventually went cold once more, remaining unsolved for many years. During that time, Melissa's father was convicted and sentenced to 5 life terms plus an additional 20 years. It's also worth noting that Mary, the woman who had paid him for 2 of the murders, had died in the late 1980s and never faced justice for her role. Meanwhile, Melissa's mother and older sister continued pushing to keep the investigation alive on their own. They worked tirelessly to keep the case in the public eye and maintained regular contact with investigators, but despite their persistence, no real progress was made. This went on until 2017, though Melissa's mother never lost hope of one day finding justice for her daughter. That year, she chose to attend an event where true crime enthusiasts gathered to discuss cold cases and search for potential new leads. Among the attendees was crime analyst Cheryl McCullum. Melissa's mother approached her and asked for help, sharing the story of her daughter's disappearance. Then she added something that immediately stunned Cheryl. "My husband committed 5 murders, and I helped him." The revelation intrigued Cheryl deeply, and after the event, she decided to investigate the case in detail. She spoke extensively with Melissa's family and even maintained contact with her father, who was serving his prison sentence. What struck Cheryl most was how a man responsible for 5 murders seemed more preoccupied with the fact that his daughter's killer might never be brought to justice. Over the next few years, Cheryl gathered every piece of information she could about the case and eventually reached a clear conclusion. The most likely suspect was Melissa's husband, Christopher. While no direct evidence linked him to the crime, The mountain of circumstantial evidence was hard to ignore. He had a documented history of abusing Melissa, showed no concern for her disappearance, and carried on with his life as though nothing had happened. But the most damning detail was that, just before Melissa's death, Christopher had been accused by his employer of stealing the very type of saw used to dismember her body. No one in Melissa's family doubted Christopher's guilt, not even her children. By the time Cheryl began investigating, they were grown and actively tried to help her uncover the truth. Cheryl also sought input from well-known figures in the true crime world, including journalist Nancy Grace and several law enforcement experts. After reviewing all the evidence she had compiled, they unanimously agreed. Christopher was the most likely culprit. Still, without a single piece of definitive proof, the case remained frozen. It was then that Nancy Grace suggested Cheryl launch her own podcast to bring wider attention to the case. Public exposure, she explained, often plays a critical role in cold cases. It can inspire new witnesses to come forward, people who may not realize the importance of what they know, and potentially shift the entire direction of the investigation. Cheryl eventually went ahead with the idea, launching her podcast in 2023 and dedicating the very first episode to Melissa's case. Since then, she has released numerous episodes featuring Melissa's mother and other family members, sharing everything she had uncovered over the years. Still, despite her persistence, the case showed no signs of progress. That changed in April 2024, when a long-awaited breakthrough finally arrived. After one of her new episodes aired, a witness reached out to Cheryl, explaining that he had come across the podcast and believed he had important information. He revealed that, shortly before Melissa's disappearance, he had seen her involved in a heated argument with Christopher. The full details of his statement have not been made public, as detectives, only a few months into this new lead, have kept the information confidential to protect the investigation. According to some reports, during that heated argument Christopher allegedly threatened Melissa, and Cheryl quickly passed this account on to the police. That testimony became a turning point, convincing investigators to reopen the case. Over the next 3 months, detectives revisited the entire file, re-interviewed those connected to the case, and re-examined the evidence with modern forensic technology. Experts reanalyzed the bags containing Melissa's remains, along with samples collected from the home where the murder likely took place. Then, in August 2024, investigators held a press conference announcing that, 25 years after Melissa's death, her husband had finally been arrested. As with the witness's statement, authorities did not share specifics about the evidence uncovered during the renewed investigation. However, some sources suggest that advances in forensic analysis may have revealed DNA traces or other critical proof tying Christopher directly to the crime. Detectives are keeping the details under wraps for a fairly standard reason. The more information released before trial, the easier it becomes for the defense to exploit it and challenge the evidence. For now, Christopher remains in jail awaiting trial, with a preliminary hearing still pending to determine whether he will plead guilty or not guilty. Melissa's family is confident he will finally be held accountable, and investigators seem to share that belief. All signs point to the discovery of compelling evidence that will be extremely difficult to dispute. After nearly 26 years, the case is finally moving toward resolution. Melissa's story has now spread nationwide, capturing attention not only because of its tragic nature, but also because of the extraordinary twists and turns that brought it here. In the beginning, police were only able to confirm that Melissa was dead because her father, after being arrested for 5 murders, urged investigators to look into her disappearance. Years later, the podcast became a key factor in drawing out a witness, whose testimony reopened the investigation and ultimately led to Christopher's arrest. Melissa's children also believe their father is guilty and are holding on to the hope that justice will soon be served. Beyond a conviction, however, they long to know the complete truth and Christopher's motives. That, however, will only come to light if he chooses to confess. Moving on to the next case. On a quiet February night in Albuquerque, life took a devastating turn for the Otero family. What began as an ordinary evening soon spiraled into horror. Nicholas Otero had been speaking with a girl online, unaware that meeting her face-to-face would lure him into a deadly trap. When his older brother, Elias, stepped in to defend him, the situation escalated in an instant. Gunfire shattered the silence, leaving both the family and their community reeling. But who orchestrated this? How could a simple meeting end in such tragedy? This is a tale of deception, danger, and the Otero family's pursuit of justice. Elias Otero was born on November 19, 1996, in Albuquerque, the largest city in New Mexico. He was the first child of Luis and Alicia Otero, a hard-working couple who dreamed of creating a loving home. That dream grew into reality as the family welcomed 4 more children. Elias was raised in a caring, supportive environment, always surrounded by his siblings. Among them was Nicola, for years his junior. From early on, Elias showed bravery and a deep sense of responsibility. He had a natural instinct to protect others and was guided by a strong moral compass. In high school, his outgoing nature won him many friends, and he became a source of pride for his parents. Although he enjoyed video games and an active social life, Elias also thrived academically and was admired for his sharp wit, which made him well-liked among classmates. When it came time to choose a career, he followed his protective instincts and pursued law enforcement. His family wasn't surprised. Elias had always been steady, composed, and committed to justice. He naturally commanded respect and had a gift for bringing order to any situation. His mother, Alicia, often turned to him for support, trusting his maturity in handling challenges. His respectful nature and gentlemanly character set him apart, embodying values uncommon among many of his peers. By late 2020, Elias had completed his training as a corrections officer and had already begun working at the Albuquerque Penitentiary. At only 24, Elias had already built a bright future. He was advancing in his career and had recently gotten engaged. While planning his wedding and preparing for a new chapter with his fiancée, he chose to stay close to his parents and siblings, preserving the tight family bond that meant so much to him. But on the night of February 10, 2021, everything changed in an instant. The day had begun like any other, yet by evening it unraveled into tragedy. That night, Nicholas, Elias's younger brother, struck up a conversation with 18-year-old Annabella Dukes through a popular social media app. Captivated by her beauty and charm, he quickly felt drawn to her. To his surprise, Anna suggested they meet in person later that same night. Excited by the opportunity, Nicholas agreed to meet and drove his red Lexus to the address Anna gave him. Confident and eager, he thought nothing of leaving home late at night, since his job at a nearby cemetery often kept him out during those hours. When he arrived, Anna's beauty surpassed even his expectations. She suggested they head to a park in the city center for a more private setting. But during the drive, Nicholas began to feel uneasy. Anna commented on his diamond-studded necklace and asked how much it was worth. She also questioned whether he had a weapon or cash in the car. The probing felt suspicious, but despite the warning signs, Nicholas decided to continue, hoping the evening would turn out better once they reached the park. Nicholas noticed that Anna's phone showed an active call, hinting that someone had been listening in on their conversation. Before he could process it, another car pulled up behind them, and 3 armed men stepped out. The situation escalated quickly as the men forced Nicholas out of his Lexus. In the tension of the moment, one attacker even asked for permission to use his weapon against him. Luckily for Nicholas, the men stopped short of harming him, limiting their actions to searching his car. Still, his suspicions that Anna had lured him into a trap grew undeniable. Those fears were confirmed when he saw her casually conversing with the assailants, as if they were longtime friends. The betrayal stung even deeper when he realized Anna appeared to be romantically involved with one of them. The ringleader of the group was Adrian Avila, just 17 years old, yet carrying himself with authority. After taking Nicholas's diamond necklace, credit cards, and some cash, Nicholas assumed the ordeal was ending. But it was only beginning. Unsatisfied, the attackers forced him back into his Lexus. One climbed into the driver's seat while the others split between his car and their own, keeping him under the threat of guns. They ordered Nicholas to call his older brother Elias and demand $1,000 along with a firearm in exchange for his freedom. If he refused, they warned, he would be killed. Speeding toward the Otero family home, the group believed they had control. But Elias, roused from deep sleep by his brother's frantic call, quickly took charge. After alerting his siblings to the danger, he promised them he would not allow the criminals to get what they wanted. Above all, he was determined to protect his family. When the criminals arrived, Elias confronted them without hesitation. Armed and carrying a concealed carry permit, he stepped outside to face the attackers, but the confrontation quickly turned deadly. According to later investigations, Adrian acted faster than Elias could react, firing his weapon and fatally wounding him. The scene became even more traumatic as Elias' family, who had been watching in horror, witnessed the tragic event unfold. The attackers fled the scene, 2 on foot and 2 in the car, while Nicola used the chaos to escape and seek safety. Around 2:20 a.m., one of Elias's sisters called emergency services reporting her brother's critical injuries. Meanwhile, Luis, their father, was jolted awake by the sound of his phone. The call from his daughter brought the worst news imaginable. Stricken with grief, he struggled to explain the situation to Alicia Elias, his mother, who was devastated. Rushing to their son's side, they arrived at the scene in less than 5 minutes, only to find Elias lying on the pavement. They couldn't tell if he was still alive, but the sight of his motionless body pierced their hearts. Paramedics arrived shortly after, but it was too late. Elias was pronounced dead that fateful morning. He was just 24 years old. Alicia later confessed that she couldn't stop asking herself why such a tragedy had to happen to her eldest son, a young man who had always stayed out of trouble, avoided bad influences, and never dabbled in drugs. The police discovered 3 handguns and a rifle near Elias's body, while his grieving family struggled to process their loss. They recounted the events to officers. They explained how Nicola had arrived with 3 armed men who were threatening him. Nicola reappeared later that night, shaken and in tears. He was now burdened not only by the loss of his brother, his role model, but also by an overwhelming sense of guilt for unintentionally putting Elias in harm's way. The authorities launched an investigation to bring the culprits to justice while canvassing the area for evidence. Detectives found Nicholas's car abandoned and damaged a few blocks from the crime scene. An autopsy confirmed that Elias had been struck by 5 bullets, all of which proved fatal. As part of the inquiry, Nicholas had to recount the harrowing events to investigators, a process that was both painful and traumatic. Despite the emotional toll, he was driven by a deep desire for justice for his brother. Nicholas shared everything he could remember, including his brief online interaction with Anna and her role in the events. He revealed that after the crime, Anna had texted him claiming she was on the run from the 3 men whom she described as dangerous and unhinged. Anna insisted she didn't know the men involved and claimed she had nowhere to go. But despite her attempts to distance herself from the incident, neither Nicholas nor the detectives believed her. A few days later, after laying Elias to rest, his fiancée Copyright, he found the strength to speak to the media about the man she had planned to spend her life with. In one interview, she described Elias as someone with a huge heart, deeply devoted to his family and friends. She expressed that neither she nor the Otero family could comprehend why such a tragedy had to happen to someone so undeserving. The family's only hope was that justice would rise to meet the circumstances. The heartbreaking case shook the Albuquerque community, leaving its residents grappling with disbelief, anger, sadness, and frustration. Many sought answers and justice in what was shaping up to be one of the city's most violent years. By mid-2021, the number of violent crimes was on track to surpass the record of 80 homicides set in 2019. Experts had already warned in 2017 that Albuquerque was facing a rising tide of violence, but despite promises from officials to improve the justice system, many families felt abandoned, with repeat offenders often facing little consequence. Elias. His death only deepened the community's distrust in the system. The Otero family in particular felt increasingly disheartened as investigators withheld details about the case to avoid compromising the investigation. This lack of communication left them uncertain whether the culprits would ever face justice. Meanwhile, the police worked discreetly to identify the suspects, focusing on Anna's social media activity. Their investigation revealed that she had been chatting with another man the night before Elias's murder. Using the same tactic of luring victims through social media, Anna and her accomplices had robbed this man of his car but left him physically unharmed. It was that stolen vehicle the group used in their next plan, this time aiming for a bigger target. With these findings, the police intensified their efforts to identify the other 3 individuals involved. The first to be apprehended was Adrian. Evidence pointed to his central role in the crime, and his past made matters worse. Adrian was no stranger to law enforcement, having been implicated in a 2020 homicide where a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot. Despite the severity of that case, a judge had released Adrian on bail, requiring only that he wear a GPS monitor. In December 2021, just before Christmas, a warrant was issued for Adrian's arrest. On December 27th, he turned himself in and was charged with open murder, kidnapping 2 counts of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, evidence tampering, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. After Adrian's initial court appearance, Alicia told a local news station that the family was relieved by the case's progress. She recalled how she and her husband couldn't hold back their tears upon learning of Adrian's arrest. Alicia shared that during her son's funeral, she had promised to fight for him, and that promise had become her strength and reason to carry on. As for Anna, she remained at large. The Albuquerque Police Department circulated her photo, asking the community for help locating her, while Anna appeared smiling in the picture. Her legal troubles were mounting, and her role in the crime made her a wanted figure. Alicia made a public plea urging anyone who spotted Anna to contact Crime Stoppers, a community program that allows people to provide anonymous tips about criminal activity. She described Anna as dangerous and a threat to society. In response, the organization offered a $2,500 reward for information leading to Anna's arrest. Meanwhile, the police withheld the identities of the other 2 suspects and did not issue warrants for their capture. It wasn't until late January 2022, about a month after Adrian's capture, that authorities located and arrested Anna. The young woman faced multiple charges, including open murder, kidnapping, 2 counts of armed robbery, evidence tampering, and conspiracy. She was held in a detention facility without bail. A local news outlet reported that law enforcement was still searching for a 3rd suspect following Anna's arrest. Alicia once again appeared on television, reaffirming her hope for justice in her son's case. However, despite the progress, Alicia believed a crucial battle remained. Advocating for stricter laws in New Mexico, she openly stated that nothing less than a life sentence for each perpetrator would suffice, and voiced concerns about the possibility of bail, allowing them to walk free before facing trial. To find solace and a sense of purpose, Alicia connected with other mothers who had also experienced the unimaginable loss of a child to violence. These women met regularly, offering each other support and brainstorming ways to combat community violence. Through these conversations, Alicia reflected deeply on the tragedy and sought answers to the questions that haunted her. She concluded that unknowingly, Nicholas had made himself an easy target. Both he and Elias often posted photos and videos of their cars and belongings on social media, inadvertently drawing the attention of individuals like Anna and others with malicious intent. In August 2022, Anna accepted a plea deal during a virtual hearing. She pleaded guilty to aggravated armed robbery with a firearm, conspiracy, and other charges. In exchange, the charges of murder and kidnapping were dropped under the terms of the agreement. Anna was sentenced to serve between 5 and 15 years in prison. Adrian, on the other hand, pleaded not guilty to all charges during his own virtual hearing. Alicia and Luis expressed their devastation to the media, describing how the overwhelming evidence against Adrian made the judge's decision even more incomprehensible. They feared for their safety and that of their remaining children, with Adrian free in the community. However, the prosecutors appealed the ruling, and much to the relief of the Otero family, the state Supreme Court ultimately overturned the judge's decision. In the spring of 2024, Adrian reached a plea agreement covering both the 2020 case and Elias's 2021 case. In court, he admitted guilt to both crimes. Prosecutors revealed that his accomplices, including Anna, were ready to testify against him. Investigators determined that Anna had set up the robbery involving Nicholas and Elias, though they emphasized she was acting under Adrian's control and influence. Before sentencing, Adrian was identified as the leader of the group. He apologized to the victims' families, but the judge still imposed a 29-year prison term. As for the other suspects, little progress has been reported. Despite the outcome, Alicia and Luis continue to grieve their son's loss, often recalling his love for spicy wings and barbecue sauce, memories that now carry both comfort and sorrow. Moving on to the next case. On a cold February afternoon in Wenatchee, Washington, 17-year-old Mackenzie Cowell exited the back door of her beauty school for what was supposed to be a brief break. She didn't inform anyone of her plans. She simply stepped outside and vanished. Several hours later, her car was discovered in a remote canyon far from town. The vehicle was locked, her purse remained inside, and only a single set of footprints led away through the snow. No one knew where she had gone or what had occurred, but it was clear something was seriously wrong. What began as a missing person report quickly escalated into a far more troubling situation. In the quiet town of Wenatchee, Washington, 17-year-old Mackenzie Cowell was recognized as a lively and dedicated young woman with a promising future. She split her time between the homes of her divorced parents while preparing to graduate from high school. Alongside her academic commitments, Mackenzie was chasing her dream of becoming a hairstylist by attending the Wenatchee Academy of Hair Design. Her life was busy and full, consisting of early mornings, long days, and evenings performing with her school's dance group or modeling at local events. Mackenzie had also faced her share of hardships, including years of teasing over a noticeable underbite, which she planned to correct through surgery. Yet, she approached life with remarkable resilience, earning admiration from both friends and family for her steadily growing confidence. Her father often praised Mackenzie's relentless drive and determination. Her days began before sunrise and stretched late into the evening. At that time, she was dating Joaquin Vale Ocano, and the two were almost always together. Life seemed to be falling into place, until February 9, 2010, when everything changed. That evening, Mackenzie had plans to have dinner with her father, Reed Cowell. It was meant to be a rare break in her busy schedule, but she didn't call after school as she normally did. Reed's concern quickly turned to fear. By 8 p.m., just as the family was preparing to report her missing, the police reached out first. Mackenzie's car, a 2000 Pontiac Grand Prix, had been found abandoned on a remote stretch of Pitcher Canyon Road, miles from the academy and a place few had any reason to visit. The scene was bleak, isolated, dark, and blanketed in snow. Her car was locked, yet inside were her purse and some clothing. Missing, however, were her phone, debit card, and keys. A single set of footprints led away from the vehicle, indicating she had likely been alone when it was abandoned. The search for Mackenzie began immediately, with bloodhounds, helicopters, and volunteers scouring the steep, rugged terrain near where her car had been found, but they came up empty-handed. The case was classified as an endangered missing person, though not enough to trigger an Amber Alert. The story quickly captured local and eventually national attention. Mackenzie's image appeared on news broadcasts, and the FBI dispatched agents to assist local detectives. Everyone was desperate for answers, yet nothing added up. Mackenzie had no history of running away. She was responsible, well-liked, and deeply connected to both her family and her community. Surveillance footage from the Beauty Academy provided a limited glimpse into Mackenzie's last known movements. Around 3 p.m., she was captured leaving through the back door after telling classmates she was stepping out for a short break. Roughly 40 minutes later, her boyfriend received a casual text reading, "Hey, what's up?" After that, her phone went completely silent. That message became the final digital trace she left, though her debit card, which held only a small balance, remained untouched in the following days. As the investigation progressed, witnesses began to come forward. Several residents near Pitcher Canyon reported seeing a tall, slim man with dark hair and a long coat walking alone near the area where Mackenzie's car would later be discovered. This sighting, between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m., aligned with the estimated time her car may have been abandoned. Police shifted their focus to Mackenzie's phone records, sifting through thousands of messages, calls, and social media interactions on platforms like Facebook and MySpace. Despite the overwhelming amount of data, no solid lead emerged. One journalist covering the case noted that suspicion seemed to overshadow the investigation from the very start. For 3 days, detectives did not treat it as a runaway case. Meanwhile, her family, friends, and investigators clung to hope, distributing flyers, combing the area where her abandoned car had been found, and pursuing every possible lead. But that hope would soon turn to heartbreak. On the 4th day, tragedy struck. Along the banks of the Columbia River in Douglas County, search crews discovered a body. The remains were soon confirmed to be Mackenzie's, still clad in her beauty school uniform. The scene was chilling, and authorities withheld many details, though what was revealed was deeply unsettling. Mackenzie had suffered a brutal attack, beaten, stabbed, and strangled. Toxicology reports showed no drugs or alcohol in her system. She had not been sexually assaulted, but there was evidence of a post-mortem attempt to dismember her, including a partially severed arm and a serrated knife lodged in her shoulder. Nearby, discarded duct tape was found in the dirt. Dive teams returned to the river, and the search expanded across Crescent Bar and the surrounding counties. Investigators were hunting for clues, though they admitted they had no clear suspects. Mackenzie may have been targeted by someone she knew, or by a stranger lurking in the shadows. Her death sent shockwaves through the community. As news spread through local schools and neighborhoods, over 1,800 people attended a memorial service to honor the young life so tragically and violently cut short. The FBI increased its involvement, forming a dedicated task force to support the investigation. Detectives began, as is often standard, by looking close to home. Mackenzie's boyfriend, Joaquin Vallecano, and her mother's boyfriend, Joey, were both questioned. Joaquin, reportedly shaken, failed a polygraph question about whether he knew who had killed Mackenzie, but was eventually cleared of suspicion. Joey had allegedly argued with Mackenzie the day before she disappeared, but no evidence linked him to her death. As weeks turned into months, investigators pursued lead after lead. One tip came from Liz Reed, a former drug user turned police informant. She claimed to have seen a video depicting Mackenzie's murder, a so-called snuff film, and implicated two men, Sam and Emmanuel. Liz even provided the police with a ring she said belonged to Mackenzie, allegedly recovered from the murder scene. However, no one in Mackenzie's circle recognized the ring, and Liz's story quickly unraveled. She later recanted, claiming she had spoken out of fear of being falsely accused. Despite this setback, investigators continued their work, following over 750 tips and conducting more than 800 interviews. DNA samples were collected from dozens of people, yet no breakthrough emerged to identify the person responsible. Mackenzie's mother remained silent for months, out of respect for the investigation's integrity. But as time passed with no answers, she chose to speak publicly, urging anyone with information, no matter how small, to come forward. Her televised plea was raw and heartfelt. "We were asked not to speak, but the only thing worse than losing your child is not seeing justice." The investigation took a new turn when a fresh informant came forward. Theo Keyes, writing from prison, provided a name: Christopher Wilson, a former friend of his. Wilson had a history of violence, once choking a woman at a party without provocation, then acting as if nothing had happened. At 29, Wilson had studied at the same cosmetology academy as Mackenzie and lived just blocks from the school. Those who knew Christopher described him as quiet, polite, but odd. Further digging revealed a disturbing fascination with death and serial killers, a chilling detail given the brutal nature of Mackenzie's murder. With this new lead, detectives began to realize that the answers they had been seeking might have been hiding in plain sight all along. The final pieces of the puzzle were beginning to take shape, and Wenatchee would never be the same. Wilson had worked at local funeral homes, and some classmates recalled unsettling remarks he had made, boasting about cutting people up while handling bodies. Another remembered him claiming to have strangled someone with a belt during a hotel encounter. Despite these disturbing stories, those close to him defended his character. His mother insisted that being different didn't make her son dangerous, and his best friend described him as kind and generous, if misunderstood. Yet Chris stood out in more ways than just personality. He had been at the academy on the same day Mackenzie disappeared and had left through the same back door, just 2 minutes after her. Beyond that point, his movements became unclear. Although he exchanged a few texts with his ex-girlfriend, no one could confirm Wilson's whereabouts that afternoon. He had no prior criminal record, and when questioned by police, he denied ever knowing Mackenzie. He even consented to provide a DNA sample, a decision that would prove to be a critical mistake. DNA recovered from a piece of duct tape found near Mackenzie's body matched Wilson. The remote location where her body was found made it highly unlikely this was a coincidence. When confronted with the DNA evidence and asked if he had ever been near the area, Chris denied it entirely. Upon learning that his DNA had been linked to the scene, he requested a lawyer, and the interview ended. Investigators also noted the eerie parallels between Chris's fascination with Dexter, a fictional character who dismembered victims, and the post-mortem injuries inflicted on Mackenzie. That, combined with the DNA match and the suspicious timing of his departure from the school, provided enough evidence for an arrest. After 8 agonizing months, police took Christopher Wilson into custody at the apartment beneath a local salon where he lived. Although he had no personal relationship with Mackenzie beyond attending the same school, and had even been present at her memorial, comforting friends, he was now accused of her murder as detectives combed through his apartment and devices. The case took an even darker turn when a large, discolored patch of carpet tested positive for Mackenzie's blood. Chris's claim that the stain was from spilled water was disproven, confirming that she had been killed in his home. How she ended up there, however, remains a mystery. Mackenzie's father insisted that his daughter would never have gone anywhere with someone she didn't trust. But questions remained. Did she have more interaction with Chris at school than anyone realized? Was she tricked or coerced? No one could say for certain. Then came another shocking development. Police arrested 22-year-old Tessa Maria Skillman, a friend of Chris Wilson, on charges of first-degree rendering, criminal assistance, and obstructing a public officer. Photos recovered from Chris's computer showed Tessa posing over the exact spot on his apartment floor where Mackenzie's blood had been found. Tessa claimed she was unaware of the stain and was merely being photographed by Chris, but video evidence suggested otherwise. In one clip, Chris can be heard asking Tessa whether the apartment looked clean, to which she responds, "Clean, I guess." The phrase, "Yeah, it's clean considering," was deeply unsettling. The footage even focused on the exact spots where Mackenzie's blood was later confirmed. Tessa claimed the video was related to Chris moving out and trying to get his deposit back while she was arrested and posting bond. She was never formally charged, and her role remains one of the most baffling aspects of the case. Christopher was held on a $1 million bond and pleaded not guilty to the charges. His courtroom appearance drew an emotional crowd. His mother wept as he entered, and several supporters continued to insist on his innocence, including young women who had known him personally and couldn't believe he was capable of such violence. For Mackenzie's friends and family, however, the lingering doubts about Wilson's guilt felt like a cruel denial of the tragedy they had suffered. Robin Jones, a close friend of Mackenzie, reminded the public who the true victim was. Mackenzie had never asked to be abducted, murdered, and discarded along the Columbia River. She was a vibrant teenager, full of life and potential. Investigators pressed on, submitting additional evidence to the lab and questioning people connected to Wilson. Yet one crucial piece remained elusive, a clear motive. Some close to the case speculated that Mackenzie may have simply been an easy target for someone disturbed. As the legal battle intensified, Wilson's defense team, led by prominent attorney John Henry Brown, known for representing high-profile clients including Ted Bundy, worked aggressively to exclude key evidence from the trial. A judge ultimately ruled that prosecutors could not introduce Wilson's work at local funeral homes or reference his Hannibal Lecter tattoo. The defense also pushed conspiracy theories, claiming law enforcement had planted Mackenzie's blood in Wilson's apartment. They revived the abandoned theory involving Sam and Emmanuel, the two men previously accused by informant Liz Reed. Wilson's mother backed these claims, convinced her son had been framed. The defense emphasized that no DNA evidence linked Wilson to Mackenzie's car or the knife found in her body. They also challenged the authenticity of the ring Liz claimed belonged to Mackenzie, citing poor quality photos and a lack of recognition from her family and friends. Despite these arguments, prosecutors grew increasingly confident, and Wilson's charges were upgraded to first-degree murder. If convicted, he faced up to 26 years in prison, based on the conclusion that Mackenzie's death had been premeditated. In April 2011, Wilson was offered a plea deal of 6 years for a manslaughter charge, but he initially refused, insisting on his innocence. Many were stunned, given the overwhelming evidence and the potential length of his sentence. The offer had seemed unusually lenient. As the trial approached, however, Wilson reconsidered, deciding to accept the plea after jury surveys indicated he was unlikely to receive a fair trial. By then, the original 6-year deal was no longer available. Mackenzie's family requested that Wilson read a formal statement in court acknowledging his actions. He recited, "This is my statement. I also did recklessly cause the death of Mackenzie Caswell by strangulation and by stabbing her with a knife." When asked if this was true, he replied, "Yes." However, afterward, Wilson claimed his statement was false and that he had only agreed to it to secure the plea deal. He continued to insist he had been set up. Ultimately, in May 2012, Wilson pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter, first-degree robbery for stealing Mackenzie's phone, and assault in an unrelated case. He was sentenced to over 14 years in prison, with credit for time already served. In a deeply emotional moment after the hearing, Mackenzie's family and Wilson's family embraced, exchanging apologies in a case marked by heartbreak. The gesture was a rare moment of compassion. Wilson later attempted to withdraw his guilty plea through the Washington Court of Appeals, but the appeal was denied. Years passed, And in late 2023, after serving 11.5 years, Christopher Scott Wilson was released from prison at the age of 43. Mackenzie Caswell never lived beyond 17, yet in her brief life, she left a lasting legacy of determination, kindness, and unwavering ambition. Her bedroom remains largely unchanged, a silent shrine to the life she was building. Outside their home, her father, Reed Caswell, hangs a wind chime that sings when the breeze passes through. He says it feels like hearing his daughter's voice once more. "You are my special gift from God," he says. "You will never leave my heart." Moving on to the next case. On a quiet Saturday night in November 1987, a young couple returned home after attending a friend's wedding. Everything about their house seemed ordinary, peaceful and undisturbed. But by Monday, concern began to grow. The couple hadn't shown up for work, and repeated phone calls went unanswered. Alarmed, their family went to check on them, only to discover something they never could have prepared for. What unfolded inside that home would remain unsolved for more than 2 decades, and when the truth finally surfaced, it left everyone stunned. Ryan Windgarden was born on December 12, 1962, into a large, close-knit family built on tradition, faith, and discipline. He was one of 8 siblings, Lynn, Terry, Bragg, Chia, David, Cheryl, and Gail, raised by their parents, DeRosa and Wendell Windgarden. Wendell, a World War II veteran, worked for 26 years at a furniture company and sang in the Central Church Choir in West Lyon for nearly 40 years. The Windgarden family was admired in Holland, Michigan, for their wholesome lifestyle and deep religious devotion. To outsiders, they seemed like the perfect family. But behind the facade, tensions quietly simmered. The youngest daughter, Gail, born on April 24, 1965, was especially close to her relatives. In the 1980s, she met Rick Lee Brink, a man 7 years older than her, born on February 12, 1958. Their relationship grew quickly and intensely. Friends recalled Rick saying from the moment he met Gail that she was the one. In early 1986, the couple married, setting out to build a life full of promise. They held stable jobs, renovated their home together, and were widely admired as an example of young love and ambition. Meanwhile, Ryan's life was taking a very different trajectory. Struggling financially, he scraped by selling small amounts of marijuana. He dated Pamela Ann, born on March 3, 1965, while secretly maintaining a relationship with an old flame, Crystal Ball. The contrast between Ryan's unstable life and Gail's secure, joyful path was stark. In the fall of 1987, tensions within the Windgarden family came to a head. A dispute arose as DeRosa and Wendell, along with their younger children, planned to move onto Rick and Gail's property, while some siblings supported the decision and others opposed it. Others, including Ryan, strongly opposed the plan. The disagreement deepened a rift within the family, particularly between Ryan and Gail, a conflict that would have chilling consequences. On Saturday, November 21, 1987, Gail and Rick attended a wedding at a Holiday Inn and returned home later that evening. After that night, they were never seen again. By Monday, November 23, neither had shown up for work, prompting Rick's parents to check on them. What they discovered would haunt them forever. Rick's body was found slumped over the steering wheel of his Chevrolet Blazer in the garage, shot twice in the head. Overcome with shock, his mother nearly collapsed, and Rick's father guided her back to the car before re-entering the house in search of Gail. In the main bedroom, he found her lifeless on the waterbed. Her face had been covered with a blood-soaked pillow, and she had been shot 3 times. Police were called immediately. The crime scene showed no signs of forced entry, struggle, or robbery. Jewelry remained untouched, and nearly $500 in cash was found between the bedroom and kitchen. The murders had been executed with chilling precision, clean, methodical, and cold. Autopsies confirmed that both deaths occurred between the night of November 21 and the early hours of November 22. Investigators questioned family, friends, and neighbors, but no clear leads emerged. There were no suspects, no apparent motive, and no arrests. The funeral took place soon after, with the officiating pastor describing the crime as the work of the devil. The community was left shaken, and media coverage persisted for weeks, but eventually the case went cold. Over time, life moved on, and grief faded into silence. A year later, Ryan married Pamela, and the couple went on to have 3 children, Caleb, Elizabeth, and Benjamin. Despite the heartbreak of losing their daughter, DeRosa and Wendell celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Wendell passed away on July 9, 2005, and was laid to rest with military honors at Rest Lawn Memorial Gardens, leaving behind a legacy of faith, family, and lingering questions. But fate wasn't finished with the case. In an unexpected turn, 24 years after the brutal 1987 killings, a lead surfaced that would change everything. In 2009, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office created a cold case team focused on reopening unsolved crimes. By 2011, a dedicated group of detectives was assigned to the Brink case, tasked with re-examining a case that had long been buried under layers of dust and doubt. The investigators began by painstakingly sifting through stacks of deteriorating documents, some so fragile they had to be carefully taped together. Over time, they conducted more than 200 interviews, traveling across state lines to track down relocated witnesses. The team worked under a guiding principle. Time wears down silence, guilt grows heavier, and eventually someone speaks. One of the first significant revelations came from Cheryl Gale's sister. She recalled a disturbing comment Ryan had made, wondering aloud if he could have been capable of committing an act like what happened to Rick and Gale. This chilling sentiment was confirmed by one of the family's aunts. Interestingly, Ryan had been interviewed back in 1987 but was never treated as a suspect. At the time, he claimed he had been with his girlfriend Pamela on the night of the murders. At first, Pamela corroborated Ryan's story, but when detectives uncovered a second statement from her that contradicted the first, they called her in for questioning. On January 18, 2013, she was placed in a small interview room at the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department. After some initial hesitation, Pamela began to speak, and her confession would finally break the decades-long silence. She revealed the secret she had carried for more than 20 years. Her husband, Ryan Windgarden, had murdered his sister and her husband. On that fateful November night, Ryan went to Gale and Rick's home, where yet another argument erupted over the family's planned move onto their property. Gale and Rick asked him to leave. Ryan walked to his car, but returned moments later, claiming it wouldn't start. Rick offered to help, and the two drove off together. That's when Ryan shot Rick twice in the head. After murdering Rick, he returned to the house, found his sister Gale alone in the bedroom, and shot her 3 times as she lay on the bed. The horror didn't end there. The following day, Ryan brought Pamela and her 6-month-old baby to the crime scene. Pamela was horrified when she saw Rick's body in the car. Frozen with fear, she watched as Ryan dragged her inside and forced her to look at Gale's lifeless body, removing the blood-soaked pillow from her face. Pamela fled in panic, but did not report the crime. Instead, she ran to the car and waited. In her confession to detectives, Pamela explained that Ryan had long harbored resentment toward his sister and brother-in-law. He was envious of their happiness, their success, their stable life, everything they had that he lacked. Yet Ryan's jealousy was only part of the story. Pamela admitted that she had remained silent for more than 20 years out of fear of losing her job, her freedom, and her family. She still loved Ryan and didn't want to destroy their home. But the weight of guilt had consumed her for decades. On that day, with tears and trembling hands, she finally spoke the truth. Her statement, along with new testimony from other witnesses, gave detectives the evidence they needed. Later that same day, Ryan Windgarden was arrested and charged with the murders of Gale and Rick Brink. Prosecutors now faced the monumental task of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Ryan had killed his own sister and brother-in-law in cold blood. The case was brought to court in Holland, Michigan, where a family's long nightmare would finally confront the light of justice. In February 2013, nearly 26 years after the brutal murders of Gale and Rick Brink, probable cause hearings began in a Holland, Michigan courtroom. Over several days, more than 50 witnesses were called to testify. Prosecutors acknowledged the immense effort of detectives who had tirelessly reopened the long-dormant case and painstakingly reconstructed a narrative from decades-old fragments. As the witnesses spoke, gaps in memory became evident. The passage of time had blurred details, dates, conversations, even basic facts. The defense seized on these inconsistencies to challenge the prosecution's case, questioning the reliability of the testimonies. Assistant Prosecutor Lee Fisher acknowledged the difficulties of building a case on such aged recollections, but remained optimistic. Not all testimonies had been heard, and one of the most anticipated witnesses was Crystal. Crystal, who had dated Ryan Weingarten for 4 years before the murders and maintained an ambiguous relationship with him afterward, delivered her statement with calm precision. She spoke clearly and confidently, but only after Ryan had been removed from the courtroom due to disruptive outbursts that interfered with proceedings. Her testimony would unveil the darkest secret of all. Crystal recounted a disturbing conversation with Ryan shortly after the 1987 murders. They met at a park in northern Holland where Ryan, emotional and distressed, confessed something horrific during their teenage years. He had sexually assaulted his sister Gail on multiple occasions. Gail had resisted, said no, but Ryan had ignored her pleas. What's more, Ryan claimed that Rick had once seen him watching Gail with a look of inappropriate desire during a family boating trip. According to Crystal, the shame, rage, and fear of being exposed drove Ryan to permanently silence both Gail and Rick. This revelation provided prosecutors with a compelling motive, one far darker than mere jealousy. Ryan wasn't just envious of their happiness. He was terrified that his long-hidden crimes against his sister would come to light. To him, murder became the only way to protect that secret. Crystal's testimony aligned with earlier statements from Pamela, Ryan's wife, who had already described his deep resentment toward Gail and Rick's success. Pamela once again recounted the terrifying moment when Ryan forced her to view the crime scene. Cheryl, another of Gail's sisters, testified that Ryan had behaved strangely after the murders, distant and emotionless. In one phone call, he coldly remarked that Gail had lived a good life, seemingly attempting to diminish the gravity of the tragedy. Most disturbingly, Ryan confided to Cheryl that he sometimes wondered whether he might have been capable of such an act. During courtroom recesses, debate arose over the credibility of the witness statements, with the defense attorney arguing that some claims sounded more like gossip than evidence. Yet the prosecution remained steadfast, basing its case on the consistent testimonies of Crystal, Pamela, and Cheryl, each independently supporting the theory that Ryan's motive stemmed from both jealousy and fear of exposure regarding his incestuous, abusive past. Ultimately, the judge ruled that the evidence was sufficient to advance the case to trial in the Ottawa County Circuit Court. It was a pivotal moment. Justice, long delayed, was finally moving forward. In response, the defense attorney announced plans to pursue alternative theories, suggesting that the crime might have been a case of mistaken identity. He implied that the Brinks, having recently moved into the home, could have been unintended targets. The prosecution completely dismissed this theory. Meanwhile, Ryan Weingarten, now 50, remained in the Ottawa County Jail, held without bond. Though the path to justice had been long, the truth was finally coming to light, and there was no turning back. In March 2014, after more than a year of legal proceedings and decades of hidden secrets, Ryan Weingarten's long-awaited trial began. Over the course of 3 intense weeks, more than 60 witnesses took the stand, including 2 of his sisters, his ex-girlfriend Crystal, and his wife Pamela. Their testimonies were crucial in establishing both Ryan's motive and his guilt. Among the most pivotal witnesses was James, a childhood friend who later became Ryan's boss at a tree-trimming service. Despite having been fired by Ryan at one point, the two had remained close. James recalled a conversation from November 24, 1987, just one day after Rick and Gail's bodies were discovered. Ryan, speaking in cryptic terms, made disturbing references to the crime, knowledge that only the killer could have possessed. Another crucial testimony came from Ryan's sister Lynn, who remembered him expressing remorse after the murders, saying he wished he could apologize to Gail because he felt he had dishonored her. These vague yet chilling statements gained new significance as the trial progressed. The defense attorneys, meanwhile, maintained that Ryan had an alibi and highlighted the absence of direct physical evidence. They suggested alternative theories. Perhaps the Brinks had been targeted by a drug gang from Detroit, or maybe the murders were a case of mistaken identity tied to the home's previous owners. The defense even questioned whether multiple weapons could have been involved. However, forensic pathologist Dr. Stephen Cole dismissed this theory, confirming that both victims had been killed with a single firearm. Dr. Cole also suggested that Rick's body may have been repositioned. Although his blood-soaked head had initially rested on the steering wheel, it was later found in the passenger seat, clarifying the trajectory of the bullets. In court, Dr. Cole used anatomical models and rods to illustrate the injuries. Pamela was brought back to the stand, reaffirming that Ryan had confessed to killing his sister and brother-in-law out of jealousy and fear. The prosecution built its case around the consistent testimonies of Pamela, Crystal, Cheryl, and Lynn, arguing that Ryan was driven by rage and desperation, not merely a family dispute, but by the looming threat that Gale might expose the dark secret he had harbored for decades. The following week, Ryan himself took the stand. Pamela chose not to remain in the courtroom during his testimony. Ryan was combative, accusing police and prosecutors of twisting his words, but then, under oath, he made a shocking admission. He had engaged in 3 sexual encounters with his sister, beginning when he was 12 and she was just 9. He claimed they were consensual, an assertion met with disgust by prosecutors, who labeled it as nothing short of abuse. On March 28, 2014, the jury deliberated for just 4 hours. They returned a unanimous verdict guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Ryan Windgarden was found responsible for the cold-blooded killings of his sister Gale and her husband, Rick Brink. A sentencing hearing was scheduled for April 21, 2014. On that day, Ryan arrived in court defiant and unrepentant. For a full hour, he proclaimed his innocence, lashed out at prosecutors, criticized his own defense attorneys, and even insulted the judge, claiming he would ultimately be vindicated by God. The judge remained unmoved, calling Ryan a calculated and manipulative killer who had brutally murdered 2 people, one of them his own sister. Ryan Windgarden was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. The courtroom overflowed with emotion as family members of both victims wept, embraced one another, and thanked the investigative team for their tireless pursuit of justice. Through tears, Cheryl expressed that she could finally visit her sister's grave and tell her that justice had been served. One of the detectives later described the case as among the most emotional of her career, noting that they had done everything possible to ensure that the 2 lives so tragically taken were honored through justice. In 2018, Ryan Windgarden appealed his convictions to the Michigan Court of Appeals, but his request was denied. He later appealed to the state's Supreme Court, which also rejected his claim. Since his arrest in January 2013, Ryan has remained in prison. Now in his 60s, he is expected to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Ryan's father, Wendell, passed away without ever learning the full truth, but his mother, DeRosa, lived long enough to witness justice finally served. She reached the age of 90 in June 2021 and passed away 4 months later. Having lived to see the resolution of the case that had haunted her family for over a quarter century, her story, and the Ryan Windgarden case, serves as a stark and sobering reminder. Some secrets destroy not just lives, but entire families. Instead of facing his past with honesty, Ryan chose a path of silence, shame, and ultimately violence. For that, he will spend the remainder of his life in prison, a consequence born from a truth long denied. Moving on to the next case. On October 23, 2009, a 15-year-old girl quickly guided police officers deep into a forest near St. Martin's, Missouri. With precise steps, she revealed the very thing they had been searching for, a well that she had dug with her own hands. This discovery proved that the disturbing details in her diary were not just figments of a teenager's imagination. What awaited them was beyond shocking. The officers grappled with the reality of such cruelty, finding it difficult to understand how someone so young could be driven by such dark and sinister urges. Alyssa Bustamante was born on January 28, 1994, in Cole, Missouri. Her birth was unplanned, and her parents, Caesar Bustamante and Michelle Brock, were teenagers battling addiction, ill-prepared for the demands of raising a child when they could hardly manage their own lives. While Alyssa was still very young, her mother was arrested twice, once for drug possession and another time for driving under the influence. Despite their lack of interest in parenting, the couple went on to have 3 more children, including twins and a little girl named Emma. As the years passed, Michelle's legal troubles only grew worse. But it wasn't just her issues with the law that distanced her from her kids. Eventually, she chose to abandon motherhood altogether, walking away and never returning to see Alyssa or her other children again. With Caesar left to care for the children alone, his own troubled history soon caught up with him. In 2002, when Alyssa was just 7, he was convicted of assault and sentenced to 10 years in prison. With both parents now absent, Alyssa and her siblings were placed in the care of their maternal grandparents, Gary and Karen Brock, and moved to St. Martin's, Missouri, marking a major shift in their lives. Karen, a devout Mormon, sought to raise her grandchildren with firm discipline and structure. She enforced strict household rules, including mandatory church attendance every Sunday. While this routine seemed to suit Emma and the twins, Alyssa reacted differently. As she entered her teenage years, her behavior began to deteriorate. By the age of 13, she had grown distant and withdrawn, preferring isolation over interaction with others. Beneath Alyssa's hardened exterior was deep emotional turmoil, which led her to harm herself by cutting her arms with razor blades. On September 3, 2007, her grandparents discovered her bleeding in the bathroom after she had carved the word hate into her stomach and overdosed on Tylenol. Karen and Gary rushed her to the hospital, and once her condition was stabilized, they turned to a psychiatrist for help. Alyssa was diagnosed with depression and bipolar disorder and prescribed Prozac, but her mental health showed little progress. Through social media, Alyssa began to adopt and showcase a rebellious image. She posted dark, unsettling quotes, wore deep red lipstick to resemble blood, used heavy eyeliner for dramatic effect, and often posed baring her teeth, trying to project an intimidating persona to those who followed her online. Alyssa's fascination with dark themes went far beyond mere posturing. She wanted others to see what she was capable of and often dragged her younger siblings into her rebellious displays. She even created a YouTube account where her bio read, "I like cutting myself and killing people." Shortly after, she uploaded a video titled "Electrocuted by Electric Fence" with a chilling caption. "Here's where it gets good. This is when my brothers get hurt." The video featured Alyssa coaxing her 9-year-old twin brothers into grabbing an electric fence meant for livestock. As the boys squirmed in pain, Alyssa's laughter could be heard echoing in the background. Outside her home, Alyssa's behavior was no less troubling. She had conflicts with classmates and teachers, and she continued to harm herself, sometimes with cigarettes and other times by carving scars into her skin, a count that reportedly reached over 300 by age 15. Her disturbing personality had reached its peak during a party. She told a friend that she was curious about what it would feel like to take a life. Her friend dismissed it, assuming it was just an attention-seeking comment just days after her last psychiatrist visit. Alyssa's medication dosage was increased, but it wasn't enough to keep her inner turmoil at bay. On her Twitter account, Alyssa shared haunting thoughts about addiction and nightmares, once posting, "All I want in life is a reason for all this pain." She had been crying out for help, and perhaps if it had truly reached her, the tragedy that followed might never have happened. On Wednesday, October 21, 2009, around 5 p.m., Emma, Alyssa's 6-year-old sister, knocked on the door of her friend Elizabeth Olten's house to invite her out to play. Elizabeth, just 9 years old, hesitated. Her mother, Patricia Patty Price, was busy preparing dinner while Elizabeth's brothers, Anthony and Stephen, practiced songs for an upcoming school event. Despite the timing, Emma's excitement persuaded Elizabeth to ask her mother if she could go. Patty agreed, but only under 2 conditions. Elizabeth had to be home before dark, and she had to take her cell phone with her. Thrilled, Elizabeth set off with Emma, walking the short distance, just 4 blocks, to the Bustamante home. As evening fell and the light began to fade, Patricia's concern started to grow. When Elizabeth failed to return home on time, her mother called her cell phone, but there was no answer, deepening her concern. She then went to Emma's house to speak with her grandparents, only to learn from Karen that she hadn't seen Elizabeth all day. Growing increasingly frantic, Patricia kept dialing her daughter's phone, but each call went straight to voicemail. Overcome with fear, she headed to the police station to report Elizabeth missing, and the search effort was launched right away. Police officers began combing the neighborhood, but there was still no sign of Elizabeth. By 11 p.m., word had spread, and many volunteers joined in the search. Investigators at the station worked to trace Elizabeth's cell phone signal and discovered it was still nearby, somewhere in the wooded area between her house and Emma's. This left Patricia baffled. Elizabeth was terrified of the woods and would never have gone there alone, especially once night had fallen. The FBI soon joined the search, bringing in specialized dogs and even divers to scour the nearby river, but still, there was no sign of Elizabeth. Then, volunteers came across what looked like a freshly dug hole in the woods, large enough to hold a person. When police arrived to investigate, however, they found it empty, raising even more questions than answers. Back at the start, investigators decided to question Emma, the last person known to be with Elizabeth. Nervous and hesitant, Emma eventually revealed that while they had been playing in the woods, Elizabeth became stuck in some thorn bushes. Emma said she ran home to get Alyssa's help, but after that, she hadn't seen her friend again. With this revelation, the police shifted their focus toward Alyssa. Investigators soon learned that Alyssa had skipped school the day before Elizabeth disappeared, an unusual absence for someone with an otherwise perfect attendance record. At the police station, Alyssa remained calm and composed. When officers questioned her, they didn't ask directly about Elizabeth, but instead inquired about the strange hole found in the woods. Alyssa admitted she had dug it herself, claiming it was intended for burying dead animals. Her explanation only heightened the investigators' suspicions. That same day, police obtained a warrant to search Alyssa's room, where they discovered deeply unsettling evidence. Her walls were covered with sketches and phrases, some appearing to be written in blood. Among them was a chilling confession. "I cut to make physical what I feel inside. I cut to see blood because I like it." The room also contained letters from her father in prison, but initially, nothing directly linked Alyssa to a crime, until detectives noticed something else, a drawing with the name Emma written in red. This raised fears that Alyssa might have harbored violent intentions toward her younger sister and had instead targeted Elizabeth as a more accessible victim. The final, damning piece came when investigators found her diary. Inside, Alyssa had written deeply disturbing confessions, including a desire to set the house on fire with everyone inside. On the last page, a date was scribbled, October 21st, 2009, the very day Elizabeth disappeared. Beneath the date were two faint, barely legible words that appeared to read throat and cut. Forensic experts worked to recover the full text, while detectives called Alyssa back to the station for further questioning. Sensing that she was being pressed this time, Alyssa seemed unusually calm. The investigators confronted her directly, referencing the disturbing entries they had found in her diary. Cornered, Alyssa finally spoke, but what she admitted left them horrified. She claimed that Elizabeth was dead, but insisted it had been an accident, that the girl had simply fallen in the woods. The officers weren't convinced, holding her gaze steadily. They pressed further, warning her, "If we find the little girl's body, her throat will be cut." At that moment, Alyssa's expression shifted completely, and the investigators knew they had her. Meanwhile, forensic experts examined the partially erased diary entries and uncovered a chilling passage. "I just killed someone. I strangled and cut their throat and stabbed them. Now they're dead. I don't know how I feel right now. It's amazing. Right after I did it, I felt like I couldn't do this, which was actually pretty enjoyable. Now I'm kind of nervous and shaky. I have to go to church now." Investigators were alarmed that Alyssa referred to her victims in the plural, raising concerns even though no other disappearances had been reported. The evidence showed that Alyssa had dug not just one, but two holes in the forest. Coupled with her sister Emma's name ominously scrawled on her wall, and the YouTube video where she harmed her younger siblings, detectives suspected that Alyssa may have originally planned to target her own siblings, but ultimately chose a less obvious victim instead. An alternate theory suggested that Alyssa might have planned to kill again if her crime went unnoticed. With the evidence mounting, she ultimately confessed to the murder, though she refused to explain why she had referred to victims in the plural or dug two graves. On October 23rd, Alyssa led officers to the precise location of Elizabeth's grave. Not the empty hole previously discovered by volunteers, but the one that held the answers they had been searching for. Deep in the woods, police found Elizabeth's lifeless body. Alyssa had hidden her so effectively that no one had noticed the grave during the search. She was immediately arrested and charged with first-degree murder, indicating premeditation. A forensic examination confirmed that Elizabeth had been strangled, her throat and wrists cut, and stabbed. She was taken to the Cole County Jail to await trial. Based on these findings, authorities were able to reconstruct the chilling events of Friday, October 16, 2009. With no school that day, Alyssa used her free time to carry out a sinister plan, digging a grave in the woods. 5 days later, when Emma invited Elizabeth over, Alyssa decided it was time to put her plan into action. After playing in the yard, she lured Emma and Elizabeth into the woods under the pretense of showing them something. Once they were inside the woods, Alyssa manipulated her sister into leaving her alone with Elizabeth. She led Elizabeth deeper until they reached the two graves she had dug earlier. As Elizabeth walked ahead, unaware of the danger, Alyssa struck her violently on the head. Though dazed, Elizabeth remained conscious, and Alyssa then pinned her down, strangling her until she lost consciousness, ensuring that her victim would not survive. Alyssa then pulled a knife from her back pocket, stabbing Elizabeth 8 times in the chest before cutting her wrists and throat. She dragged the body into one of the graves, covering it with rocks and branches. About 45 minutes later, she returned home, behaving as if nothing had happened. As the case drew media attention, police withheld key details, including Alyssa's name and age, to protect the integrity of the upcoming trial. Given the severity of the crime, authorities seriously considered trying Alyssa as an adult. Missouri, one of 22 states with a dual jurisdiction system for minors, allows suspects to be held until age 21, after which a court determines whether they have been rehabilitated or must complete their sentence. Prosecutors argued that Alyssa, viewed as a danger to society, should be held fully accountable for her actions. Elizabeth's family held a princess-themed funeral on October 28, 2009. The casket was brought to the cemetery in a horse-drawn carriage, greeted by friends and relatives dressed in pink, Elizabeth's favorite color. Those who knew her remembered her as a sweet and kind child who loved cats, and though a bit shy, was friendly and warm. On November 17, 2009, a judge ruled that Alyssa would be tried as an adult, and news outlets released her photograph. Her defense attorney argued that this decision placed Alyssa in serious danger, as she now faced the maximum penalty, a punishment he considered excessive given her age. He also expressed concern that Alyssa might not survive her time in the Cole County Jail. At her next court appearance on December 8, 2009, reporters gathered outside, hoping for a photograph of the young defendant, but to everyone's surprise, despite her confession and the overwhelming evidence, Alyssa pleaded not guilty. While awaiting her next hearing, she engaged in self-harm, scratching herself with her nails, and exhibited severe anxiety and depression, raising concerns for her safety. Prison doctors placed her under close supervision to prevent further self-injury. Observing her fragile mental state, her attorney filed a motion for a psychiatric evaluation and requested that she be transferred to a mental health facility. The judge approved the request, and Alyssa was moved from jail to the Children's Psychiatric Hospital and later to Fulton State Hospital for further assessment due to her mental health concerns. Her trial was initially set for May 16, 2011. However, her attorney filed a motion to expedite the proceedings, arguing that Alyssa was already facing intense public scrutiny and that an earlier trial was necessary to protect her mental well-being. The trial was initially scheduled for January 30, 2012, but before that date, Alyssa chose to come forward and confess. On January 10, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and armed criminal action. This decision was partly strategic, as a second-degree murder conviction could result in life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, or a sentence ranging from 10 to 30 years. Some speculated that her plea was part of a legal tactic, but her new attorney maintained that Alyssa genuinely wanted to take responsibility for her actions. That same day, the Cole County Circuit Judge asked Alyssa to describe, in her own words, what had occurred on October 21, 2009. Without showing emotion, Alyssa admitted to strangling and stabbing Elizabeth. When prosecutors asked whether she had also used a knife to cut Elizabeth's throat, Alyssa confirmed that she had. Her grandmother, overcome with grief, left the courtroom devastated by her granddaughter's confession. Alyssa's lawyers then emphasized her mental state at the time of the crime, noting that she had attempted suicide 2 years earlier and had recently been prescribed a higher dose of antidepressants, just 2 weeks before the murder. They also highlighted her traumatic family background, including her mother's abandonment and her father's incarceration. Psychologists who evaluated her testified that she was severely emotionally disturbed, suffering from major depression and displaying symptoms of borderline personality disorder. Alyssa's legal team hoped these factors might lead to a reduced sentence or placement in psychiatric care rather than prison, but their efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. The prosecutor pushed for a life sentence plus an additional 71 years to account for the life Elizabeth lost, stressing Alyssa's premeditation and the fact that she had dug 2 graves. On February 8, 2012, Alyssa was found guilty of second-degree murder and armed criminal action. When she returned to court, Alyssa addressed Elizabeth's family for the first time, saying, "I know words will never be enough. They can't describe how terrible I feel about all this. If I could trade my life to bring hers back, I would. I'm so sorry." But her apology did little to soften the family's anger. Elizabeth's mother, Patricia, called Alyssa a diabolical monster. Her grandmother, heartbroken, cried out from her wheelchair. Alyssa should be released from jail the same day Elizabeth comes out of her grave. That day, Alyssa received a life sentence for second-degree murder, with the possibility of parole after 35 years and 5 months. This meant she would first be eligible for release at the age of 50. In 2014, she attempted to appeal her sentence, citing a recent U.S. Supreme Court ruling that prohibited mandatory life sentences without parole for minors. Alyssa argued that she would not have accepted the plea deal if she had known about this ruling. However, during a later hearing, she admitted she had been aware of her alternatives when she pled guilty. In March 2014, the Missouri State Court of Appeals rejected her appeal, but her legal struggles continued. By October 2015, Patricia filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Alyssa, demanding over $5 million in damages for the loss of her daughter. The trial was initially scheduled for August 7, 2017, but in March of that year, Alyssa agreed to a settlement. On June 25, Patricia accepted the terms and dropped the charges, with one condition. Alyssa must inform her if she ever profits from publicizing details of Elizabeth's case. In the years after her conviction, Alyssa developed a disturbing cult following. She began receiving letters almost every day from people who viewed her as a rebellious figure, with some even suggesting that violence was a way to cope with their own problems. On social media, many of these troubled admirers openly supported her release, seemingly disregarding the suffering of Elizabeth's family. Today, Alyssa is still incarcerated but continues to fight for parole before she turns 50, arguing that she should not have been tried as an adult and that her difficult upbringing should have weighed more heavily in her case. Even so, Alyssa has shown little genuine remorse for her crime. Prison officials regard her as a high-risk inmate, noting that she refuses psychiatric treatment and continues to insist that she is just a normal person. Thanks for watching.